Chapter 1 of Rural Rides. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Nicole. Rural Rides by William Cobbett. Chapter 1. Journal. From London through Newbury to Berkshire, Hurstbourne Tarrant, Marlborough and Cirencester to Gloucester. Berkshire, near Newbury, Hants, October 30th, 1821, Tuesday evening. Fog that you might cut with a knife all the way from London to Newbury. This fog does not wet things. It is rather a smoke than a fog. There are no two things in this world, and were it not for fear of 6 acts, the wholesome restraint of which I continually feel, I might be tempted to carry my comparison further. But certainly there are no two things in this world so dissimilar as an English and a Long Island autumn. These fogs are certainly the white clouds that we sometimes see aloft. I was once upon the Hampshire hills, going from Soberton down to Petersfield, where the hills are high and steep, not very wide at their base, very irregular in their form and direction, and have, of course, deep and narrow valleys winding about between them. In one place that I had to pass, 2 of these valleys were cut asunder by a piece of hill that went across them, and formed a sort of bridge from one long hill to another. A little before I came to this sort of bridge, I saw smoke flying across it, and, not knowing the way by experience, I said to the person who was with me, "There is the turnpike road," which we were expecting to come to, "for don't you see the dust?" The day was very fine, the sun clear, and the weather dry. When we came to the pass, however, we found ourselves not in dust, but in fog. After getting over the pass, we looked down into the valleys, and there we saw the fog going along the valleys to the north in detached parcels, that is to say, in clouds, and as they came to the pass, they rose, went over it, then descended again, keeping constantly along just above the ground. And to-day the fog came by spells. It was sometimes thinner than at other times, and these changes were very sudden too, so that I am convinced that these fogs are dry clouds, such as those that I saw on the Hampshire Downs. Those did not wet me at all, nor do these fogs wet anything, and I do not think that they are by any means injurious to health. It is the fogs that rise out of swamps and other places, full of putrid vegetable matter, that kill people. These are the fogs that sweep off the new settlers in the American woods. I remember a valley in Pennsylvania, in a part called Wissahickon. In looking from a hill over this valley, early in the morning in November, it presented one of the most beautiful sights that my eyes ever beheld. It was a sea bordered with beautifully formed trees of endless variety of colours. As the hills formed the outsides of the sea, some of the trees showed only their tops, and every now and then a lofty tree growing in the sea itself raised its head above the apparent waters. Except the setting sun sending his horizontal beams through all the variety of reds and yellows of the branches of the trees in Long Island, and giving at the same time a sort of silver cast to the verdure beneath them, I have never seen anything so beautiful as the foggy valley of the Wissahickon. But I was told that it was very fatal to the people, and that whole families were frequently swept off by the fall fever. Thus the smell has a great deal to do with health. There can be no doubt that butchers and their wives fatten upon the smell of meat, and this accounts for the precept of my grandmother, who used to tell me to bite my bread and smell to my cheese. Talk much more wise than that of certain old grannies, who go about England crying up the blessings of paper money, taxes, and national debts. The fog prevented me from seeing much of the fields, as I came along yesterday. But the fields of Swedish turnips that I did see were good, pretty good, though not clean and neat like those in Norfolk. The farmers here, as everywhere else, complain most bitterly, but they hang on, like sailors to the masts or hull of a wreck. They read, you will observe, nothing but the country newspapers. They, of course, know nothing of the cause of their bad times. They hope the times will mend. If they quit business, they must sell their stock, and having thought this worth so much money, they cannot endure the thought of selling for a third of the sum. Thus they hang on. Thus the landlords will first turn the farmers' pockets inside out, and then their turn comes. To finish the present farmers will not take long. There has been stout fight going on all this morning. It is now 9 o'clock, between the sun and the fog. I have backed the former, and he appears to have gained the day, for he is now shining most delightfully. Came through a place called a park, belonging to a Mr. Montague, who is now abroad, for the purpose, I suppose, of generously assisting to compensate the French people for what they lost by the entrance of the Holy Alliance armies into their country. Of all the ridiculous things I ever saw in my life, this place is the most ridiculous. The house looks like a sort of church, in somewhat of a Gothic style of building, with crosses on the tops of different parts of the pile. There is a sort of swamp at the foot of a wood, at no great distance from the front of the house. This swamp has been dug out in the middle to show the water to the eye, so that there is a sort of river or chain of diminutive lakes going down a little valley about 500 yards long, the water proceeding from the soak of the higher ground on both sides. By the sides of these lakes there are little flower gardens, laid out in the Dutch manner, that is to say, cut out into all manner of superficial geometrical figures. Here is the grand en petit, or mock magnificence, more complete than I ever beheld it before. Here is a fountain, the basin of which is not 4 feet over, and the water spout not exceeding the pour from a teapot. Here is a bridge over a river, of which a child 4 years old would clear the banks at a jump. I could not have trusted myself on the bridge for fear of the consequences to Mr. Montague, but I very conveniently stepped over the river, in imitation of the Colossus. In another part there was a lion's mouth spouting out water into the lake, which was so much like the vomiting of a dog, that I could almost have pitied the poor lion. In short, such fooleries I never before beheld. But what I disliked most was the apparent impiety of a part of these works of refined taste. I did not like the crosses on the dwelling house, but in one of the gravel walks we had to pass under a Gothic arch, with a cross on the top of it, and in the point of the arch a niche for a saint or a virgin, the figure being gone through the lapse of centuries, and the pedestal only remaining, as we so frequently see on the outsides of cathedrals and of old churches and chapels. But the good of it was, this Gothic arch, disfigured by the hand of old Father Time, was composed of Scotch fir-wood, as rotten as a pear, nailed together in such a way as to make the thing appear from a distance like the remnant of a ruin. I wonder how long this sickly, this childish taste is to remain. I do not know who this gentleman is. I suppose he is some honest person from the Change or its neighbourhood, and that these Gothic arches are to denote the antiquity of his origin. Not a bad plan, and indeed it is one that I once took the liberty to recommend to those fund lords who retire to be country squires. But I never recommended the crucifixes. To be sure, the Roman Catholic religion may, in England, be considered as a gentleman's religion, it being the most ancient in the country, and therefore it is fortunate for a fund lord when he happens, if he ever do happen, to be of that faith. This gentleman may, for anything that I know, be a Catholic, in which case I applaud his piety, and pity his taste. At the end of this scene of mock grandeur and mock antiquity, I found something more rational, namely, some hare-hounds, and in half an hour after we found, and I had, the first hare hunt that I had had since I wore a smock-frock. We killed our hare after good sport, and got to Berkshire in the evening to a nice farmhouse in a dell, sheltered from every wind, and with plenty of good living, though with no Gothic arches made of Scotch fir. October 31st, Wednesday. A fine day. Too many hares here, but our hunting was not bad, or at least it was a great treat to me, who used, when a boy, to have my legs and thighs so often filled with thorns in running after the hounds, anticipating with pretty great certainty a wailing of the back at night. We had greyhounds a part of the day, but the ground on the hills is so flinty that I do not like the country for coursing. The dogs' legs are presently cut to pieces. November 1st, Thursday. Mr. Budd has Swedish turnips, mangel wurzel, and cabbages of various kinds, transplanted. All are very fine indeed. It is impossible to make more satisfactory experiments in transplanting than have been made here. But this is not a proper place to give a particular account of them. I went to see the best cultivated parts round Newbury, but I saw no spot with half the feed that I see here, upon a spot of similar extent. Hurstbourne Tarrant, Hants, November 2nd, Friday. This place is commonly called Uphusband, which is, I think, as decent a corruption of names as one would wish to meet with. However, Uphusband the people will have it, and Uphusband it shall be for me. I came from Berkshire this morning, and through the park of Lord Carnarvon at Highclere. It is a fine season to look at woods. The oaks are still covered, the beeches in their best dress, the elms yet pretty green, and the beautiful ashes only beginning to turn off. This is, according to my fancy, the prettiest park that I have ever seen. A great variety of hill and dell. A good deal of water, and this, in one part, only wants the colours of American trees, to make it look like a creek. For the water runs along at the foot of a steepish hill, thickly covered with trees, and the branches of the lowermost trees hang down into the water, and hide the bank completely. I like this place better than Fonthill, Blenheim, Stowe, or any other gentleman's grounds that I have seen. The house I did not care about, though it appears to be large enough to hold half a village. The trees are very good, and the woods would be handsomer if the larches and firs were burnt, for which only they are fit. The great beauty of the place is the lofty downs, as steep in some places as the roof of a house, which form a sort of boundary in the form of a part of a crescent to about a third part of the park, and then slope off and get more distant for about half another third part. A part of these downs is covered with trees, chiefly beech, the colour of which at this season forms a most beautiful contrast with that of the down itself, which is so green and so smooth. From the vale in the park along which we rode, we looked apparently almost perpendicularly up at the downs, where the trees have extended themselves by seed more in some places than others, and thereby form numerous salient parts of various forms, and of course as many and as variously formed glades. These, which are always so beautiful in forests and parks, are peculiarly beautiful in this lofty situation, and with verdure so smooth as that of these chalky downs. Our horses beat up a score or two of hares as we crossed the park, and though we met with no Gothic arches made of Scotch fir, we saw something a great deal better, namely about 40 cows, the most beautiful that I ever saw, as to colour at least. They appear to be of the Galway breed. They are called in this country Lord Carnarvon's breed. They have no horns, and their colour is a ground of white with black or red spots, these spots being from the size of a plate to that of a crown piece, and some of them have no small spots. These cattle were lying down together in the space of about an acre of ground. They were in excellent condition, and so fine a sight of the kind I never saw. Upon leaving the park and coming over the hills to this pretty vale of Uphusband, I could not help calculating how long it might be before some Jew would begin to fix his eye upon Highclere, and talk of putting out the present owner, who, though a Whig, is one of the best of that set of politicians, and who acted a manly part in the case of our deeply injured and deeply lamented Queen. Perhaps his Lordship thinks that there is no fear of the Jews as to him, but does he think that his tenants can sell fat hogs at 7s. 6d. a score, and pay him more than a third of the rent that they have paid him while the debt was contracting? I know that such a man does not lose his estate at once, but without rents what is the estate? And that the Jews will receive the far greater part of his rents is certain, unless the interest of the debt be reduced. Lord Carnarvon told a man, in 1820, that he did not like my politics. But what did he mean by my politics? I have no politics but such as he ought to like. I want to do away with that infernal system which, after having beggared and pauperized the labouring classes, has now, according to the report made by the Ministers themselves to the House of Commons, plunged the owners of the land themselves into a state of distress, for which those Ministers themselves can hold out no remedy. To be sure, I labour most assiduously to destroy a system of distress and misery. But is that any reason why a lord should dislike my politics? However, dislike or like them, to those very politics, the Lord themselves must come at last. And that I should exult in this thought, and take little pains to disguise my exultation, can surprise nobody who reflects on what has passed within these last 12 years. If the landlords be well, if things be going right with them, if they have fair prospects of happy days, then what need they care about me and my politics? But if they find themselves in distress, and do not know how to get out of it, and if they have been plunged into this distress by those who dislike my politics, is there not some reason for men of sense to hesitate a little before they condemn those politics? If no great change be wanted, if things could remain even, then men may, with some show of reason, say that I am disturbing that which ought to be let alone. But if things cannot remain as they are, if there must be a great change, is it not folly, and indeed is it not a species of idiotic perverseness, for men to set their faces, without rhyme or reason, against what is said as to this change by me, who have for nearly 20 years been warning the country of its danger, and foretelling that which has now come to pass and is coming to pass? However, I make no complaint on this score. People disliking my politics neither picks my pocket nor breaks my leg, as Jefferson said by the writings of the atheists. If they be pleased in disliking my politics, I am pleased in liking them, and so we are both enjoying ourselves. If the country wants no assistance from me, I am quite sure that I want none from it. November 3rd, Saturday. Fat hogs have lately sold in this village at 7s. 6d. a score, but would hardly bring that now, that is to say, at 4.5d. a pound. The hog is weighed whole, when killed and dressed. The head and feet are included, but so is the lard. Hogs fatted on peas or barley meal may be called the very best meat that England contains. At Salisbury, only about 20 miles off, fat hogs sell for 5s. to 4s. 6d. a score. But then, observe, these are dairy hogs, which are not nearly so good in quality as the corn-fed hogs. But I shall probably hear more about these prices as I get further towards the west. Some wheat has been sold at Newbury Market for £6 a load, 40 bushels, that is, at 3s. a bushel. A considerable part of the crop is wholly unfit for bread flour, and is not equal in value to good barley. In not a few instances the wheat has been carried into the gate or yard and thrown down to be made dung of. So that, if we were to take the average, it would not exceed, I am convinced, 5s. a bushel in this part of the country, and the average of all England would not, perhaps, exceed 4s. or 3s. 6d. a bushel. However, Lord Liverpool has got a bad harvest at last. That remedy has been applied. Somebody sent me some time ago that stupid newspaper called the Morning Herald, in which its readers were reminded of my false prophecies, I having, as this paper said, foretold that wheat would be at 2s. a bushel before Christmas. These gentlemen of the respectable part of the press do not mind lying a little upon a pinch. See Walter's Times of Tuesday last for the following. Mr. Cobbett has thrown open the front of his house at Kensington, where he proposes to sell meat at a reduced price. What I said was this, that, if the crop were good and the harvest fine, and gold continued to be paid at the bank, we should see wheat at 4, not 2s. a bushel before Christmas. Now, the crop was in many parts very much blighted, and the harvest was very bad indeed, and yet the average of England, including that which is destroyed, or not brought to market at all, will not exceed 4s. a bushel. A farmer told me the other day that he got so little offered for some of his wheat that he was resolved not to take any more of it to market, but to give it to hogs. Therefore, in speaking of the price of wheat, you are to take in the unsold as well as the sold, that which fetches nothing as well as that which is sold at high price. I see in the Irish papers, which have overtaken me on my way, that the system is working the agriculture asses in the sister kingdom too. The following paragraph will show that the remedy of a bad harvest has not done our dear sister much good. A very numerous meeting of the Kildare Farming Society met at Naas on the 24th instant, the Duke of Leinster in the chair, Robert de la Touche, Esquire, MP, Vice President. Nothing can more strongly prove the badness of the times and very unfortunate state of the country than the necessity in which the Society finds itself of discontinuing its premiums from its present want of funds. The best members of the farming classes have got so much in arrear in their subscriptions that they have declined to appear or to dine with their neighbours, and general depression damps the spirit of the most industrious and hitherto prosperous cultivators. You are mistaken, Pat. It is not the Times any more than it is the stars. Bobadil, you know, imputed his beating to the planets. Planets stricken by the foot of Pharaoh? No, Captain, says Weldon. Indeed, it was a stick. It is not the Times, dear Patrick. It is the Government, who, having first contracted a great debt in depreciated money, are now compelling you to pay the interest at the rate of 3 for 1. Whether this be right or wrong, the agriculture asses best know. It is much more their affair than it is mine. But be you well assured that they are only at the beginning of their sorrows. Ah, Patrick, whoever shall live only a few years will see a grand change in your state. Something a little more rational than Catholic emancipation will take place, or I am the most deceived of all mankind. This debt is your best, and indeed your only friend. It must at last give the thing a shake, such as it never had before. The accounts which my country newspapers give of the failure of farmers are perfectly dismal. In many, many instances, they have put an end to their existence, as the poor deluded creatures did, who had been ruined by the South Sea bubble. I cannot help feeling for these people, for whom my birth, education, taste, and habits give me so strong a partiality. Who can help feeling for their wives and children, hurled down headlong from affluence to misery in the space of a few months? Become all of a sudden the mockery of those whom they compelled, perhaps, to cringe before them. If the labourers exult, one cannot say that it is unnatural. If reason have her fair sway, I am exempted from all pain upon this occasion. I have done my best to prevent these calamities. Those farmers who have attended to me are safe while the storm rages. My endeavours to stop the evil in time cost me the earnings of 20 long years. I did not sink, no, nor bend, beneath the heavy and reiterated blows of the accursed system, which I have dealt back blow for blow, and blessed be God, I now see it reel. It is staggering about like a sheep with water in the head, turning its pate up on one side, seeming to listen, but has no hearing, seeming to look, but has no sight. One day it capers and dances, the next it mopes and seems ready to die. November 4th, Sunday. This, to my fancy, is a very nice country. It is continual hill and dell. Now and then a chain of hills higher than the rest, and these are downs, or woods. To stand upon any of the hills and look around you, you almost think you see the ups and downs of sea in a heavy swell, as the sailors call it, after what they call a gale of wind. The undulations are endless, and the great variety in the height, breadth, length, and form of the little hills has a very delightful effect. The soil, which to look on it appears to be more than half flint stones, is very good in quality, and, in general, better on the tops of the lesser hills than in the valleys. It has great tenacity, does not wash away like sand or light loam. It is a stiff, tenacious loam, mixed with flint stones, bears St. Foin well, and all sorts of grass, which make the fields on the hills as green as meadows, even at this season. And the grass does not burn up in summer. In a country so full of hills, one would expect endless runs of water and springs. There are none, absolutely none. No water furrow is ever made in the land, no ditches round the fields. And even in the deep valleys, such as that in which this village is situated, though it winds round for 10 or 15 miles, there is no run of water even now. There is the bed of a brook, which will run before spring, and it continues running with more or less water for about half the year, though some years it never runs at all. It rained all Friday night, pretty nearly all day yesterday, and to-day the ground is as dry as a bone, except just along the street of the village, which has been kept in a sort of stable by the flocks of sheep passing along to and from Appleshaw Fair. In the deep and long and narrow valleys, such as this, there are meadows with very fine herbage and very productive. The grass very fine and excellent in its quality. It is very curious that the soil is much shallower in the vales than on the hills. In the vales it is a sort of hazel mould on a bed of something approaching to gravel, but on the hills it is stiff loam, with apparently half flints, on a bed of something like clay first, reddish, not yellow, and then comes the chalk, which they often take up by digging a sort of wells, and then they spread it on the surface, as they do the clay in some countries, where they sometimes fetch it many miles, and at an immense expense. It was very common, near Botley, to chalk land at an expense of £16 an acre. The land here is excellent in quality generally, unless you get upon the highest chains of hills. They have frequently 40 bushels of wheat to the acre. Their barley is very fine, and their St. Foin abundant. The turnips are in general very good at this time, and the land appears as capable of carrying fine crops of them as any land that I have seen. A fine country for sheep, always dry. They never injure the land when feeding off turnips in wet weather, and they can lie down on the dry, for the ground is, in fact, never wet, except while the rain is actually falling. Sometimes in spring thaws and thunder showers the rain runs down the hills in torrents, but is gone directly. The flocks of sheep, some in fold and some at large, feeding on the sides of the hills, give great additional beauty to the scenery. The woods, which consist chiefly of oak thinly intermixed with ash, and well set with underwood of ash and hazel, but mostly the latter, are very beautiful. They sometimes stretch along the top and sides of hills for miles together, and as their edges or outsides, joining the fields and the downs, go winding and twisting about, and as the fields and downs are naked of trees, the sight altogether is very pretty. The trees in the deep and long valleys, especially the elm and the ash, are very fine and very lofty, and from distance to distance the rooks have made them their habitation. This sort of country, which in irregular shape is of great extent, has many and great advantages. Dry under foot, good roads, winter as well as summer, and little, very little, expense. St. Foin flourishes, fences cost little, wood, hurdles, and hedging stuff cheap, no shade in wet harvests, the water in the wells excellent. Good sporting country, except for coursing, and too many flints for that. What becomes of all the water? There is a spring in one of the cross valleys that runs into this, having a basin about 30 feet over, and about 8 feet deep, which, they say, sends up water once in about 30 or 40 years, and boils up so as to make a large current of water. Not far from Uphusband, the Wansdyke, I think it is called, crosses the country. Sir Richard Colt Hoare has written a great deal about this ancient boundary, which is indeed something very curious. In the ploughed fields the traces of it are quite gone, but they remain in the woods as well as on the downs. November 5th, Monday. A white frost this morning. The hills round about beautiful at sunrise, the rooks making that noise which they always make in winter mornings. The starlings are come in large flocks, and, which is deemed a sign of a hard winter, the field fares are come at an early season. The haws are very abundant, which they say is another sign of a hard winter. The wheat is high enough here in some fields to hide a hare, which is, indeed, not saying much for it, as a hare knows how to hide herself upon the bare ground. But it is in some fields 4 inches high, and is green and gay, the colour being finer than that of any grass. The fuel here is wood. Little coal is brought from Andover. A load of faggots does not cost above 10 shillings, so that in this respect the labourers are pretty well off. The wages here and in Berkshire about 8s. a week, but the farmers talk of lowering them. The poor rates heavy, and heavy they must be till taxes and rents come down greatly. Saturday, and to-day Appleshaw Sheep Fair. The sheep, which had taken a rise at Weyhill Fair, have fallen again even below the Norfolk and Sussex mark. Some Southdown lambs were sold at Appleshaw so low as 8s., and some even lower. Some Dorsetshire ewes brought no more than £1, and perhaps the average did not exceed 28s. I have seen a farmer here who can get, or could a few days ago, 28s. round for a lot of fat Southdown wethers, which cost him just that money when they were lambs 2 years ago. It is impossible that they can have cost him less than 24s. Each during the 2 years, having to be fed on turnips or hay in winter, and to be fatted on good grass. Here, upon 100 sheep, is a loss of £120, and £14 in addition at 5% interest on the sum expended in the purchase. Even suppose not a sheep has been lost by death or otherwise. I mentioned before, I believe, that fat hogs are sold at Salisbury at from 5s. to 4s. 6d. the score pounds, dead weight. Cheese has come down in the same proportion. A correspondent informs me that 150 Welsh sheep were, on the 18th of October, offered for 4s. 6d. a head, and that they went away unsold. The skin was worth a shilling of the money. The following I take from the Tyne Mercury of the 30th of October. Last week at Northampton Fair, Mr. Thomas Cooper of Bow purchased 3 milk cows and 40 sheep for £18, 16s. 6d. The skins 4 years ago would have sold for more than the money. The Hampshire Journal says that on 1st November, Thursday, at Newbury Market, wheat sold from 88s. to 24s. the quarter. This would make an average of 56s., but very little indeed was sold at 88s., only the prime of the old wheat. The best of the new for about 48s., and then, if we take into view the great proportion that cannot go to market at all, we shall not find the average, even in this rather dear part of England, to exceed 32s. or 4s. a bushel. And if we take all England through, it does not come up to that, nor anything like it. A farmer very sensibly observed to me yesterday, that if we had had such a crop and such a harvest a few years ago, good wheat would have been £50 a load, that is to say, 25s. a bushel. Nothing can be truer than this, and nothing can be clearer than that the present race of farmers, generally speaking, must be swept away by bankruptcy, if they do not in time make their bow and retire. There are 2 descriptions of farmers, very distinct as to the effects which this change must naturally have on them. The word farmer comes from the French fermier, and signifies renter. Those only who rent, therefore, are properly speaking farmers. Those who till their own land are yeomen, and when I was a boy it was the common practice to call the former farmers and the latter yeoman farmers. These yeomen have for the greater part been swallowed up by the paper system which has drawn such masses of money together. They have by degrees been bought out. Still there are some few left, and these, if not in debt, will stand their ground. But all the present race of mere renters must give way in one manner or another. They must break or drop their style greatly. Even in the latter case, their rent must, very shortly, be diminished more than 2/3. Then comes the landlord's turn, and the sooner the better. In the Maidstone Gazette I find the following: Prime beef was sold in Salisbury Market on Tuesday last at 4d. per pound, and good joints of mutton at 3½d., butter 11d. and 12d. per pound. In the west of Cornwall during the summer, pork has often been sold at 2½d. per pound. This is very true, and what can be better? How can Peel's Bill work in a more delightful manner? What nice general working of events! The country rag merchants have now very little to do. They have no discounts. What they have out, they owe. It is so much debt. And of course they become poorer and poorer, because they must, like a mortgager, have more and more to pay as prices fall. This is very good, for it will make them disgorge a part, at least, of what they have swallowed during the years of high prices and depreciation. They are worked in this sort of way. The tax collectors, the excise fellows, for instance, hold their sittings every 6 weeks, in certain towns about the country. They will receive the country rags, if the ragman can find, and will give security for the due payment of his rags when they arrive in London. For want of such security, or of some formality of the kind, there was a great bustle in a town in this county not many days ago. The excise fellow demanded sovereigns or Bank of England notes. Precisely how the matter was finally settled I know not, but the reader will see that the exciseman was only taking a proper precaution, for if the rags were not paid in London, the loss was his. Marlborough, Tuesday noon, November 6th. I left Uphusband this morning at 9, and came across to this place, 20 miles, in a post-chaise. Came up the valley of Uphusband, which ends at about 6 miles from the village, and puts one out upon the Wiltshire Downs, which stretch away towards the west and south-west, towards Devizes and towards Salisbury. After about half a mile of down, we came down into a level country. The flints cease, and the chalk comes nearer the top of the ground. The labourers along here seem very poor indeed. Farmhouses with 20 ricks round each, besides those standing in the fields. Pieces of wheat 50, 60, or 100 acres in a piece. But a group of women labourers, who were attending the measurers to measure their reaping work, presented such an assemblage of rags as I never before saw even amongst the hoppers at Farnham, many of whom are common beggars. I never before saw country people, and reapers too, observe, so miserable in appearance as these. There were some very pretty girls, but ragged as colts, and as pale as ashes. The day was cold too, and frost hardly off the ground, and their blue arms and lips would have made any heart ache but that of a seat seller or a loan jobber. A little after passing by these poor things, whom I left, cursing as I went those who had brought them to this state, I came to a group of shabby houses upon a hill. While the boy was watering his horses, I asked the ostler the name of the place, and as the old women say, you might have knocked me down with a feather when he said Great Bedouin. The whole of the houses are not intrinsically worth £1,000. There stood a thing out in the middle of the place, about 25 feet long and 15 wide, being a room stuck up on unhewed stone pillars about 10 feet high. It was the town hall, where the ceremony of choosing the 2 members is performed. This place sends members to Parliament, don't it? Said I to the ostler. Yes, sir. Who are members now? I don't know, indeed, sir. I have not read the Henriade of Voltaire for these 30 years. But in ruminating upon the ostler's answer, and in thinking of how the world, yes, the whole world, has been deceived as to this matter, 2 lines of that poem came across my memory. Représentants du peuple, les grands et le roi, spectacle magnifique, sur sacré des lois. The Frenchman, for want of understanding the thing as well as I do, left the eulogium incomplete. I therefore here add 4 lines, which I request those who publish future editions of the Henriade to insert in continuation of the above eulogium of Voltaire. Représentants du peuple, que celui-ci ignore, sont faits à miracle pour garder son or. Peuple trop heureux que le bonheur inonde, l'envie de vos voisins admirés du monde. The first line was suggested by the ostler, the last by the words which we so very often hear from the bar, the bench, the seats, the pulpit, and the throne. Doubtless my poetry is not equal to that of Voltaire, but my rhyme is as good as his, and my reason is a great deal better. In quitting this villanous place, we see the extensive and uncommonly ugly park and domain of Lord Aylesbury, who seems to have tacked park on to park, like so many outworks of a fortified city. I suppose here are 50 or 100 farms of former days swallowed up. They have been bought, I dare say, from time to time, and it would be a labour very well worthy of reward by the public to trace to its source the money by which these immense domains, in different parts of the country, have been formed. Marlborough, which is an ill-looking place enough, is succeeded on my road to Swindon by an extensive and very beautiful down about 4 miles over. Here nature has flung the earth about in a great variety of shapes. The fine short smooth grass has about 9 inches of mould under it, and then comes the chalk. The water that runs down the narrow side hill valleys is caught, in different parts of the down, in basins made on purpose and lined with clay apparently. This is for watering the sheep in summer, sure sign of a really dry soil, and yet the grass never parches upon these downs. The chalk holds the moisture, and the grass is fed by the dews in hot and dry weather. At the end of this down the high country ends. The hill is high and steep, and from it you look immediately down into a level farming country. A little further on into the dairy country, whence the North Wilts cheese comes, and beyond that into the Vale of Berkshire, and even to Oxford, which lies away to the north-east from this hill. The land continues good, flat, and rather wet to Swindon, which is a plain country town, built of the stone which is found at about 6 feet underground about here. I come on now towards Cirencester, through the dairy county of North Wilts. Cirencester, Wednesday noon, 7th November. I slept at a dairy farmhouse at Huntingdon, about 8 miles from Swindon, and 5 on one side of my road. I passed through that villanous hole, Cricklade, about 2 hours ago, and certainly a more rascally looking place I never set my eyes on. I wished to avoid it, but could get along no other way. All along here the land is a whitish stiff loam upon a bed of soft stone, which is found at various distances from the surface, sometimes 2 feet and sometimes 10. Here and there a field is fenced with this stone, laid together in walls without mortar or earth. All the houses and outhouses are made of it, and even covered with the thinnest of it formed into tiles. The stiles in the fields are made of large flags of this stone, and the gaps in the hedges are stopped with them. There is very little wood all along here. The labourers seem miserably poor. Their dwellings are little better than pig beds, and their looks indicate that their food is not nearly equal to that of a pig. Their wretched hovels are stuck upon little bits of ground on the road side, where the space has been wider than the road demanded. In many places they have not 2 rods to a hovel. It seems as if they had been swept off the fields by a hurricane, and had dropped and found shelter under the banks on the road side. Yesterday morning was a sharp frost, and this had set the poor creatures to digging up their little plats of potatoes. In my whole life I never saw human wretchedness equal to this. No, not even amongst the free negroes in America, who on average do not work 1 day out of 4. And this is prosperity, is it? These, O Pitt, are the fruits of thy hellish system. However, this Wiltshire is a horrible county. This is the county that the gallon loaf man belongs to. The land all along here is good, fine fields and pastures all around, and yet the cultivators of those fields so miserable. This is particularly the case on both sides of Cricklade, and in it too, where everything had the air of the most deplorable want. They are sowing wheat all the way from the Wiltshire Downs to Cirencester, though there is some wheat up. Winter vetches are up in some places and look very well. The turnips of both kinds are good all along here. I met a farmer going with porkers to Highworth Market. They would weigh, he said, 4.5, and he expected to get 7s. 6d. a score. I expect he will not. He said they had been fed on barley meal, but I did not believe him. I put it to his honour whether whey and beans had not been their food. He looked surly and pushed on. On this stiff ground they grow a good many beans, and give them to the pigs with whey, which makes excellent pork for the Londoners, but which must meet with a pretty hungry stomach to swallow it in Hampshire. The hogs all the way that I have come from Buckinghamshire are, without a single exception that I have seen, the old-fashioned black-spotted hogs. Mr. Blunt at Uphusband has one, which now weighs about 30 score, and will possibly weigh 40, for she moves about very easily yet. This is the weight of a good ox, and yet what a little thing it is compared to an ox. Between Cricklade and this place, Cirencester, I met, in separate droves, about 2,000 Welsh cattle, on their way from Pembrokeshire to the fairs in Sussex. The greater part of them were heifers and calf. They were purchased in Wales at from £3 to £4 10s. Each. None of them, the drovers told me, reached £5. These heifers used to fetch, at home, from £6 to £8, and sometimes more. Many of the things that I saw in these droves did not fetch in Wales 25s., and they go to no rising market. Now, is there a man in his senses who believes that this thing can go on in the present way? However, a fine thing indeed is this fall of prices. My cottager will easily get his cow, and a young cow too, for less than the £5 that I talked of. These Welsh heifers will calve about May, and they are just the very thing for a cottager. Gloucester, Thursday morning, November 8th. In leaving Cirencester, which is a pretty large town, a pretty nice town, and which the people call Città, I came uphill into a country, apparently formerly a down or common, but now divided into large fields by stone walls. Anything so ugly I have never seen before. The stone which, on the other side of Cirencester, lay a good way under ground, here lies very near to the surface. The plough is continually bringing it up, and thus, in general, come the means of making the walls that serve as fences. Anything quite so cheerless as this I do not recollect to have seen, for the Bagshot country and the commons between Farnham and Haslemere have heath at any rate, but these stones are quite abominable. The turnips are not a 50th of a crop like those of Mr. Clark at Berkshire in Norfolk, or Mr. Pym at Reigate in Surrey, or of Mr. Brazier at Worth in Sussex. I see 30 acres here that have less food upon them than I saw the other day upon half an acre at Mr. Budd's at Berkshire. Can it be good farming to plough and sow and hoe 30 acres to get what may be got upon half an acre? Can that half acre cost more than a 10th part as much as the 30 acres? But if I were to go to this 30-acre farmer and tell him what to do to the half acre, would he not exclaim with the farmer at Botley, "What, drow away all that 'ere ground between the lanes? Jod's blood!" With the exception of a little dell about 8 miles from Città, this miserable country continued to the distance of 10 miles, when, all of a sudden, I looked down from the top of a high hill into the Vale of Gloucester. Never was there, surely, such a contrast in this world. This hill is called Burlip Hill. It is much about a mile down it, and the descent so steep as to require the wheel of the chaise to be locked, and even with that precaution, I did not think it over and above safe to sit in the chaise. So, upon Sir Robert Wilson's principle of taking care of number 1, I got out and walked down. From this hill you see the Morven Hills in Wales. You look down into a sort of dish with a flat bottom. The hills are the sides of the dish, and the city of Gloucester, which you plainly see at 7 miles distance from Burlip Hill, appears to be not far from the centre of the dish. All here is fine. Fine farms, fine pastures, all enclosed fields, all divided by hedges, orchards aplenty, and I had scarcely seen one apple since I left Berkshire. Gloucester is a fine, clean, beautiful place, and, which is of a vast deal more importance, the labourers' dwellings, as I came along, looked good, and the labourers themselves pretty well as to dress and healthiness. The girls that work in the fields, always my standard, are not in rags, with bits of shoes tied on their feet and rags tied round their ankles, as they had in Wiltshire. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Rural Rides. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Rural Rides by William Cobbett, Chapter 2. Journal. From Gloucester to Bollitree in Hertfordshire, Ross, Hereford, Abingdon, Oxford, Cheltenham, Berkshire, Whitchurch, Uphusband, and thence to Kensington. Bollitree Castle, Herefordshire, Friday, 9th November, 1821. I got to this beautiful place, Mr. William Palmer's, yesterday, from Gloucester. This is in the parish of Weston, 2 miles on the Gloucester side of Ross, and, if not the first, nearly the first parish in Herefordshire, upon leaving Gloucester to go on through Ross to Hereford. On quitting Gloucester, I crossed the Severn, which had overflowed its banks, and covered the meadows with water, the soil good but stiff. The coppices and woods very much like those upon the clays in the south of Hampshire and in Sussex, but the land better for corn and grass. The goodness of the land is shown by the apple trees, and by the sort of sheep and cattle fed here. The sheep are a cross between the Ryland and Leicester, and the cattle of the Hertfordshire kind. These would starve in the pastures of any part of Hampshire or Sussex that I have ever seen. At about 7 miles from Gloucester I came to hills, and the land changed from the whitish soil, which I had hitherto seen, to a red-brown, with layers of flat stone of a reddish cast under it. Thus it continued to Bollitree. The trees of all kinds are very fine on the hills, as well as in the bottoms. The spot where I now am is peculiarly well situated in all respects. The land very rich, the pastures the finest I ever saw, the trees of all kinds surpassing upon an average any that I have before seen in England. From the house you see, in front and winding round to the left, a lofty hill called Penyard Hill, at about 1.5 miles distance, covered with oaks of the finest growth. Along at the foot of this wood are fields and orchards, continuing the slope of the hill down for a considerable distance, and, as the ground lies in a sort of ridges from the wood to the foot of the slope, the hill and dell is very beautiful. One of these dells, with the 2 adjoining sides of hills, is an orchard belonging to Mr. Palmer, and the trees, the ground, and everything belonging to it, put me in mind of the most beautiful of the spots in the north of Long Island. Sheltered by a lofty wood, the grass fine beneath the fruit trees, the soil dry under foot, though the rain had scarcely ceased to fall, no moss on the trees, the leaves of many of them yet green. Everything brought my mind to the beautiful orchards near Bayside, Little Neck, Mosquito Cove, and Oyster Bay in Long Island. No wonder that this is a country of cider and perry. But what a shame it is that here, at any rate, the owners and cultivators of the soil, not content with these, should, for mere fashion's sake, waste their substance on wine and spirits. They really deserve the contempt of mankind and the curses of their children. The woody hill mentioned before winds away to the left and carries the eye on to the Forest of Dean, from which it is divided by a narrow and very deep valley. Away to the right of Penyard Hill lies, in the bottom, at 2 miles distance, and on the bank of the River Wye, the town of Ross, over which we look down the vale to Monmouth, and see the Welsh hills beyond it. Beneath Penyard Hill, and on one of the ridges before mentioned, is the parish church of Weston, with some pretty white cottages near it, peeping through the orchard and other trees, and coming to the paddock before the house are some of the largest and loftiest trees in the country, standing singly here and there, amongst which is the very largest and loftiest walnut tree that I believe I ever saw, either in America or in England. In short, there wants nothing but the autumnal colours of the American trees to make this the most beautiful spot I ever beheld. I was much amused for an hour after daylight this morning in looking at the clouds, rising at intervals from the dells on the side of Penyard Hill, and flying to the top, and then over the hill. Some of the clouds went up in a roundish and compact form. Others rose in a sort of string or stream, the tops of them going over the hill before the bottoms were clear of the place whence they had arisen. Sometimes the clouds gathered themselves together along the top of the hill, and seemed to connect the topmost trees with the sky. I have been to-day to look at Mr. Palmer's fine crops of Swedish turnips, which are in general called Swedes. These crops having been raised according to my plan, I feel, of course, great interest in the matter. The Swedes occupy 2 fields, one of 13 and one of 17 acres. The main part of the 17-acre field was drilled, on ridges, 4 feet apart, a single row on a ridge, at different times, between 16th April and 29th May. An acre and a half of this piece was transplanted on 4 feet ridges, 30th July. About half an acre across the middle of the field was sown broadcast, 14th April. In the 13-acre field, there is about half an acre sown broadcast on the 1st of June. The rest of the field was transplanted, part in the first week of June, part in the last week of June, part from the 12th to 18th July, and the rest, about 3 acres, from 21st to 23rd July. The drilled Swedes in the 17-acre field contain full 23 tons to the acre, the transplanted ones in that field 15 tons, and the broadcast not exceeding 10 tons. Those in the 13-acre field, which were transplanted before the 21st July, contain 27, if not 30 tons, and the rest of that field about 17 tons to the acre. The broadcast piece here, half an acre, may contain 7 tons. The shortness of my time will prevent us from ascertaining the weight by actual weighings, but such is the crop according to the best of my judgment, after a very minute survey of it in every part of each field. Now, here is a little short of 800 tons of food, about a fifth part of which consists of tops, and of course there is about 640 tons of bulb. As to the value and uses of this prodigious crop, I need say nothing. And as to the time and manner of sowing and raising the plants for transplanting, the act of transplanting, and the after cultivation, Mr. Palmer has followed the directions contained in my Year's Residence in America; and indeed he is forward to acknowledge that he had never thought of this mode of culture, which he has followed now for 3 years, and which he has found so advantageous, until he read that work, a work which the Farmer's Journal thought proper to treat as a romance. Mr. Palmer has had some cabbages of the large drumhead kind. He had about 3 acres in rows at 4 feet apart, and at little less than 3 feet apart in the rows, making 10,000 cabbages on the 3 acres. He kept 95 wethers and 96 ewes, large fatting sheep, upon them for 5 weeks, all but 2 days, ending in the first week of November. The sheep, which are now feeding off yellow turnips, in an adjoining part of the same field, come back over the cabbage ground, and scoop out the stumps almost to the ground in many cases. This ground is going to be ploughed for wheat immediately. Cabbages are a very fine autumn crop, but it is the Swedes on which you must rely for the spring, and on housed or stacked Swedes too, for they will rot in many of our winters if left in the ground. I have had them rot myself, and I saw, in March 1820, hundreds of acres rotten in Warwickshire and Northamptonshire. Mr. Palmer greatly prefers the transplanting to the drilling. It has numerous advantages over the drilling: greater regularity of crop, greater certainty, the only sure way of avoiding the fly, greater crop, admitting of 2 months' later preparation of land, can come after vetches cut up for horses, as indeed a part of Mr. Palmer's transplanted Swedes did, and requiring less labour and expense. I asserted this in my Year's Residence. And Mr. Palmer, who has been very particular in ascertaining the fact, states positively that the expense of transplanting is not so great as the hoeing and setting out of the drilled crops, and not so great as the common hoeings of broadcast. This, I think, settles the question. But the advantages of the wide row culture by no means confine themselves to the green and root crop, for Mr. Palmer drills his wheat upon the same ridges without ploughing after he has taken off the Swedes. He drills it at 8 inches and puts in from 8 to 10 gallons to the acre. His crop of 1820, drilled in this way, averaged 40 bushels to the acre, part drilled in November and part so late as February. It was the common Lammas wheat. His last crop of wheat is not yet ascertained, but it was better after the Swedes than in any other of his land. His manner of taking off the crop is excellent. He first cuts off and carries away the tops. Then he has an implement, drawn by 2 oxen, walking on each side of the ridge, with which he cuts off the tap root of the Swedes without disturbing the land of the ridge. Any child can then pull up the bulb. Thus the ground, clean as a garden, and in that compact state which the wheat is well known to like, is ready at once for drilling with wheat. As to the uses to which he applies the crop, tops as well as bulbs, I must speak of these hereafter, and in a work of a description different from this. I have been thus particular here, because the Farmer's Journal treated my book as a pack of lies. I know that my, for it is mine, system of cattle food husbandry will finally be that of all England, as it already is that of America. But what I am doing here is merely in self-defence against the slanders, the malignant slanders, of the Farmer's Journal. Where is a Whig lord who some years ago wrote to a gentleman that he would have nothing to do with any reform that Cobbett was engaged in? But in spite of the brutal journal, Farmers are not such fools as this lord was. They will not reject a good crop, because they can have it only by acting upon my plan. And this lord will, I imagine, yet see the day when he will be less averse from having to do with a reform in which Cobbett shall be engaged. Old Hall, Saturday night, November 10th. Went to Hereford this morning. It was market day. My arrival became known, and I am sure I cannot tell how. A sort of buzz got about. I could perceive here, as I always have elsewhere, very ardent friends and very bitter enemies, but all full of curiosity. One thing could not fail to please me exceedingly. My friends were gay and my enemies gloomy. The former smiled, and the latter, in endeavouring to screw their features into a sneer, could get them no further than the half sour and half sad. The former seemed in their looks to say, "Here he is," and the latter to respond, "Yes, God damn him." I went into the market-place amongst the farmers, with whom, in general, I was very much pleased. If I were to live in the county 2 months, I should be acquainted with every man of them. The country is very fine all the way from Ross to Hereford. The soil is always a red loam upon a bed of stone. The trees are very fine, and certainly winter comes later here than in Middlesex. Some of the oak trees are still perfectly green, and many of the ashes as green as in September. In coming from Hereford to this place, which is the residence of Mrs. Palmer and that of her 2 younger sons, Messrs. Philip and Walter Palmer, who with their brother had accompanied me to Hereford, in coming to this place, which lies at about 2 miles distance from the great road, and at about an equal distance from Hereford and from Ross, we met with something, the sight of which pleased me exceedingly. It was that of a very pretty, pleasant-looking lady, and young too, with 2 beautiful children, riding in a little sort of chaise cart, drawn by an ass, which she was driving in reins. She appeared to be well known to my friends, who drew up and spoke to her, calling her Mrs. Locke, or Locky, I hope it was not Lockhart, or some such name. Her husband, who is, I suppose, some young farmer of the neighbourhood, may well call himself Mr. Lucky, for to have such a wife, and for such a wife to have the good sense to put up with an ass-cart, in order to avoid, as much as possible, feeding those cormorants who gorge on the taxes, is a blessing that falls, I am afraid, to the lot of very few rich farmers. Mrs. Locke, if that be her name, is a real practical radical. Others of us resort to radical coffee and radical tea, and she has a radical carriage. This is a very effectual way of assailing the thing, and peculiarly well suited for the practice of the female sex. But the self-denial ought not to be imposed on the wife only. The husband ought to set the example, and let me hope that Mr. Locke does not indulge in the use of wine and spirits, while Mrs. Locke and her children ride in a jackass gig. For if he do, he wastes in this way the means of keeping her a chariot and pair. If there be to be any expense not absolutely necessary, if there be to be anything bordering on extravagance, surely it ought to be for the pleasure of that part of the family who have the least number of objects of enjoyment. And for a husband to indulge himself in the guzzling of expensive, unnecessary, and really injurious drink, to the tune perhaps of 50 or 100 pounds a year, while he preaches economy to his wife, and with a face as long as my arm talks of the low price of corn, and wheedles her out of a curricle into a jackass cart, is not only unjust, but unmanly. Old Hall, Sunday night, 11th November. We have ridden to-day, though in the rain for a great part of the time, over the fine farm of Mr. Philip Palmer at this place, and that of Mr. Walter Palmer in the adjoining parish of Pencoed. Everything here is good. Arable land, pastures, orchards, coppices, and timber trees, especially the elms, many scores of which approach nearly to 100 feet in height. Mr. Philip Palmer has 4 acres of Swedes on 4 feet ridges, drilled on the 11th and 14th of May. The plants were very much injured by the fly, so much that it was a question whether the whole piece ought not to be ploughed up. However, the gaps in the rows were filled up by transplanting, and the ground was twice ploughed between the ridges. The crop here is very fine, and I should think that its weight could not be less than 17 tons to the acre. Of Mr. Walter Palmer's Swedes, 5 acres were drilled, on ridges nearly 4 feet apart, on the 3rd of June, 4 acres on the 15th of June, and an acre and a half transplanted after vetches on the 15th of August. The weight of the first is about 20 tons to the acre, that of the second not much less, and that of the last even 5 or 6 tons. The first 2 pieces were mauled to pieces by the fly, but the gaps were filled up by transplanting, the ground being digged on the tops of the ridges to receive the plants, so that perhaps a third part or more of the crop is due to the transplanting. As to the last piece, that transplanted on the 15th of August after vetches, it is clear that there could have been no crop without transplanting, and after all, the crop is by no means a bad one. It is clear enough to me that this system will finally prevail all over England. The loyal, indeed, may be afraid to adopt it, lest it should contain something of radicalism. Sap-headed fools! They will find something to do, I believe, soon, besides railing against radicals. We will din radical and national faith in their ears, till they shall dread the din as much as a dog does the sound of the bell that is tied to the whip. Bollitree, Monday, 12th November. Returned this morning and rode about the farm, and also about that of Mr. Winnell, where I saw, for the first time, a plough going without being held. The man drove the 3 horses that drew the plough, and carried the plough round at the ends, but left it to itself the rest of the time. There was a skim coulter that turned the sward in under the furrow, and the work was done very neatly. This gentleman has 6 acres of cabbages on ridges 4 feet apart, with a distance of 30 inches between the plants on the ridge. He has weighed one of what he deemed an average weight, and found it to weigh 15 pounds without the stump. Now, as there are 4,320 upon an acre, the weight of the acres is 30 tons all but 400 pounds. This is a prodigious crop, and it is peculiarly well suited for food for sheep at this season of the year. Indeed, it is good for any farm stock, oxen, cows, pigs, all like these loaved cabbages. For hogs in yard after the stubbles are gone, and before the tops of the Swedes come in. What masses of manure may be created by this means! But, above all things, for sheep to feed off upon the ground. Common turnips have not half the substance in them weight for weight. Then they are in the ground, they are dirty, and in wet weather the sheep must starve or eat a great deal of dirt. This very day, for instance, what a sorry sight is a flock of fatting sheep upon turnips! What a mess of dirt and stubble! The cabbage stands boldly up above the ground, and the sheep eats it all up without treading a morsel in the dirt. Mr. Winnell has a large flock of sheep feeding on his cabbages, which they will have finished, perhaps, by January. This gentleman also has some radical Swedes, as they call them in Norfolk. A part of his crop is on ridges 5 feet apart, with 2 rows on the ridge, a part on 4 feet ridges, with 1 row on the ridge. I cannot see that anything is gained in weight by the double rows. I think that there may be nearly 20 tons to the acre. Another piece Mr. Winnell transplanted after vetches. They are very fine, and altogether he has a crop that any one but a loyal farmer might envy him. This is really the radical system of husbandry. Radical means belonging to the root, going to the root, and the main principle of this system, first taught by Tull, is that the root of the plant is to be fed by deep tillage while it is growing, and to do this we must have our wide distances. Our system of husbandry is happily illustrative of our system of politics. Our lines of movement are fair and straightforward. We destroy all weeds which, like tax-eaters, do nothing but devour the sustenance that ought to feed the valuable plants. Our plants are all well fed, and our nations of Swedes and of cabbages present a happy uniformity of enjoyments and of bulk, and not, as in the broadcast system of corruption, here and there one of enormous size, surrounded by thousands of poor little starveling things, scarcely distinguishable by the keenest eye, or, if seen, seen only to inspire a contempt of the husbandman. The Norfolk boys are therefore right in calling their Swedes radical Swedes. Bollitree, Tuesday, 13th November. Rode to-day to see a grove belonging to Mrs. Westphalen, which contains the very finest trees, oaks, chestnuts, and ashes, that I ever saw in England. This grove is worth going from London to Weston to see. The lady, who is very much beloved in her neighbourhood, is apparently of the old school, and her house and gardens, situated in a beautiful dell, form, I think, the most comfortable-looking thing of the kind that I ever saw. If she had known that I was in her grove, I dare say she would have expected it to blaze up in flames, or, at least, that I was come to view the premises previous to confiscation. I can forgive persons like her, but I cannot forgive the parsons and others who have misled them. Mrs. Westphalen, if she live many years, will find that the best friends of the owners of the land are those who have endeavoured to produce such a reform of the Parliament as would have prevented the ruin of tenants. This parish of Weston is remarkable for having a rector who has constantly resided for 20 years. I do not believe that there is an instance to match this in the whole kingdom. However, the reverend gentlemen may be assured that, before many years have passed over their heads, they will be very glad to reside in their parsonage houses. Bollitree, Wednesday, 14th November. Rode to the Forest of Dean, up a very steep hill. The lanes here are between high banks, and on the sides of the hills the road is a rock, the water having long ago washed all the earth away. Pretty works are, I find, carried on here, as is the case in all the other public forests. Are these things always to be carried on in this way? Here is a domain of 30,000 acres of the finest timber land in the world, and with coal mines endless. Is this worth nothing? Cannot each acre yield 10 trees a year? Are not these trees worth £1 apiece? Is not the estate worth 300,000 or 400,000 pounds a year? And does it yield anything to the public to whom it belongs? But it is useless to waste one's breath in this way. We must have a reform of the Parliament. Without it the whole thing will fall to pieces. The only good purpose that these forests answer is that of furnishing a place of being to labourers' families on their skirts, and here their cottages are very neat, and the people look hearty and well, just as they do round the forest in Hampshire. Every cottage has a pig or two. These graze in the forest, and in the fall eat acorns and beech nuts and the seed of the ash, for these last, as well as the others, are very full of oil, and a pig that is put to his shifts will pick the seed very nicely out from the husks. Some of these foresters keep cows, and all of them have bits of ground, cribbed, of course, at different times, from the forest. And to what better use can the ground be put? I saw several wheat stubbles from 40 rods to 10 rods. I asked one man how much wheat he had from about 10 rods. He said more than 2 bushels. Here is bread for 3 weeks, or more perhaps, and a winter's straw for the pig besides. Are these things nothing? The dead limbs and old roots of the forest give fuel. And how happy are these people compared with the poor creatures about Great Bedwin and Cricklade, where they have neither land nor shelter, and where I saw the girls carrying home bean and wheat stubble for fuel. Those countries always but badly furnished with fuel. The desolating and damnable system of paper money, by sweeping away small homesteads, and laying 10 farms into one, has literally stripped of all shelter for the labourer. A farmer, in such cases, has a whole domain in his hands, and this not only to the manifest injury of the public at large, but in open violation of positive law. The poor forgers hanged. But where is the prosecutor of the monopolizing farmer, though the law is as clear in the one case as in the other? But it required this infernal system to render every wholesome regulation nugatory, and to reduce to such abject misery a people famed in all ages for the goodness of their food and their dress. There is one farmer in the north of Hampshire who has nearly 8,000 acres of land in his hands, who grows 1,400 acres of wheat and 2,000 acres of barley. He occupies what was formerly 40 farms. Is it any wonder that paupers increase? And is there not here cause enough for the increase of poor, without resorting to the doctrine of the barbarous and impious Malthus and his assistants, the philosophers of the Edinburgh Review, those eulogists and understrappers of the Whig oligarchy? This farmer has done nothing unlawful, some one will say. I say he has. For there is a law to forbid him thus to monopolize land. But no matter. The laws, the management of the affairs of a nation, ought to be such as to prevent the existence of the temptation to such monopoly. And even now the evil ought to be remedied, and could be remedied, in the space of 6 years. The disappearance of the paper money would do the thing in time, but this might be assisted by legislative measures. In returning from the forest we were overtaken by my son, whom I had begged to come from London to see this beautiful country. On the roadside we saw 2 lazy-looking fellows in long greatcoats and bundles in their hands going into a cottage. "What do you deal in?" said I to one of them, who had not yet entered the house. "In the medical way," said he. And I find that vagabonds of this description are seen all over the country with tea licenses in their pockets. They vend tea, drugs, and religious tracts; the first to bring the body into a debilitated state, the second to finish the corporeal part of the business, and the third to prepare the spirit for its separation from the clay. Never was a system so well calculated as the present to degrade, debase, and enslave a people. Law, and, as if that were not sufficient, enormous subscriptions are made. Everything that can be done is done to favour these perambulatory impostors in their depredations on the ignorant, while everything that can be done is done to prevent them from reading or from hearing of anything that has a tendency to give them rational notions or to better their lot. However, all is not buried in ignorance. Down the deep and beautiful valley between Penyard Hill and the hills on the side of the Forest of Dean there runs a stream of water. On that stream of water there is a paper mill. In that paper mill there is a set of workmen. That set of workmen do, I am told, take the register, and have taken it for years. It was to these good and sensible men, it is supposed, that the ringing of the bells of Weston Church upon my arrival was to be ascribed, for nobody that I visited had any knowledge of the cause. What a subject for lamentation with corrupt hypocrites, that even on this secluded spot there should be a leaven of common sense! No, all is not enveloped in brute ignorance yet, in spite of every artifice that hellish corruption has been able to employ, in spite of all her menaces and all her brutalities and cruelties. Old Hall, Thursday, 15th November. We came this morning from Bollitree to Ross Market, and thence to this place. Ross is an old-fashioned town, but it is very beautifully situated. And if there is little of finery in the appearance of the inhabitants, there is also little of misery. It is a good plain country town, or settlement of tradesmen, whose business is that of supplying the wants of the cultivators of the soil. It presents to us nothing of rascality and roguishness of look, which you see on almost every visage in the borough towns, not excepting the visages of the women. I can tell a borough town from another upon my entrance into it by the nasty, cunning, leering, designing look of the people, a look between that of a bad, for some are good, Methodist parson, and that of a pickpocket. I remember, and I never shall forget, the horrid looks of the villains in Devonshire and Cornwall. Some people say, "Oh, poor fellows! It is not their fault." No? Whose fault is it then? The miscreants who bribed them. True that these deserve the halter, and some of them may have it yet. But are not the takers of the bribes equally guilty? If we be so very lenient here, pray let us ascribe to the devil all the acts of thieves and robbers. So we do, but we hang the thieves and robbers nevertheless. It is no very unprovoking reflection that, from these sinks of atrocious villainy, come a very considerable part of the men to fill places of emolument and trust. What a clog upon a minister to have people bred in such scenes forced upon him! And why does this curse continue? However, its natural consequences are before us, and are coming on pretty fast upon each other's heels. There are the landlords and farmers in a state of absolute ruin. There is the debt, pulling the nation down, like as a stone pulls a dog under water. The system seems to have fairly wound itself up, to have tied itself hand and foot with cords of its own spinning. This is the town to which Pope has given an interest in our minds, by his eulogium on the Man of Ross, a portrait of whom is hanging up in a house in which I now am. The market at Ross was very dull. No wheat in demand. No buyers. It must come down. Lord Liverpool's remedy, a bad harvest, has assuredly failed. Fowls 2s. a couple. A goose from 2s. 6d. to 3s. A turkey from 3s. to 3s. 6d. Let a turkey come down to 1s. as in France, and then we shall soon be to rights. Friday, 16th November. A whole day, most delightfully passed a hare hunting, with a pretty pack of hounds kept here by Messrs. Palmer. They put me upon a horse that seemed to have been made on purpose for me, strong, tall, gentle, and bold, and that carried me either over or through everything. I, who am just the weight of a 4-bushel sack of good wheat, actually sat on his back from daylight in the morning to dusk, about 9 hours, without once setting my foot on the ground. Our ground was at Orcop, a place about 4 miles distance from this place. We found a hare in a few minutes after throwing off, and in the course of the day we had to find 4, and were never more than 10 minutes in finding. A steep and naked ridge, lying between 2 flat valleys, having a mixture of pretty large fields and small woods, formed our ground. The hares crossed the ridge forward and backward, and gave us numerous views and very fine sport. I never rode on such steep ground before, and really, in going up and down some of the craggy places, where the rains had washed the earth from the rocks, I did think once or twice of my neck, and how Sidmouth would like to see me. As to the cruelty, as some pretend, of this sport, that point I have, I think, settled in one of the chapters of my year's residence in America. As to the expense, a pack, even a full pack of harriers like this, costs less than 2 bottles of wine a day with their inseparable concomitants. And as to the time thus spent, hunting is inseparable from early rising, and with habits of early rising, who ever wanted time for any business? Oxford, Saturday, 17th November. We left Old Hall, where we always breakfasted by candlelight, this morning after breakfast. Returned to Bollitree, took the Hereford coach as it passed about noon, and came in it through Gloucester, Cheltenham, Northleach, Burford, Witney, and on to this city, where we arrived about 10 o'clock. I could not leave Herefordshire without bringing with me the most pleasing impressions. It is not for one to descend to particulars in characterizing one's personal friends, and therefore I will content myself with saying, that the treatment I met with in this beautiful county, where I saw not one single face that I had to my knowledge ever seen before, was much more than sufficient to compensate to me, personally, for all the atrocious calumnies which, for 20 years, I have had to endure. But where is my country, a great part of the present hideous sufferings of which will, by every reflecting mind, be easily traced to these calumnies, which have been made the ground, or pretext, for rejecting that counsel, by listening to which those sufferings would have been prevented? Where is my country to find a compensation? At Gloucester, as there were no meals on the road, we furnished ourselves with nuts and apples, which, first a handful of nuts and then an apple, are, I can assure the reader, excellent and most wholesome fare. They say that nuts of all sorts are unwholesome. If they had been, I should never have written registers, and if they were now, I should have ceased to write ere this. For, upon an average, I have eaten a pint a day since I left home. In short, I could be very well content to live on nuts, milk, and home-baked bread. From Gloucester to Cheltenham the country is level, and the land rich and good. The fields along here are ploughed in ridges about 20 feet wide, and the angle of this species of roof is pretty nearly as sharp as that of some slated roofs of houses. There is no wet under; it is the top wet only that they aim at keeping from doing mischief. Cheltenham is a nasty, ill-looking place, half clown and half cockney. The town is one street about a mile long; but then, at some distance from this street, there are rows of white tenements with green balconies, like those inhabited by the tax-eaters round London. Indeed, this place appears to be the residence of an assemblage of tax-eaters. These vermin shift about between London, Cheltenham, Bath, Bognor, Brighton, Tunbridge, Ramsgate, Margate, Worthing, and other spots in England, while some of them get over to France and Italy, just like those body vermin of different sorts that are found in different parts of the tormented carcass, at different hours of the day and night, and in different degrees of heat and cold. Cheltenham is at the foot of a part of that chain of hills which form the sides of that dish which I described as resembling the Vale of Gloucester. Soon after quitting this resort of the lame and the lazy, the gormandizing and guzzling, the bilious and the nervous, we proceeded on, between stone walls, over a country little better than that from Cirencester to Burlip Hill, a very poor, dull, and uninteresting country, all the way to Oxford. Berkshire, Hants, Sunday, 18th November. We left Oxford early, and went on, through Abingdon, Berks, to Market Ilsley. It is a saying hereabouts, that at Oxford they make the living pay for the dead, which is precisely according to the pit system. Having smarted on this account, we were afraid to eat again at an inn, so we pushed on through Ilsley towards Newbury, breakfasting upon the residue of the nuts, aided by a new supply of apples bought from a poor man, who exhibited them in his window. Inspired, like Don Quixote, by the sight of the nuts, and recollecting the last night's bill, I exclaimed, "Happy, thrice happy and blessed, that golden age, when men lived on the simple fruits of the earth, and slaked their thirst at the pure and limpid brook; when the trees shed their leaves to form a couch for their repose, and cast their bark to furnish them with a canopy! Happy age, when no Oxford landlord charged two men who had dropped into a common coach passenger room, and who had swallowed 3 pennyworths of food, 4 shillings for teas, and 18 pence for cold meat, 2 shillings for moulds and fire, in this common coach room, and 5 shillings for beds." This was a sort of grace before meat to the nuts and apples. And it had much more merit than the harangue of Don Quixote; for he, before he began upon the nuts, had stuffed himself well with goat's flesh and wine, whereas we had absolutely fled from the breakfast table and blazing fire at Oxford. Upon beholding the masses of buildings at Oxford, devoted to what they call learning, I could not help reflecting on the drones that they contain, and the wasps they send forth. However, malignant as some are, the great and prevalent characteristic is folly, emptiness of head, want of talent, and one half of the fellows who are what they call educated here are unfit to be clerks in a grocer's or mercer's shop. As I looked up at what they call University Hall, I could not help reflecting that what I had written, even since I left Kensington on the 29th of October, would produce more effect and do more good in the world than all that had for 100 years been written by all the members of this University, who devour perhaps not less than £1,000,000 a year, arising from property, completely at the disposal of the great council of the nation. And I could not help exclaiming to myself, "Stand forth, ye big-wigged, ye gloriously feeding doctors! Stand forth, ye rich of that church whose poor have had given them £100,000 a year, not out of your riches, but out of the taxes raised in part from the salt of the labouring man! Stand forth and face me, who have from the pen of my leisure hours sent amongst your flocks 100,000 sermons in 10 months, more than you have all done for the last half century." I exclaimed in vain. I dare say, for it was at peep of day, that not a man of them had yet endeavoured to unclose his eyes. In coming through Abingdon, Berks, I could not help thinking of that great financier, Mr. John Maberley, by whom this place has, I believe, the honour to be represented in the collective wisdom of the nation. In the way to Ilsley we came across a part of that fine tract of land called the Vale of Berkshire, where they grow wheat and beans, one after another, for many years together. About 3 miles before we reached Ilsley we came to downs, with, as is always the case, chalk under. Between Ilsley and Newbury the country is enclosed, the land middling, a stony loam, the woods and coppices frequent, and neither very good, till we came within a short distance of Newbury. In going along, we saw a piece of wheat with cabbage leaves laid all over it at the distance, perhaps, of 8 or 10 feet from each other. It was to catch the slugs. The slugs, which commit their depredations in the night, creep under the leaves in the morning, and by turning up the leaves you come at the slugs, and crush them, or carry them away. But besides the immense daily labour attending this, the slug, in a field sowed with wheat, has a clod to creep under at every foot, and will not go 5 feet to get under a cabbage leaf. Then again, if the day be wet, the slug works by day as well as by night. It is the sun and drought that he shuns, and not the light. Therefore the only effectual way to destroy slugs is to sow lime in dust, and not slaked. The slug is wet, he has hardly any skin, his slime is his covering. The smallest dust of hot lime kills him, and a few bushels to the acre are sufficient. You must sow the lime at dusk, for then the slugs are sure to be out. Slugs come after a crop that has long afforded a great deal of shelter from the sun, such as peas and vetches. In gardens they are nursed up by strawberry beds and by weeds, by asparagus beds, or by anything that remains for a long time to keep the summer sun from the earth. We got about 3 o'clock to this nice snug little farmhouse, and found our host, Mr. Budd, at home. Berkshire, Monday, 19th November. A thorough wet day, the only day the greater part of which I have not spent out of doors since I left home. Berkshire, Tuesday, 20th November. With Mr. Budd we rode to-day to see the farm of Tull at Shalbourne in Berkshire. Mr. Budd did the same thing with Arthur Young 27 years ago. It was a sort of pilgrimage, but as the distance was 10 miles, we thought it best to perform it on horseback. We passed through the parish of Highclere, where they have enclosed commons, worth, as tillage land, not 1 single farthing an acre, and never will, and never can be. As a common, it afforded a little picking for geese and asses, and in the moory parts of it a little fuel for the labourers. But now it really can afford nothing. It will all fall to common again by degrees. This madness, this blind eagerness to gain, is now, I hope, pretty nearly over. At East Woody we passed the house of a Mr. Goddard, which is uninhabited, he residing at Bath. At West Woody, Berks, is the estate of Mr. Sloper, a very pretty place, a beautiful sporting country, large fields, small woods, dry soil. What has taken place here is an instance of the workings of the system. Here is a large gentleman's house, but the proprietor lets it (it is just now empty), and resides in a farmhouse and farms his own estate. Happy is the landlord who has the good sense to do this in time. This is a fine farm, and here appears to be very judicious farming. Large tracts of turnips, clean land, stubbles ploughed up early, ploughing with oxen, and a very large and singularly fine flock of sheep. Everything that you see, land, stock, implements, fences, buildings, all do credit to the owner, bespeak his sound judgment, his industry and care. All that is wanted here is the radical husbandry, because that would enable the owner to keep 3 times the quantity of stock. However, since I left home, I have seen but very few farms that I should prefer to that of Mr. Sloper, whom I have not the pleasure to know, and whom, indeed, I never heard of till I saw his farm. At a village, certainly named by some author, called Inkpen, we passed a neat little house and paddock, the residence of a Mr. Butler, a nephew of Dr. Butler, who died Bishop of Oxford, and whom I can remember hearing preach at Farnham in Surrey, when I was a very, very little boy. I have his features and his wig as clearly in my recollection as if I had seen them but yesterday, and I dare say I have not thought of Dr. Butler for 40 years before to-day. The loyal, oh, the pious gang, will say that my memory is good as to the face and wig, but bad as to the Doctor's sermons. Why, I must confess that I have no recollection of them. But then, do I not make sermons myself? At about 2 miles from Inkpen, we came to the end of our pilgrimage. The farm, which was Mr. Tull's, where he used the first drill that ever was used, where he practised his husbandry, where he wrote that book which does so much honour to his memory, and to which the cultivators of England owe so much. This farm is on an open and somewhat bleak spot in Berkshire, on the borders of Wiltshire, and within a very short distance of a part of Hampshire. The ground is a loam mixed with flints, and has the chalk at no great distance beneath it. It is, therefore, free from wet, needs no water furrows, and is pretty good in its nature. The house, which has been improved by Mr. Blandy, the present proprietor, is still but a plain farmhouse. Mr. Blandy has lived here 30 years, and has brought up 10 children to man's and woman's estate. Mr. Blandy was from home, but Mrs. Blandy received and entertained us in a very hospitable manner. We returned, not along the low land, but along the top of the downs and through Lord Carnarvon's Park, and got home after a very pleasant day. Berkshire, Wednesday, 21st November. We intended to have a hunt, but the foxhounds came across and rendered it impracticable. As an instance of the change which rural customs have undergone, since the hellish paper system has been so furiously at work, I need only mention the fact that 40 years ago there were 5 packs of foxhounds and 10 packs of harriers kept within 10 miles of Newbury, and that now there is 1 of the former, kept 2 by subscription, and none of the latter, except the few couple of dogs kept by Mr. Budd. So much the better, says the shallow fool, who cannot duly estimate the difference between a resident native gentry, attached to the soil, known to every farmer and labourer from their childhood, frequently mixing with them in those pursuits, where all artificial distinctions are lost, practising hospitality without ceremony, from habit and not on calculation, and a gentry only now and then residing at all, having no relish for country delights, foreign in their manners, distant and haughty in their behaviour, looking to the soil only for its rents, viewing it as a mere object of speculation, unacquainted with its cultivators, despising them and their pursuits, and relying for influence, not upon the good will of the vicinage, but upon the dread of their power. The war and paper system has brought in nabobs, negro drivers, generals, admirals, governors, commissaries, contractors, pensioners, sinecurists, commissioners, loan jobbers, lottery dealers, bankers, stock jobbers, not to mention the long and black list in gowns and three-tailed wigs. You can see but few good houses not in possession of one or the other of these. These, with the parsons, are now the magistrates. Some of the consequences are before us, but they have not all yet arrived. A taxation that sucks up 50 millions a year must produce a new set of proprietors every 20 years or less, and the proprietors, while they last, can be little better than tax collectors to the government and scourgers of the people. I must not quit Berkshire without noticing Mr. Budd's radical Swedes and other things. His is but miniature farming, but it is very good and very interesting. Some time in May he drilled a piece of Swedes on 4 feet ridges. The fly took them off. He had cabbage and mangel wurzel plants to put in their stead. Unwilling to turn back the ridges, and thereby bring the dung to the top, he planted the cabbages and mangel wurzel on the ridges where the Swedes had been drilled. This was done in June. Late in July, his neighbour, a farmer Hulbert, had a field of Swedes that he was hoeing. Mr. Budd now put some manure in the furrows between the ridges, and ploughed a furrow over it from each ridge. On this he planted Swedes taken from farmer Hulbert's field. Thus his plantation consisted of rows of plants 2 feet apart. The result is a prodigious crop. Of the mangel wurzel, greens and all, he has not less than 20 tons to the acre. He can scarcely have less of the cabbages, some of which are green Savoys as fine as I ever saw. And of the Swedes, many of which weigh from 5 to 9 pounds, he certainly has more than 20 tons to the acre. So that here is a crop of, at the very least, 40 tons to the acre. This piece is not much more than half an acre, but he will perhaps not find so much cattle food upon any 4 acres in the county. He is, and long has been, feeding 4 milk cows, large, fine, and in fine condition, upon cabbages sometimes, and sometimes on mangel wurzel leaves. The butter is excellent. Not the smallest degree of bitterness or bad taste of any sort. Fine colour and fine taste. And here, upon not 3/4 of an acre of ground, he has, if he manage the thing well, enough food for these 4 cows to the month of May. Can any system of husbandry equal this? What would he do with these cows if he had not this crop? He could not keep one of them except on hay. And he owes all this crop to transplanting. He thinks that the transplanting, fetching the Swede plants and all, might cost him 10 or 12 shillings. It was done by women who had never done such a thing before. However, he must get in his crop before the hard weather comes, or my Lord Carnarvon's hares will help him. They have begun already, and it is curious that they have begun on the mangel wurzel roots. So the hares, at any rate, have set the seal of merit upon this root. Whitchurch, Thursday night, 22nd November. We have come round here, instead of going by Newbury, in consequence of a promise to Mr. Blunt at Uphusband, that I would call on him on my return. We left Uphusband by lamplight, and, of course, we could see little on our way. Kensington, Friday, 23rd November. Got home by the coach. At leaving Whitchurch, we soon passed the mill where the Mother Bank paper is made. Thank God, this mill is likely soon to want employment. Hard by is a pretty park and house, belonging to Squire Portal, the paper maker. The country people, who seldom want for sarcastic shrewdness, call it Rag Hall. I perceive that they are planting oaks on the wastes, as the agriculturasses call them, about Hartley Row, which is very good, because the herbage after the first year is rather increased than diminished by the operation, while in time the oaks arrive at a timber state, and add to the beauty and to the real wealth of the country, and to the real and solid wealth of the descendants of the planter, who in every such case merits unequivocal praise, because he plants for his children's children. The planter here is Lady Mildmay, who is, it seems, lady of the manors about here. It is impossible to praise this act of hers too much, especially when one considers her age. I beg 1,000 pardons. I do not mean to say that her ladyship is old, but she has long had grandchildren. If her ladyship had been a reader of old Dread Death and Dread Devil Johnson, that teacher of moping and melancholy, she never would have planted an oak tree. If the writings of this time-serving, mean, dastardly old pensioner had got a firm hold of the minds of the people at large, the people would have been bereft of their very souls. These writings, aided by the charm of pompous sound, were fast making their way till light, reason, and the French Revolution came to drive them into oblivion, or at least to confine them to the shelves of repentant married old rakes, and those of old stock jobbers with young wives standing in need of something to keep down the unruly ebullitions which are apt to take place while the dearies are gone hobbling to change. After pleasure comes pain, says Solomon, and after the sight of Lady Mildmay's truly noble plantations came that of the clouts of the gentlemen cadets of the Royal Military College of Sandhurst. Here, close by the roadside, is the drying ground. Sheets, shirts, and all sorts of things were here spread upon lines covering perhaps an acre of ground. We soon afterwards came to York Place on Osnaburg Hill. And is there never to be an end of these things? Away to the left we see that immense building, which contains children breeding up to be military commanders. Has this plan cost so little as 2 millions of pounds? I never see this place, and I have seen it 40 times during the last 20 years, without asking myself this question: will this thing be suffered to go on? Will this thing, created by money raised by loan, will this thing be upheld by means of taxes, while the interest of the debt is reduced, on the ground that the nation is unable to pay the interest in full? Answer that question, Castlereagh, Sidmouth, Brougham, or Scarlett. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Rural Rides. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Nicole. Rural Rides by William Cobbett. Chapter 3. Kentish Journal. From Kensington to Dartford, Rochester, Chatham, and Faversham. Tuesday, December 4th, 1821. Elverton Farm, near Faversham, Kent. This is the first time, since I went to France in 1792, that I have been on this side of Shooter's Hill. The land, generally speaking, from Deptford to Dartford, is poor, and the surface ugly by nature, to which ugliness there has been made, just before we came to the latter place, a considerable addition by the enclosure of a common, and by the sticking up of some shabby genteel houses, surrounded with dead fences and things called gardens, in all manner of ridiculous forms, making, altogether, the bricks, hurdle rods, and earth say, as plainly as they can speak, here dwell vanity and poverty. This is a little excrescence that has grown out of the immense sums which have been drawn from other parts of the kingdom to be expended on barracks, magazines, martello towers, catamarans, and all the excuses for lavish expenditure which the war for the Bourbons gave rise to. All things will return. These rubbishy, flimsy things on this common will first be deserted, then crumble down, then be swept away, and the cattle, sheep, pigs, and geese will once more graze upon the common, which will again furnish heath, furze, and turf for the labourers on the neighbouring lands. After you leave Dartford, the land becomes excellent. You come to a bottom of chalk, many feet from the surface, and when that is the case, the land is sure to be good. No wet at bottom, no deep ditches, no water furrows necessary, sufficiently moist in dry weather, and no water lying about upon it in wet weather, for any length of time. The chalk acts as a filtering stone, not as a sieve like gravel, and not as a dish like clay. The chalk acts as the soft stone in Hertfordshire does, but it is not so congenial to trees that have tap roots. Along through Gravesend towards Rochester, the country presents a sort of gardening scene. Rochester, the bishop of which is, or lately was, tax collector for London and Middlesex, is a small but crowded place, lying on the south bank of the beautiful Medway, with a rising ground on the other side of the city. Stroud, which you pass through before you come to the bridge, over which you go to enter Rochester, Rochester itself, and Chatham, form, in fact, one main street of about 2 miles and a half in length. Here I was got into the scenes of my cap and feather days. Here, at between 16 and 17, I enlisted for a soldier. Upon looking up towards the fortifications and the barracks, how many recollections crowded into my mind! The girls in these towns do not seem to be so pretty as they were 38 years ago. Or am I not so quick in discovering beauties as I was then? Have 38 years corrected my taste, or made me a hypercritic in these matters? Is it that I now look at them with the solemnness of a professional man, and not with the enthusiasm and eagerness of an amateur? I leave these questions for philosophers to solve. One thing I will say for the young women of these towns, and that is, that I always found those of them that I had the great happiness to be acquainted with, evince a sincere desire to do their best to smooth the inequalities of life, and to give us, brave fellows, as often as they could, strong beer, when their churlish masters, or fathers, or husbands, would have drenched us to death with small. This, at the outset of life, gave me a high opinion of the judgment and justice of the female sex, an opinion which has been confirmed by the observations of my whole life. This Chatham has had some monstrous wens stuck on to it by the lavish expenditure of the war. These will moulder away. It is curious enough that I should meet with a gentleman in an inn at Chatham to give me a picture of the house distress in that enormous wen, which, during the war, was stuck on to Portsmouth. Not less than 50,000 people had been drawn together there. These are now dispersing. The coagulated blood is diluting and flowing back through the veins. Whole streets are deserted, and the eyes of the houses knocked out by the boys that remain. The jackdaws, as much as to say, "Our turn to be inspired and to teach is come," are beginning to take possession of the Methodist chapels. The gentleman told me that he had been down to Portsea to sell half a street of houses, left him by a relation, and that nobody would give him anything for them further than as very cheap fuel and rubbish. Good God! And is this prosperity? Is this the prosperity of the war? Have I not, for 20 long years, been regretting the existence of these unnatural embossments, these white swellings, these odious wens, produced by corruption, and engendering crime and misery and slavery? We shall see the whole of these wens abandoned by the inhabitants, and at last the cannons on the fortifications may be of some use in battering down the buildings. But what is to be the fate of the great wen of all, the monster called by the silly coxcombs of the press the metropolis of the empire? What is to become of that multitude of towns that has been stuck up around it? The village of Kingston was smothered in the town of Portsea, and why? Because taxes, drained from other parts of the kingdom, were brought thither. The dispersion of the wen is the only real difficulty that I see in settling the affairs of the nation and restoring it to a happy state. But dispersed it must be, and if there be 500,000 or more of people to suffer, the consolation is, that the suffering will be divided into 500,000 of parts, as if the swelling out of London naturally produced by the funding system were not sufficient, as if the evil were not sufficiently great from the inevitable tendency of the system of loans and funds. Our pretty gentlemen must resort to positive institutions to augment the population of the wen. They found that the increase of the wen produced an increase of thieves and prostitutes, an increase of all sorts of diseases, an increase of miseries of all sorts. They saw that taxes drawn up to one point produced these effects. They must have a penitentiary, for instance, to check the evil, and that they must needs have in the wen. So that here were £1,000,000 of pounds drawn up in taxes, employed not only to keep the thieves and prostitutes still in the wen, but to bring up to the wen workmen to build the penitentiary, who, and whose families, amounting perhaps to thousands, make an addition to the cause of that crime and misery, to check which is the object of the penitentiary. People would follow, they must follow, the million of money. However, this is of a piece with all the rest of their goings on. They and their predecessors, ministers and house, have been collecting together all the materials for a dreadful explosion, and if the explosion be not dreadful, other heads must point out the means of prevention. Wednesday, 5th December. The land on quitting Chatham is chalk at bottom, but before you reach Sittingbourne there is a vein of gravel and sand under, but a great depth of loam above. About Sittingbourne the chalk bottom comes again, and continues on to this place, where the land appears to me to be as good as it can possibly be. Mr. William Waller, at whose house I am, has grown this year mangel wurzel, the roots of which weigh, I think, on an average 12 pounds, and in rows too, at only about 30 inches distant from each other. In short, as far as soil goes, it is impossible to see a finer country than this. You frequently see a field of 50 acres, level as a die, clean as a garden, and as rich. Mr. Birkbeck need not have crossed the Atlantic, and Alleghany into the bargain, to look for land too rich to bear wheat, for here is a plenty of it. In short, this is a country of hop gardens, cherry, apple, pear, and filbert orchards, and the quickset hedges. But alas, what, in point of beauty, is a country without woods and lofty trees? And here there are very few indeed. I am now sitting in a room, from the window of which I look, first, over a large and level field of rich land, in which the drilled wheat is finely come up, and which is surrounded by clipped quickset hedges, with a row of apple trees running by the sides of them. Next, over a long succession of rich meadows, which are here called marshes, the shortest grass upon which will fatten sheep or oxen. Next, over a little branch of the salt water which runs up to Faversham. Beyond that, on the Isle of Sheppey or Shepway, which rises a little into a sort of ridge that runs along it. Rich fields, pastures and orchards lie all around me, and yet I declare that I a million times to one prefer, as a spot to live on, the heaths, the miry coppices, the wild woods and the forests of Sussex and Hampshire. Thursday, 6th December. Agricultural distress is the great topic of general conversation. The Webb Hallites seem to prevail here. The fact is, farmers in general read nothing but the newspapers. These in the Wen are under the control of the corruption of one or the other of the factions, and in the country, 9 times out of 10, under the control of the parsons and landlords, who are the magistrates, as they are pompously called, that is to say, justices of the peace. From such vehicles what are farmers to learn? They are in general thoughtful and sensible men, but their natural good sense is perverted by these publications, had it not been for which we never should have seen a sudden transition from war to peace, lasting 7 years, and more sudden in its destructive effects at last than at first. Sir Edward Knatchbull and Mr. Honeywood are the members of the collective wisdom for this county. The former was, till of late, a tax collector. I hear that he is a great advocate for corn bills. I suppose he does not wish to let people who have leases see the bottom of the evil. He may get his rents for this year, but it will be his last year, if the interest of the debt be not very greatly reduced. Some people here think that corn is smuggled in even now. Perhaps it is, upon the whole, best that the delusion should continue for a year longer, as that would tend to make the destruction of the system more sure, or at least make the cure more radical. Friday, 7th December. I went through Faversham, a very pretty little town, and just 10 minutes' walk from the market-place up to the Dover turnpike road. Here are the powder affairs that Mr. Hume so well exposed. An immensity of buildings and expensive things. Why are not these premises let or sold? However, this will never be done until there be a reformed Parliament. Pretty little Van, that beauty of all beauties, that orator of all orators, that saint of all saints, that financier of all financiers, said that if Mr. Hume were to pare down the expenses of government to his wish, there would be others, the Hunts, Cobbetts, and Carlyles, who would still want the expense to be less. I do not know how low Mr. Hume would wish to go, but for myself I say, that if I ever have the power to do it, I will reduce the expenditure, and that in quick time too, down to what it was in the reign of Queen Anne, that is to say, to less than is now paid to tax-gatherers for their labour in collecting the taxes. And monstrous as Van may think the idea, I do not regard it as impossible that I may have such power, which I would certainly not employ to do an act of injustice to any human being, and would at the same time maintain the throne in more real splendour than that in which it is now maintained. But I would have nothing to do with any Vans, except as doorkeepers or porters. Saturday, 8th December. Came home very much pleased with my visit to Mr. Walker, in whose house I saw no drinking of wine, spirits, or even beer, where all, even to the little children, were up by candlelight in the morning, and where the most perfect sobriety was accompanied by constant cheerfulness. Kent is in a deplorable way. The farmers are skilful and intelligent, generally speaking, but there is infinite corruption in Kent, owing partly to the swarms of West Indians, nabobs, commissioners, and others of nearly the same description, that have selected it for the place of their residence, but owing still more to the immense sums of public money that have, during the last 30 years, been expended in it. And when one thinks of these, the conduct of the people of Dover, Canterbury, and other places, in the case of the ever-lamented Queen, does them everlasting honour. The fruit in Kent is more select than in Herefordshire, where it is raised for cider, while in Kent it is raised for sale in its fruit state, a great deal being sent to the Wen, and a great deal sent to the north of England and to Scotland. The orchards are beautiful indeed, kept in the neatest order, and indeed all belonging to them excels anything of the kind to be seen in Normandy. And as to apples, I never saw any so good in France as those of Kent. This county, so blessed by Providence, has been cursed by the system in a peculiar degree. It has been the receiver of immense sums, raised on the other counties. This has puffed its rents to an unnatural height. And now that the drain of other counties is stopped, it feels like a pampered pony turned out in winter to live upon a common. It is in an extremely unsatisfactory state, and has certainly a greater mass of suffering to endure than any other part of the kingdom, the Wens only excepted. Sir Edward Knatchbull, who is a child of the system, does appear to see no more of the cause of these sufferings than if he were a baby. How should he? Not very bright by nature, never listening but to one side of the question, being a man who wants high rents to be paid him, not gifted with much light, and that little having to strive against prejudice, false shame, and self-interest. What wonder is there that he should not see things in their true light? End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Rural Rides. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Rural Rides by William Cobbett, Chapter 4. Norfolk and Suffolk Journal. Burr Apton, near Norwich, Monday, 10th December, 1821. From the Wen to Norwich, from which I am now distant 7 miles. There is nothing in Essex, Suffolk, or this county that can be called a hill. Essex, when you get beyond the immediate influence of the gorgings and disgorgings of the Wen, and that is to say, beyond the demand for crude vegetables and repayment in manure, is by no means a fertile county. There appears generally to be a bottom of clay, not soft chalk, which they persist in calling clay in Norfolk. I wish I had one of these Norfolk men in a coppice in Hampshire or Sussex, and I would show him what clay is. Clay is what pots and pans and jugs and tiles are made of, and not soft whitish stuff that crumbles to pieces in the sun, instead of baking as hard as a stone, and which in dry weather is to be broken to pieces by nothing short of a sledgehammer. The narrow ridges on which the wheat is sown, the water furrows, the water standing in the dips of the pastures, the rusty iron-like colour of the water coming out of some of the banks, the deep ditches, the rusty look of the pastures, all show that here is a bottom of clay. Yet there is gravel too, for the oaks do not grow well. It was not till I got nearly to Sudbury that I saw much change for the better. Here the bottom of chalk, the soft dirty-looking chalk that the Norfolk people call clay, begins to be the bottom, and this, with very little exception, as far as I have been, is the bottom of all the lands of these 2 fine counties of Suffolk and Norfolk. Sudbury has some fine meadows near it on the sides of the river Stour. The land all along to Bury St. Edmunds is very fine, but no trees worth looking at. Bury, formerly the seat of an abbot, the last of whom was, I think, hanged, or somehow put to death, by that matchless tyrant Henry VIII, is a very pretty place, extremely clean and neat, no ragged or dirty people to be seen, and women, young ones I mean, very pretty and very neatly dressed. On this side of Bury, a considerable distance lower, I saw a field of rape, transplanted very thick, for, I suppose, sheep feed in the spring. The farming all along to Norwich is very good, the land clean, and everything done in a masterly manner. Tuesday, 11th December. Mr. Samuel Clarke, my host, has about 30 acres of Swedes in rows, some at 4 feet distances, some at 30 inches, and about 4 acres of the 4 feet Swedes were transplanted. I have seen thousands of acres of Swedes in these counties, and here are the largest crops that I have seen. The widest rows are decidedly the largest crops here, and the transplanted, though under disadvantageous circumstances, amongst the best of the best. The wide rows amount to at least 20 tons to the acre, exclusive of the greens taken off 2 months ago, which weighed 5 tons to the acre. Then there is the intertillage, so beneficial to the land, and the small quantity of manure required in the broad rows, compared to what is required when the seed is drilled or sown upon the level. Mr. Nichols, a neighbour of Mr. Clarke, has a part of a field transplanted on 7-turn ridges, put in when, in the other part of the field, drilled, the plants were a fortnight old. He has a much larger crop in the transplanted than in the drilled part, but if it had been a fly year, he might have had none in the drilled part, while, in all probability, the crop in the transplanted part would have been better than it now is, seeing that a wet summer, though favourable to the hitting of the Swedes, is by no means favourable to their attaining a great size of bulb. This is the case this year with all turnips. A great deal of leaf and neck, but not bulbs in proportion. The advantages of transplanting are, first, you make sure of a crop in spite of fly, and second, you have 6 weeks or 2 months longer to prepare your ground. And the advantages of wide rows are, first, that you want only about half the quantity of manure, and second, that you plough the ground 2 or 3 times during the summer. Grove, near Holt, Thursday, 13th December. Came to the Grove, Mr. Withers's, near Holt, along with Mr. Clark. Through Norwich to Aylsham and then to Holt. On our road we passed the house of the late Lord Suffield, who married Castlereagh's wife's sister, who is a daughter of the late Earl of Buckinghamshire, who had for so many years that thumping sinecure of 11,000 a year in Ireland, and who was the son of a man that, under the name of Mr. Hobart, cut such a figure in supporting Lord North, and afterwards Pitt, and was made a peer under the auspices of the latter of these two heaven-born ministers. This house, which is a very ancient one, was, they say, the birthplace of Anne de Boleyn, the mother of Queen Elizabeth. Not much matter, for she married the king while his real wife was alive. I could have excused her, if there had been no marrying in the case, but hypocrisy, always bad, becomes detestable when it resorts to religious ceremony as its mask. She, no more than Cranmer, seems, to her last moments, to have remembered her sins against her lawful queen. Fox's Book of Martyrs, that ought to be called the Book of Liars, says that Cranmer, the recanter and re-recanter, held out his offending hand in the flames, and cried out, "That hand! That hand!" If he had cried out, "Catherine! Catherine!" I should have thought better of him. But it is clear that the whole story is a lie, invented by the Protestants, and particularly by the sectarians, to whitewash the character of this perfidious hypocrite and double apostate, who, if bigotry had something to do in bringing him to the stake, certainly deserved his fate, if any offences committed by man can deserve so horrible a punishment. The present Lord Suffield is that Mr. Edward Harbord, whose father-in-law left him £500 to buy a seat in Parliament, and who refused to carry an address to the late beloved and lamented Queen, because Major Cartwright and myself were chosen to accompany him. Never mind, my lord, you will grow less fastidious. They say, however, that he is really good to his tenants, and has told them that he will take anything that they can give. There is some sense in this. He is a great Bible man, and it is strange that he cannot see that things are out of order, when his interference in this way can be at all necessary, while there is a church that receives 1/10 part of the produce of the earth. There are some oak woods here, but very poor, not near like the worst of those in Hampshire and Hertfordshire. All this eastern coast seems very unpropitious to trees of all sorts. We passed through the estate of a Mr. Marsin, whose house is near the road. A very poor spot, and the first really poor ground I have seen in Norfolk. A nasty spewy black gravel on the top of a sour clay. It is worse than the heaths between Godalming and Liphook, for while it is too poor to grow anything but heath, it is too cold to give you the chirping of the grasshopper in summer. However, Mr. Marsin has been too wise to enclose this wretched land, which is just like that which Lord Carnarvon has enclosed in the parishes of Highclere and Berkshire, and which for tillage really is not worth a single farthing an acre. Holt is a little, old-fashioned, substantially built market town. The land just about it, or at least towards the east, is poor, and has been lately enclosed. Friday, 14th December. Went to see the estate of Mr. Hardy at Leveringset, a hamlet about 2 miles from Holt. This is the first time that I have seen a valley in this part of England. From Holt you look, to the distance of 7 or 8 miles, over a very fine valley, leaving a great deal of inferior hill and dell within its boundaries. At the bottom of this general valley, Mr. Hardy has a very beautiful estate of about 400 acres. His house is at one end of it, near the high road, where he has a malt house and a brewery, the neat and ingenious manner of managing which I would detail if my total unacquaintance with machinery did not disqualify me for the task. His estate forms a valley of itself, somewhat longer than broad. The tops and the sides of the tops of the hills round it, and also several little hillocks in the valley itself, are judiciously planted with trees of various sorts, leaving good wide roads, so that it is easy to ride round them in a carriage. The fields, the fences, the yards and stacks, the buildings, the cattle, all showed the greatest judgment and industry. There was really nothing that the most critical observer could say was out of order. However, the forest trees do not grow well here. The oaks are mere scrubs, as they are about Brentwood in Essex, and in some parts of Cornwall. And for some unaccountable reason, People seldom plant the ash, which no wind will shave, as it does the oak. Saturday, 15th December. Spent the evening amongst the farmers at their market room at Holt, and very much pleased at them I was. We talked over the cause of the low prices, and I, as I have done everywhere, endeavoured to convince them that prices must fall a great deal lower yet, and that no man, who wishes not to be ruined, ought to keep or take a farm, unless on a calculation of best wheat at 4s. a bushel, and a best Southdown ewe at 15s. or even 12s. They heard me patiently, and, I believe, were well convinced of the truth of what I said. I told them of the correctness of the predictions of their great countryman, Mr. Paine, and observed how much better it would have been to take his advice than to burn him in effigy. I endeavoured, but in such a case all human powers must fail, to describe to them the sort and size of the talents of the stern path of duty man, of the great hole digger, of the jester, of the Oxford scholar, of the loan jobber, who had just made an enormous grasp, of the oracle, and so on. Here, as everywhere else, I hear every creature speak loudly in praise of Mr. Coke. It is well known to my readers that I think nothing of him as a public man, that I think even his good qualities an injury to his country, because they serve the knaves whom he is duped by to dupe the people more effectually. But it would be base in me not to say that I hear from men of all parties, and sensible men too, expressions made use of towards him that affectionate children use towards the best of parents. I have not met with a single exception. Berkshire, Sunday, 16th December. Came from Holt through Saxthorpe and Corston. At the former village were on one end of a decent white house these words: Queen Caroline, for her Britain's morn, and a crown over all in black. I need not have looked to see. I might have been sure that the owner of the house was a shoemaker, a trade which numbers more men of sense and of public spirit than any other in the kingdom. At Corston we stopped at a public house, the keeper of which had taken and read the register for years. I shall not attempt to describe the pleasure I felt at the hearty welcome given us by Mr. Perne and his wife, and by a young miller of the village, who, having learnt at Holt that we were to return that way, had come to meet us, the house being on the side of the great road, from which the village is at some distance. This is the birthplace of the famous Botley parson, all the history of whom we now learned, and if we could have gone to the village, they were prepared to ring the bells, and show us the old woman who nursed the Botley parson. These Norfolk boors never do things by halves. We came away very much pleased with our reception at Corston, and with a promise on my part, that if I visited the county again, I would write a register there, a promise which I shall certainly keep. Great Yarmouth, Friday morning, 21st December. The day before yesterday I set out for Berkshire with Mr. Clark, to come hither by the way of Beccles in Suffolk. We stopped at Mr. Charles Clark's at Beccles, where we saw some good and sensible men, who see clearly into all the parts of the works of the Thunderers, and whose anticipations as to the general working of events are such as they ought to be. They gave us a humorous account of the rabble having recently crowned a jackass, and of a struggle between them and the Yeomanry cavalry. This was a place of most ardent and blazing loyalty, as the pretenders to it call it, but it seems it now blazes less furiously. It is milder, more measured in its effusions, and with the help of low prices will become bearable in time. This Beccles is a very pretty place, has watered meadows near it, and is situated amidst fine lands. What a system it must be to make people wretched in a country like this! Could he be heaven born that invented such a system? Gaffer Gooch's father, a very old man, lives not far from here. We had a good deal of fun about the Gaffer, who will certainly never lose the name, unless he should be made a lord. We slept at the house of a friend of Mr. Clark on our way, and got to this very fine town of Great Yarmouth yesterday about noon. A party of friends met us and conducted us about the town, which is a very beautiful one indeed. What I liked best, however, was the hearty welcome that I met with, because it showed that the reign of calumny and delusion was past. A company of gentlemen gave me a dinner in the evening, and in all my life I never saw a set of men more worthy of my respect and gratitude. Sensible, modest, understanding the whole of our case, and clearly foreseeing what is about to happen. One gentleman proposed that, as it would be impossible for all to go to London, there should be a provincial feast of the gridiron, a plan which I hope will be adopted. I leave Great Yarmouth with sentiments of the sincerest regard for all those whom I there saw and conversed with, and with my best wishes for the happiness of all its inhabitants, nay, even the parsons not excepted, For if they did not come to welcome me, they collected in a group to see me, and that was one step towards doing justice to him whom their order have so much, so foully, and if they knew their own interest, so foolishly slandered. Berapton, 22nd December, night. After returning from Yarmouth yesterday, went to dine at Stoke Holy Cross, about 6 miles off, got home at midnight, and came to Norwich this morning, this being market day, and also the day fixed on for a Radical Reform dinner at the Swan Inn, to which I was invited. Norwich is a very fine city, and the castle which stands in the middle of it, on a hill, is truly majestic. The meat and poultry and vegetable market is beautiful. It is kept in a large open square in the middle, or nearly so, of the city. The ground is a pretty sharp slope, so that you see all at once. It resembles one of the French markets, only there the vendors are all standing and gabbling like parrots, and the meat is lean and bloody and nasty, and the people snuffy and grimy in hands and face. The contrary, precisely the contrary, of all which is the case in this beautiful market at Norwich, where the women have a sort of uniform brown great coats, with white aprons and bibs, I think they call them, going from the apron up to the bosom. They equal in neatness, for nothing can surpass, the market women in Philadelphia. The cattle market is held on the hill by the castle, and many fairs are smaller in bulk of stock. The corn market is held in a very magnificent place called St. Andrew's Hall, which will contain 2,000 or 3,000 persons. They tell me that this used to be a most delightful scene, a most joyous one, and I think it was this scene that Mr. Curwen described in such glowing colours when he was talking of the Norfolk farmers, each worth so many thousands of pounds. Bear me witness, reader, that I never was dazzled by such sights, that the false glare never put my eyes out, and that even then, 12 years ago, I warned Mr. Curwen of the result. Bear witness to this, my disciples, and justify the doctrines of him for whose sakes you have endured persecution. How different would Mr. Curwen find the scene now! What took place at the dinner has been already recorded in the Register, and I have only to add with regard to it, that my reception at Norfolk was such, that I have only to regret the total want of power to make those hearty Norfolk and Norwich friends any suitable return, whether by act or word. Kensington, Monday, 24th December. Went from Berapton to Norwich in the morning, and from Norwich to London during the day, carrying with me great admiration of and respect for this county of excellent farmers and hearty, open, and spirited men. The Norfolk people are quick and smart in their motions and in their speaking, very neat and trim in all their farming concerns, and very skilful. Their land is good, their roads are level, and the bottom of their soil is dry, to be sure. And these are great advantages. But they are diligent, and make the most of everything. Their management of all sorts of stock is most judicious. They are careful about manure, their teams move quickly, and, in short, it is a county of most excellent cultivators. The churches in Norfolk are generally large, and the towers lofty. They have all been well built at first. Many of them are of the Saxon architecture. They are almost all, I do not remember an exception, placed on the highest spots to be found near where they stand, and it is curious enough that the contrary practice should have prevailed in hilly countries, where they are generally found in valleys, and in low sheltered dells even in those valleys. These churches prove that the people of Norfolk and Suffolk were always a superior people in point of wealth, while the size of them proves that the country parts were, at one time, a great deal more populous than they now are. The great drawbacks on the beauty of these counties are their flatness, and their want of fine woods. But to those who can dispense with these, Norfolk, under a wise and just government, can have nothing to ask more than Providence and the industry of men have given. Landlord distress meetings. For, in fact, it is not the farmer, but the landlord and parson who wants relief from the collective. The tenant's remedy is quitting his farm, or bringing down his rent to what he can afford to give, wheat being 3 or 4 shillings a bushel. This is his remedy. What should he want high prices for? They can do him no good. And this I proved to the farmers last year. The fact is, the landlords and parsons are urging the farmers on to get something done to give them high rents and high tithes. At Hertford there has been a meeting at which some sense was discovered, at any rate. The parties talked about the fund holder, the debt, the taxes, and so on, and seemed to be in a very warm temper. Pray keep yourselves cool, gentlemen, for you have a great deal to endure yet. I deeply regret that I have not room to insert the resolutions of this meeting. There is to be a meeting at Battle, East Sussex, on the 3rd instant, at which I mean to be. I want to see my friends on the South Downs, to see how they look now. At a public dinner given to Mr. Cobbett at Norwich, on the market day above mentioned, the company drank the toast of Mr. Cobbett and his trash, the name twopenny trash having been at one time applied by Lord Castlereagh to the Register. In acknowledging this toast, Mr. Cobbett addressed the company in a speech, of which the following is a passage. My thanks to you for having drunk my health are great and sincere, but much greater pleasure do I feel at the approbation bestowed on that trash, which has, for so many years, been a mark for the finger of scorn to be pointed at by ignorant selfishness and arrogant and insolent power. To enumerate, barely to name all, or 100th part of, the endeavours that have been made to stifle this trash, would require a much longer space of time than that which we have now before us. But, gentlemen, those endeavours must have cost money. Money must have been expended in the circulation of anti-Cobbett, and the endless bale of papers and pamphlets put forth to check the progress of the trash. And when we take into view the immense sums expended in keeping down the spirit excited by the trash, who of us is to tell whether these endeavours, taken all together, may not have added many millions to that debt, of which, without any hint at a concomitant measure, some men have now the audacity, the unprincipled, the profligate assurance to talk of reducing the interest? The trash, gentlemen, is now triumphant. Its triumph we are now met to celebrate. Proofs of its triumph I myself witnessed, not many hours ago, in that scene where the best possible evidence was to be found. In walking through St. Andrew's Hall, my mind was not so much engaged on the grandeur of the place, or on the gratifying reception I met with. Those hearty shakes by the hand which I so much like, those smiles of approbation, which not to see with pride would argue an insensibility to honest fame, even these, I do sincerely assure you, engaged my mind much less than the melancholy reflection that, of the 2,000 or 1,500 farmers then in my view, there were probably 3/4 who came to the Hall with aching hearts, and who would leave it in a state of mental agony. What a thing to contemplate, gentlemen! What a scene is here! A set of men, occupiers of the land, producers of all that we eat, drink, wear, and of all that forms the buildings that shelter us. A set of men industrious and careful by habit, cool, thoughtful, and sensible from the instructions of nature. A set of men provident above all others, and engaged in pursuits in their nature stable as the very earth they till. To see a set of men like this plunged into anxiety, embarrassment, jeopardy, not to be described, and when the particular individuals before me were famed for their superior skill in this great and solid pursuit, and were blessed with soil and other circumstances to make them prosperous and happy, to behold this sight would have been more than sufficient to sink my heart within me, had I not been upheld by the reflection that I had done all in my power to prevent these calamities, and that I still had in reserve that which, with the assistance of the sufferers themselves, would restore them and the nation to happiness. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Rural Rides. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Rural Rides by William Cobbett. Chapter 5. Sussex Journal. To Battle, through Bromley, Sevenoaks and Tunbridge. Battle, Wednesday, 2nd January, 1822. Came here today from Kensington, in order to see what goes on at the meeting to be held here tomorrow, of the gentry, clergy, freeholders, and occupiers of land in the Rape of Hastings, to take into consideration the distressed state of the agricultural interest. I shall, of course, give an account of this meeting after it has taken place. You come through part of Kent to get to Battle, from the great Wen on the Surrey side of the Thames. The first town is Bromley, the next Sevenoaks, the next Tunbridge, and between Tunbridge and this place you cross the boundaries of the two counties. From the Surrey Wen to Bromley, the land is generally a deep loam on a gravel, and you see few trees except elm, a very ugly country. On quitting Bromley, the land gets poorer, clay at bottom, the wheat sown on 5 or 7 turn lands, the furrows shining with wet, rushes on the wastes on the sides of the road. Here there is a common, part of which has been enclosed and thrown out again, or, rather, the fences carried away. There is a frost this morning, some ice, and the women look rosy-cheeked. There is a very great variety of soil along this road, bottom of yellow clay, then of sand, then of sandstone, then of soldier's stone, then, for about 5 miles, of chalk, then of red clay, then chalk again. Here, before you come to Sevenoaks, is a most beautiful and rich valley extending from east to west, with rich cornfields and fine trees. Then comes sandstone again, and the hop gardens near Sevenoaks, which is a pretty little town with beautiful environs, part of which consists of the Park of Knowle, the seat of the Duchess of Dorset. It is a very fine place, and there is another park on the other side of the town, so that this is a delightful place, and the land appears to be very good. The gardens and houses all look neat and nice. On quitting Sevenoaks you come to a bottom of gravel for a short distance, and to a clay for many miles. When I say that I saw teams carting gravel from this spot to a distance of nearly 10 miles along the road, the reader will be at no loss to know what sort of bottom the land has all along here. The bottom then becomes sandstone again. This vein of land runs all along through the county of Sussex, and the clay runs into Hampshire, across the forests of Bere and Waltham, then across the parishes of Ouslebury, Stoke, and passing between the sand hills of Southampton and chalk hills of Winchester, goes westward till stopped by the chalky downs between Romsey and Salisbury. Tunbridge is a small but very nice town, and has some fine meadows and a navigable river. The rest of the way to Battle presents, alternately, clay and sandstone. Of course the coppices and oak woods are very frequent. There is now and then a hop garden spot, and now and then an orchard of apples or cherries. But these are poor indeed, compared with what you see about Canterbury and Maidstone. The agricultural state of the country, or rather the quality of the land, from Bromley to Battle, may be judged of from the fact that I did not see, as I came along, more than 30 acres of Swedes during the 56 miles. In Norfolk I should, in the same distance, have seen 500 acres. However, man was not the maker of the land; and as to human happiness, I am of opinion that as much, and even more, falls to the lot of the leather-legged chaps that live in and rove about amongst those clays and woods, as to the more regularly disciplined labourers of the rich and prime parts of England. As God has made the back to the burthen, so the clay and coppice people make the dress to the stubs and bushes. Under the sole of the shoe is iron. From the sole 6 inches upwards is a high low. Then comes a leather bam to the knee. Then comes a pair of leather breeches. Then comes a stout doublet. Over this comes a smock frock, and the wearer sets brush and stubs and thorns and mire at defiance. I have always observed that woodland and forest labourers are best off in the main. The coppices give them pleasant and profitable work in winter. If they have not so great a corn harvest, they have a 3 weeks' harvest in April or May, that is to say, in the season of barking, which in Hampshire is called stripping, and in Sussex flaying, which employs women and children as well as men. And then in the great article of fuel. They buy none. It is miserable work where this is to be bought, and where, as at Salisbury, the poor take by turns the making of fires at their houses to boil 4 or 5 tea kettles. What a winter life must those lead, whose turn it is not to make the fire! At Launceston in Cornwall, a man, a tradesman too, told me, that the people in general could not afford to have fire in ordinary, and that he himself paid 3d. for boiling a leg of mutton at another man's fire. The leather-legged race know none of these miseries at any rate. They literally get their fuel by hook or by crook, whence doubtless comes that old and very expressive saying, which is applied to those cases where people will have a thing by one means or another. Battle, Thursday night, 3rd January, 1822. To-day there has been a meeting here of the landlords and farmers in this part of Sussex, which is called the Rape of Hastings. The object was to agree on a petition to Parliament praying for relief. Good God! Where is this to end? We now see the effects of those rags which I have been railing against for the last 20 years. Here were collected together not less than 300 persons, principally landlords and farmers, brought from their homes by their distresses and by their alarms for the future. Never were such things heard in any country before, and it is useless to hope, for terrific must be the consequences, if an effectual remedy be not speedily applied. The town, which is small, was in a great bustle before noon, and the meeting, in a large room in the principal inn, took place about 1 o'clock. Lord Ashburnham was called to the chair, and there was present Mr. Curtis, one of the county members, Mr. Fuller, who formerly used to cut such a figure in the House of Commons, Mr. Lamb, and many other gentlemen of landed property within the rape or district for which the meeting was held. Mr. Curtis, after Lord Ashburnham had opened the business, addressed the meeting. Mr. Fuller then tendered some resolutions, describing the fallen state of the landed interest, and proposing to pray generally for relief. Mr. Britton complained that it was not proposed to pray for some specific measure, and insisted that the cause of the evil was the rise in the value of money without a corresponding reduction in the taxes. A committee was appointed to draw up a petition, which was next produced. It merely described the distress and prayed generally for relief. Mr. Holloway proposed an addition, containing an imputation of the distress to restricted currency and unabated taxation, and praying for a reduction of taxes. A discussion now arose upon 2 points. First, whether the addition were admissible at all, and second, whether Mr. Holloway was qualified to offer it to the meeting. Both the points having been at last decided in the affirmative, the addition or amendment was put and lost, and then the original petition was adopted. After the business of the day was ended, there was a dinner in the inn, in the same room where the meeting had been held. I was at this dinner, and Mr. Britton having proposed my health, and Mr. Curtis, who was in the chair, having given it, I thought it would have looked like mock modesty, which is in fact only another term for hypocrisy, to refrain from expressing my opinions upon a point or two connected with the business of the day. I shall now insert a substantially correct sketch of what the company was indulgent enough to hear from me at the dinner, which I take from the report contained in the Morning Chronicle of Saturday last. The report in the Chronicle has all the pith of what I advanced relative to the inutility of corn bills, and relative to the cause of further declining prices, 2 points of the greatest importance in themselves, and which I was, and am, uncommonly anxious to press upon the attention of the public. The following is a part of the speech so reported. I am decidedly of opinion, gentlemen, that a corn bill of no description, no matter what its principles or provisions, can do either tenant or landlord any good. And I am not less decidedly of opinion, that though prices are now low, they must, all the present train of public measures continuing, be yet lower, and continue lower, upon an average of years and of seasons. As to a corn bill, a law to prohibit or check the importation of human food is a perfect novelty in our history, and ought, therefore, independent of the reason, and the recent experience of the case, to be received and entertained with great suspicion. Heretofore, premiums have been given for the exportation, and at other times for the importation of corn. But of laws to prevent the importation of human food, our ancestors knew nothing. And what's this recent experience? When the present corn bill was passed, I, then a farmer, unable to get my brother farmers to join me, petitioned singly against this bill. And I stated to my brother farmers that such a bill could do us no good, while it would not fail to excite against us the ill will of the other classes of the community, a thought by no means pleasant. Thus has it been. The distress of agriculture was considerable in magnitude then, but what is it now? And yet the bill was passed. That bill which was to remunerate and protect is still in force. The farmers got what they prayed to have granted them, and their distress, with a short interval of tardy pace, has proceeded rapidly increasing from that day to this. What in the way of corn bill can you have, gentlemen, beyond absolute prohibition? And have you not, since about April 1819, had absolute prohibition? Since that time no corn has been imported, and then only 30 millions of bushels, which, supposing it all to have been wheat, was a quantity much too insignificant to produce any sensible depression in the price of the immense quantity of corn raised in this kingdom since the last bushel was imported. If your produce had fallen in this manner, if your prices had come down very low immediately after the importation had taken place, there might have been some colour of reason to impute the fall to the importation. But it so happens, and as if for the express purpose of contradicting the crude notions of Mr. Webb Hall, that your produce has fallen in price at a greater rate, in proportion as time has removed you from the point of importation. And as to the circumstance, so ostentatiously put forward by Mr. Hall and others, that there is still some of the imported corn unsold, what does it prove but the converse of what those gentlemen aim at, that is to say, that the holders cannot afford to sell it at present prices? For if they could gain but ever so little by the sale, would they keep it wasting and costing money in warehouse? There appears with some persons to be a notion that the importation of corn is a new thing. They seem to forget that, during the last war, when agriculture was so prosperous, The ports were always open. That prodigious quantities of corn were imported during the war. That so far from importation being prohibited, high premiums were given, paid out of the taxes, partly raised upon English farmers, to induce men to import corn. All this seems to be forgotten as much as if it had never taken place. And now the distress of the English farmer is imputed to a cause which was never before an object of his attention, and a desire is expressed to put an end to a branch of commerce which the nation has always freely carried on. I think, gentlemen, that here are reasons quite sufficient to make any man but Mr. Webb Hall slow to impute the present distress to the importation of corn. But, at any rate, what can you have beyond absolute efficient prohibition? No law, no duty, however high, nothing that the Parliament can do can go beyond this. And this you now have, in effect, as completely as if this were the only country beneath the sky. For these reasons, gentlemen, and to state more would be a waste of your time and an affront to your understandings, I am convinced that, in the way of Corn Bill, it is impossible for the Parliament to afford you any, even the smallest, portion of relief. As to the other point, gentlemen, the tendency which the present measures and course of things have to carry prices lower, and considerably lower than they now are, and to keep them for a permanency at that low rate, this is a matter worthy of the serious attention of all connected with the land, and particularly of that of the renting farmer. During the war no importations distressed the farmer. It was not till peace came that the cry of distress was heard. But during the war there was a boundless issue of paper money. Those issues were instantly narrowed by the peace, the law being that the bank should pay in cash 6 months after the peace should take place. This was the cause of that distress which led to the present Corn Bill. The disease occasioned by the preparations for cash payments has been brought to a crisis by Mr. Peel's Bill, which has in effect doubled, if not tripled, the real amount of the taxes, and violated all contracts for time, given triple gains to every lender, and placed every borrower in jeopardy. Kensington, Friday, 4th January, 1822. Got home from battle. I had no time to see the town, having entered the inn on Wednesday in the dusk of the evening, having been engaged all day yesterday in the inn, and having come out of it only to get into the coach this morning. I had not time to go even to see Battle Abbey, the seat of the Webster family, now occupied by a man of the name of Alexander. Thus they replace them. It will take a much shorter time than most people imagine to put out all the ancient families. I should think that 6 years will turn out all those who receive nothing out of taxes. The greatness of the estate is no protection to the owner. For great or little, it will soon yield him no rents, and when the produce is nothing in either case, the small estate is as good as the large one. Mr. Curtis said that the land was immovable, yes, but the rents are not; and if freeholds cannot be seized for common contract debts, the carcass of the owner may. But in fact there will be no rents, and without these the ownership is an empty sound. Thus at last the burthen will, as I always said it would, fall upon the landowner; and, as the fault of supporting the system has been wholly his, the burthen will fall upon the right back. Whether he will now call in the people to help him to shake it off is more than I can say; but if he do not, I am sure that he must sink under it, and then will revolution No. 1 have been accomplished. But far, and very far indeed, will that be from being the close of the drama. I cannot quit Battle without observing that the country is very pretty all about it, all hill or valley, a great deal of woodland, in which the underwood is generally very fine, though the oaks are not very fine, and a good deal covered with moss. This shows that the clay ends before the taproot of the oak gets as deep as it would go, for when the clay goes the full depth the oaks are always fine. The woods are too large and too near each other for hare hunting, and as to coursing it is out of the question here; but it is a fine country for shooting and for harbouring game of all sorts. It was rainy as I came home, but the woodmen were at work. A great many hop poles are cut here, which makes the coppices more valuable than in many other parts. The women work in the coppices, shaving the bark of the hop poles, and indeed at various other parts of the business. These poles are shaved to prevent maggots from breeding in the bark and accelerating the destruction of the pole. It is curious that the bark of trees should generate maggots, but it has, as well as the wood, a sugary matter in it. The hickory wood in America sends out from the ends of the logs, when these are burning, great quantities of the finest syrup that can be imagined. Accordingly, that wood breeds maggots, or worms as they are usually called, surprisingly. Our ash breeds worms very much. When the tree or pole is cut, the moist matter between the outer bark and the wood putrefies. Thence come the maggots, which soon begin to eat their way into the wood. For this reason the bark is shaved off the hop poles, as it ought to be off all our timber trees, as soon as cut, especially the ash. Little boys and girls shave hop poles and assist in other coppice work very nicely; and it is pleasant work when the weather is dry overhead. The woods, bedded with leaves as they are clean and dry under foot. They are warm too, even in the coldest weather. When the ground is frozen several inches deep in the open fields, it is scarcely frozen at all in a coppice where the underwood is a good plant, and where it is nearly high enough to cut; so that the woodman's is really a pleasant life. We are apt to think that the birds have a hard time of it in winter; but we forget the warmth of the woods, which far exceeds anything to be found in farmyards. When Sidmouth started me from my farm in 1817, I had just planted my farmyard round with a pretty coppice. But never mind. Sidmouth and I shall, I dare say, have plenty of time and occasion to talk about that coppice, and many other things, before we die. And can I, when I think of these things, now pity those to whom Sidmouth owed his power of starting me? But let me forget the subject for this time at any rate. Woodland countries are interesting on many accounts; not so much on account of their masses of green leaves, as on account of the variety of sights and sounds and incidents that they afford. Even in winter the coppices are beautiful to the eye, while they comfort the mind with the idea of shelter and warmth. In spring they change their hue from day to day, during 2 whole months, which is about the time from the first appearance of the delicate leaves of the birch to the full expansion of those of the ash; and, even before the leaves come at all to intercept the view, what in the vegetable creation is so delightful to behold as the bed of a coppice bespangled with primroses and bluebells? The opening of the birch leaves is the signal for the pheasant to begin to crow, for the blackbird to whistle, and the thrush to sing; and just when the oak buds begin to look reddish, and not a day before, the whole tribe of finches burst forth in songs from every bough, while the lark, imitating them all, carries the joyous sounds to the sky. These are amongst the means which Providence has benignantly appointed to sweeten the toils by which food and raiment are produced. These the English ploughman could once hear without the sorrowful reflection that he himself was a pauper, and that the bounties of nature had, for him, been scattered in vain. And shall he never see an end to this state of things? Shall he never have the due reward of his labour? Shall unsparing taxation never cease to make him a miserable, dejected being, a creature famishing in the midst of abundance, fainting, expiring with hunger's feeble moans, surrounded by a carolling creation? O accursed paper money! Has hell a torment surpassing the wickedness of thy inventor? End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Rural Rides. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Rural Rides by William Cobbett. Chapter 6. Sussex Journal. Through Croydon, Godstone, East Grinstead and Uckfield, to Lewes and Brighton, returning by Cuckfield, Worth and Red Hill. Lewes, Tuesday, 8th January, 1822. Came here to-day from home to see what passes to-morrow at a meeting to be held here of the owners and occupiers of land in the rapes of Lewes and Pevensey. In quitting the Great Wen, we go through Surrey more than half the way to Lewes. From St. George's Fields, which now are covered with houses, we go towards Croydon, between rows of houses, nearly half the way, and the whole way is 9 miles. There are erected within these 4 years 2 entire miles of stock jobbers' houses on this one road, and the work goes on with accelerated force. To be sure, for the taxes being, in fact, tripled by Peel's bill, the fund lords increase in riches, and their accommodations increase, of course. What an at once horrible and ridiculous thing this country would become, if this thing could go on only for a few years! And these rows of new houses added to the Wen are proofs of growing prosperity, are they? These make part of the increased capital of the country, do they? But how is this Wen to be dispersed? I know not whether it be to be done by knife or by caustic, But dispersed it must be, and this is the only difficulty, which I do not see the easy means of getting over. Aye, these are dreadful thoughts, I know they are, but they ought not to be banished from the mind, for they will return, and at every return they will be more frightful. The man who cannot coolly look at this matter is unfit for the times that are approaching. Let the interest of the debt be once well reduced, and that must be sooner or later, and then what is to become of 500,000 at least of the people congregated in this Wen? O precious great man now no more! O pilot that weathered the storm! O heaven-born pupil of Prettyman! Who but him who can number the sands of the sea shall number the execrations with which thy memory will be loaded? From London to Croydon is as ugly a bit of country as any in England. A poor spewy gravel with some clay, few trees but elms, and those generally stripped up and villainously ugly. Croydon is a good market town, but is, by the funds, swelled out into a Wen. Upon quitting Croydon for Godstone, you come to the chalk hills, the juniper shrubs, and the yew trees. This is an extension westward of the vein of chalk which I have before noticed, between Bromley and Sevenoaks. To the westward here lie Epsom Downs, which lead on to Merrow Downs and St. Margaret's Hill. Then, skipping over Guildford, you come to the Hog's Back, which is still of chalk, and at the west end of which lies Farnham. With the Hog's Back this vein of chalk seems to end, for then the valleys become rich loam, and the hills sand and gravel, till you approach the Winchester Downs by the way of Alresford. Godstone, which is in Surrey also, is a beautiful village, chiefly of one street with a fine large green before it, and with a pond in the green. A little way to the right, going from London, lies the vile rotten borough of Bletchingley, but happily for Godstone out of sight. At and near Godstone the gardens are all very neat, and at the inn there is a nice garden well stocked with beautiful flowers in the season. I here saw, last summer, some double violets as large as small pinks, and the lady of the house was kind enough to give me some of the roots. From Godstone you go up a long hill of clay and sand, and then descend into a level country of stiff loam at top, clay at bottom, cornfields, pastures, broad hedgerows, coppices, and oak woods, which country continues till you quit Surrey about 2 miles before you reach East Grinstead. The woods and coppices are very fine here. It is the genuine oak soil, a bottom of yellow clay to any depth, I dare say, that man can go. No moss on the oaks, no dead tops, straight as larches. The bark of the young trees with dark spots in it, sure sign of free growth and great depth of clay beneath. The wheat is here sown on 5-turn ridges, and the ploughing is amongst the best that I ever saw. At East Grinstead, which is a rotten borough and a very shabby place, you come to stiff loam at top with sandstone beneath. To the south of the place the land is fine, and the vale on both sides a very beautiful intermixture of woodland and cornfields and pastures. At about 3 miles from Grinstead you come to a pretty village called Forest Row, and then, on the road to Uckfield, you cross Ashurst Forest, which is a heath, with here and there a few birch scrubs upon it, verily the most villainously ugly spot I ever saw in England. This lasts you for 5 miles, getting, if possible, uglier and uglier all the way, till at last, as if barren soil, nasty spewy gravel, heath, and even that stunted, were not enough, you see some rising spots, which, instead of trees, presents you with black, ragged, hideous rocks. There may be Englishmen who wish to see the coast of Nova Scotia. They need not go to sea, for here it is to the life. If I had been in a long trance, as our nobility seem to have been, and had been waked up here, I should have begun to look about for the Indians and the squaws, and to have heaved a sigh at the thought of being so far from England. From the end of this forest without trees, you come into a country of but poorish, wettish land. Passing through the village of Uckfield, you find an enclosed country, with a soil of a clay cast all the way to within about 3 miles of Lewes, when you get to a chalk bottom and rich land. I was at Lewes at the beginning of last harvest, and saw the fine farms of the Elmans, very justly renowned for their improvement of the breed of Southdown sheep, and the younger Mr. John Ellman not less justly blamed for the part he had taken in propagating the errors of Webb Hall, and thereby, however unintentionally, assisting to lead thousands to cherish those false hopes that have been the cause of their ruin. Mr. Ellman may say that he thought he was right, but if he had read my New Year's Gift to the Farmers, published in the preceding January, he could not think that he was right. If he had not read it, he ought to have read it before he appeared in print. At any rate, if no other person had a right to censure his publications, I had that right. I will here notice a calumny to which the above visit to Lewes gave rise, namely, that I went into the neighbourhood of the Ellmans to find out whether they ill-treated their labourers. No man that knows me will believe this. The facts are these. The Ellmans, celebrated farmers, had made a great figure in the evidence taken before the committee. I was at Worth, about 20 miles from Lewes. The harvest was begun. Worth is a woodland country. I wished to know the state of the crops, for I was at that very time, as will be seen by referring to the date, beginning to write my first letter to the landlords. Without knowing anything of the matter myself, I asked my host, Mr. Brazier, what good corn country was nearest to us. He said Lewes. Off I went, and he with me, in a post-chaise. We had 20 miles to go, and 20 back in the same chaise. A bad road, and rain all the day. We put up at the White Hart, took another chaise, went round, and saw the farms, through the window of the chaise, having stopped at a little public house to ask which were they, and having stopped now and then, to get a sample out of the sheaves of wheat, came back to the White Hart, after being absent only about an hour and a half, got our dinner, and got back to Worth before it was dark, and never asked, and never intended to ask, one single question of any human being as to the conduct or character of the Ellmans. Indeed, the evidence of the elder Mr. Ellman was so fair, so honest, and so useful, particularly as relating to the labourers, that I could not possibly suspect him of being a cruel or hard master. He told the committee that when he began business, 45 years ago, every man in the parish brewed his own beer, and that now not one man did it, unless he gave him the malt. Why, here was by far the most valuable part of the whole volume of evidence. Then, Mr. Ellman did not present a parcel of estimates, and God knows what, but a plain and honest statement of facts, the rate of day wages, of job wages, for a long series of years, by which it clearly appeared how the labourer had been robbed and reduced to misery, and how the poor rates had been increased. He did not, like Mr. George and other bullfrogs, sink these interesting facts, but honestly told the truth. Therefore, whatever I might think of his endeavours to uphold the mischievous errors of Webb Hall, I could have no suspicion that he was a hard master. Lewes, Wednesday, 9th January, 1822. The meeting and the dinner are now over. Mr. Davis Giddy was in the chair. The place, the County Hall. A Mr. Partington, a pretty little oldish, smart truss, nice cockney-looking gentleman, with a yellow and red handkerchief round his neck, moved the petition, which was seconded by Lord Chichester, who lives in the neighbourhood. Much as I had read of that great doctor of virtual representation, and Royal Commissioner of inimitable banknotes, Mr. Davis Giddy, I had never seen him before. He called to my mind one of those venerable persons who administer spiritual comfort to the sinners of the sister kingdom; and whether I looked at the dress or the person, I could almost have sworn that it was the identical Father Luke that I saw about 23 years ago at Philadelphia, in the farce of the poor soldier. Mr. Blackman, of Lewes I believe, disapproved of the petition, and in a speech of considerable length, and also of considerable ability, stated to the meeting that the evils complained of arose from the currency, and not from the importation of foreign corn. A Mr. Donovan, an Irish gentleman, who, it seems, is a magistrate in this disturbed county, disapproved of discussing anything at such a meeting, and thought that the meeting should merely state its distresses, and leave it to the wisdom of Parliament to discover the remedy. Upon which Mr. Chatfield observed, "So, sir, we are in a trap. We cannot get ourselves out, though we know the way. There are others, who have got us in, and are able to get us out, but they do not know how. And we are to tell them, it seems, that we are in the trap, but are not to tell them the way to get us out. I don't like long speeches, sir, but I like common sense. This was neat and pithy. 50 professed orators could not, in a whole day, have thrown so much ridicule on the speech of Mr. Donovan. A Mr. Mabbott proposed an amendment to include all classes of the community, and took a hit at Mr. Curtis for his speech at Battle. Mr. Curtis defended himself, and I thought very fairly. A Mr. Woodward, who said he was a farmer, carried us back to the necessity of the war against France, and told us of the horrors of plunder and murder and rape that the war had prevented. This gentleman put an end to my patience, which Mr. Donovan had put to an extremely severe test, and so I withdrew. After I went away, Mr. Blackman proposed some resolutions, which were carried by a great majority by show of hands. But pieces of paper were then handed about, for the voters to write their names on for and against the petition. The greater part of the people were gone away by this time, but at any rate there were more signatures for the petition than for the resolutions. A farmer in Pennsylvania having a visitor, to whom he was willing to show how well he treated his negroes as to food, bid the fellows, who were at dinner, to ask for a second or third cut of pork if they had not enough. Quite surprised at the novelty, but emboldened by a repetition of the injunction, one of them did say, "Massa, I wants another cut." He had it, but as soon as the visitor was gone away, "Damn you," says the master, while he belaboured him with the cowskin, "I'll make you know how to understand me another time." The signers of this petition were in the dark, while the show of hands was going on, but when it came to signing, they knew well what massa meant. This is a petition, to be sure, but it is no more the petition of the farmers in the rapes of Lewis and Pevensey than it is the petition of the mermaids of Lapland. There was a dinner after the meeting at the Star Inn, at which there occurred something rather curious regarding myself. When at Battle, I had no intention of going to Lewes, till on the evening of my arrival at Battle, a gentleman, who had heard of the before-mentioned calumny, observed to me that I would do well not to go to Lewes. That very observation made me resolve to go. I went, as a spectator, to the meeting, and I left no one ignorant of the place where I was to be found. I did not covet the noise of a dinner of from 200 to 300 persons, and I did not intend to go to it. But being pressed to go, I finally went. After some previous commonplace occurrences, Mr. Kemp, formerly a member for Lewes, was called to the chair, and he, having given as a toast the speedy discovery of a remedy for our distresses, Mr. Ebenezer Johnston, a gentleman of Lewes, whom I had never seen or heard of until that day, but who I understand is a very opulent and most respectable man, proposed my health, as that of a person likely to be able to point out the wished for remedy. This was the signal for the onset. Immediately upon the toast being given, a Mr. Hitchins, a farmer of Seaford, duly prepared for the purpose, got upon the table, and with candle in one hand and register in the other, read the following garbled passage from my letter to Lord Egremont. But let us hear what the younger Ellman said. He had seen them employed in drawing beach gravel, as had been already described. One of them, the leader, worked with a bell about his neck. Oh, the envy of surrounding nations and admiration of the world! Oh, what a glorious constitution! Oh, what a happy country! Impudent radicals to want to reform a parliament under which men enjoy such blessings! On such a subject it is impossible, under 6 acts, to trust one's pen. However, this I will say, that he has much more than enough to make me rejoice in the ruin of the farmers, and I do with all my heart thank God for it, seeing that it appears absolutely necessary that the present race of them should be totally broken up, in Sussex at any rate, in order to put an end to this cruelty and insolence towards the labourers, who are by far the greater number, and who are men, and a little better men too than such employers as these, who are in fact monsters in human shape. I had not the register by me, and could not detect the garbling. All the words that I have put in italics, this Hitchins left out in the reading. What sort of man he must be, the public will easily judge. No sooner had Hitchins done, than up started Mr. Ingram, a farmer of Rottendean, who was the second person in the drama, for all had been duly prepared, and moved that I should be put out of the room. Some few of the Webhallites, joined by about 6 or 8 of the dark, dirty-faced, half-whiskered tax-eaters from Brighton, which is only 8 miles off, joined in this cry. I rose that they might see the man that they had to put out. Fortunately for themselves, not one of them attempted to approach me. They were like the mice that resolved that a bell should be put round the cat's neck. However, a considerable hubbub took place. At last, however, the chairman, Mr. Kemp, whose conduct was fair and manly, having given my health, I proceeded to address the company in substance as stated here below. And it is curious enough, that even those who, upon my health being given, had taken their hats and gone out of the room, and amongst whom Mr. Ellman the younger was one, came back, formed a crowd, and were just as silent and attentive as the rest of the company. Note, written at Kensington, 13th January. I must here, before I insert the speech, which has appeared in the Morning Chronicle, the Brighton papers, and in most of the London papers, except the base sinking Old Times, and the brimstone-smelling Tramper or Traveller, which is, I well know, a mere tool in the hands of two snapdragon Whig lawyers, whose greediness and folly I have so often had to expose, and which paper is maintained by a contrivance, which I will amply expose in my next. I must, before I insert this speech, remark, that Mr. Ellman the younger has, to a gentleman whom I know to be incapable of falsehood, disavowed the proceeding of Hitchins, on which I have to observe that the disavowal, to have any weight, must be public, or be made to me. As to the provocation that I have given the Ellmans, I am, upon reflection, ready to confess that I may have laid on the lash without a due regard to mercy. The fact is, that I have so long had the misfortune to be compelled to keep a parcel of badger-hided fellows like Scarlet in order, that I am, like a drummer that has been used to flog old offenders, become heavy-handed. I ought to have considered the Ellmans as recruits, and to have suited my tickler to the tenderness of their backs. I hear that Mr. Ingram of Rottendean, who moved for my being turned out of the room, and who looked so foolish when he had to turn himself out, is an officer of yeomanry gavaltry, a ploughman spoiled. This man would, I dare say, have been a very good husbandman, but the unnatural working of the paper system has sublimated him out of his senses. That greater doctor, Mr. Peel, will bring him down again. Mr. Hitchins, I am told, after going away, came back, stood on the landing-place, the door being open, and while I was speaking, exclaimed, "Oh, the fools! How they open their mouths! How they suck it all in!" Suck what in, Mr. Hitchins? Was it honey that dropped from my lips? Was it flattery? Amongst other things, I said that I liked the plain names of farmer and husbandman better than that of agriculturist, and the prospect I held out to them was that of a description to catch their applause. But this Hitchins seems to be a very silly person indeed. The following is a portion of the speech. The toast having been opposed, and that too in the extraordinary manner we have witnessed, I will, at any rate, with your permission, make a remark or two on that manner. If the person who has made the opposition had been actuated by a spirit of fairness and justice, he would not have confined himself to a detached sentence of the paper from which he has read, but would have taken the whole together. For by taking a particular sentence and leaving out all the rest, what writing is there that will not admit of a wicked interpretation? As to the particular part which has been read, I should not, perhaps, if I had seen it in print, and had had time to cool a little, it was in a register sent from Norfolk, have sent it forth in terms so very general as to embrace all the farmers of this county. But as to those of them who put the bell round the labourer's neck, I beg leave to be now repeating in its severest sense every word of the passage that has been read. Born in a farmhouse, bred up at the plough-tail, with a smock frock on my back, taking great delight in all the pursuits of farmers, liking their society, and having amongst them my most esteemed friends, it is natural that I should feel, and I do feel, uncommonly anxious to prevent, as far as I am able, that total ruin which now menaces them. But the labourer, was I to have no feeling for him? Was not he my countryman too? And was I not to feel indignation against those farmers, who had had the hard-heartedness to put the bell round his neck, and thus wantonly insult and degrade the class to whose toils they owed their own ease? The statement of the fact was not mine. I read it in the newspaper as having come from Mr. Ellman the younger. He, in a very laudable manner, expressed his horror at it. And was not I to express indignation at what Mr. Ellman felt horror? That gentleman and Mr. Webb Hall may monopolize all the wisdom in matters of political economy, but are they, or rather is Mr. Ellman alone, to engross all the feeling too? It was here denied that Mr. Ellman had said the bell had been put on by farmers. Very well, then, the complained of passage has been productive of benefit to the farmers of this county; for, as the thing stood in the newspapers, the natural and unavoidable inference was, that that atrocious, that inhuman act, was an act of Sussex farmers. Brighton, Thursday, 10th January, 1822. Lewes is in a valley of the South Downs. This town is at 8 miles distance, to the south-south-west or thereabouts. There is a great extent of rich meadows above and below Lewes. The town itself is a model of solidity and neatness; the buildings all substantial to the very outskirts; the pavements good and complete; the shops nice and clean; the people well dressed; and, though last not least, the girls remarkably pretty, as indeed they are in most parts of Sussex; round faces, features small, little hands and wrists, plump arms, and bright eyes. The Sussex men, too, are remarkable for their good looks. A Mr. Baxter, a stationer at Lewes, showed me a farmer's account book, which is a very complete thing of the kind. The inns are good at Lewes, the people civil and not servile, and the charges really, considering the taxes, far below what one could reasonably expect. From Lewes to Brighton the road winds along between the hills of the South Downs, which in this mild weather are most beautifully green, even at this season, with flocks of sheep feeding on them. Brighton itself lies in a valley cut across at one end by the sea, and its extension, or wen, has swelled up the sides of the hills, and has run some distance up the valley. The first thing you see in approaching Brighton from Lewes is a splendid horse barrack on one side of the road, and a heap of low, shabby, nasty houses, irregularly built, on the other side. This is always the case where there is a barrack. How soon a Reformed Parliament would make both disappear! Brighton is a very pleasant place; for Wen, remarkably so. The Kremlin, the very name of which has so long been a subject of laughter all over the country, lies in the gorge of the valley, and amongst the old houses of the town. The grounds, which cannot, I think, exceed a couple or 3 acres, are surrounded by a wall neither lofty nor good looking. Above this rise some trees, bad in sorts, stunted in growth, and dirty with smoke. As to the palace, as the Brighton newspapers call it, the apartments appear to be all upon the ground floor; and when you see the thing from a distance, you think you see a parcel of cradle spits of various dimensions sticking up out of the mouths of so many enormous squat decanters. Take a square box, the sides of which are 3 feet and a half, and the height a foot and a half. Take a large Norfolk turnip, cut off the green of the leaves, leave the stalks 9 inches long, tie these round with a string 3 inches from the top, and put the turnip on the middle of the top of the box. Then take 4 turnips of half the size, treat them in the same way, and put them on the corners of the box. Then take a considerable number of bulbs of the Crown Imperial, the narcissus, the hyacinth, the tulip, the crocus, and others. Let the leaves of each have sprouted to about an inch, more or less according to the size of the bulb. Put all these pretty promiscuously, but pretty thickly, on the top of the box. Then stand off and look at your architecture. There! That's a Kremlin, only you must cut some church-looking windows in the sides of the box. As to what you ought to put into the box, that is a subject far above my cut. Brighton is naturally a place of resort for expectants, and a shifty, ugly-looking swarm is, of course, assembled here. Some of the fellows, who had endeavoured to disturb our harmony at the dinner at Lewes, were parading amongst this swarm on the cliff. You may always know them by their lank jaws, the stiffness round their necks, their hidden or no shirts, their stays, their false shoulders, hips and haunches, their half-whiskers, and by their skins, colour of veal kidney suet, warmed a little, and then powdered with dirty dust. These vermin excepted, the people at Brighton make a very fine figure. The tradespeople are very nice in all their concerns. The houses are excellent, built chiefly with a blue or purple brick, and bow windows appear to be the general taste. I can easily believe this to be a very healthy place. The open downs on the one side, and the open sea on the other. No inlet, cove, or river, and of course no swamps. I have spent this evening very pleasantly in a company of reformers who, though plain tradesmen and mechanics, know I am quite satisfied about the questions that agitate the country than any equal number of lords. Kensington, Friday, 11th January, 1822. Came home by the way of Cuckfield, Worth, and Red Hill, instead of Uckfield, Grinstead, and Godstone, and got into the same road again at Croydon. The roads being nearly parallel lines, and at no great distance from each other, the soil is nearly the same, with the exception of the fine oak country between Godstone and Grinstead, which does not go so far westward as my homeward bound road, where the land, opposite the spot just spoken of, becomes more of a moor than a clay; and though there are oaks, they are not nearly so fine as those on the other road. The tops are flatter, the side shoots are sometimes higher than the middle shoot, a certain proof that the tap root has met with something that it does not like. I see that Mr. Curteis has thought it necessary to state in the public papers that he had nothing to do with my being at the dinner at Battle. Who the devil thought he had? Why, was it not an ordinary? And had I not as much right there as he? He has said, too, that he did not know that I was to be at the dinner. How should he? Why was it necessary to apprize him of it any more than the porter of the inn? He has said that he did not hear of any deputation to invite me to the dinner, and upon inquiry cannot find that there was any. Have I said that there was any invitation at all? There was, but I have not said so. I went to the dinner for my half-crown like another man, without knowing or caring who would be at it. But if Mr. Curteis thought it necessary to say so much, he might have said a little more. He might have said that he twice addressed himself to me in a very peculiar manner, and that I never addressed myself to him except in answer. And if he had thought inquiry necessary upon this subject also, he might have found that, though always the first to speak or hold out the hand to a hard-fisted artisan or labourer, I never did the same to a man of rank or riches in the whole course of my life. Mr. Curteis might have said, too, that, unless I had gone to the dinner, the party would, according to appearances, have been very select; that I found him at the head of one of the tables, with less than 30 persons in the room; that the number swelled up to about 130; that no person was at the other table; that I took my seat at it; and that that table became almost immediately crowded from one end to the other. To these Mr. Curteis, when his hand was in, might have added, that he turned himself in his chair and listened to my speech with the greatest attention; that he bade me, by name, good night, when he retired; that he took not a man away with him; and that the gentleman who was called on to replace him in the chair, whose name I have forgotten, had got from his seat during the evening to come and shake me by the hand. All these things Mr. Curteis might have said; but the fact is, he has been bullied by the base newspapers, and he has not been able to muster up courage to act the manly part, and which too he would have found to be the wise part in the end. When he gave the toast more money and less taxes, he turned himself towards me and said, "That is a toast that I am sure you approve of, Mr. Cobbett." To which I answered, "It would be made good, Sir, if members of Parliament would do their duty." I appeal to all the gentlemen present for the truth of what I say. Perhaps Mr. Curteis, in his heart, did not like to give my health. If that was the case, he ought to have left the chair and retired. Straightforward is the best course. And see what difficulties Mr. Curteis has involved himself in by not pursuing it. I have no doubt that he was agreeably surprised when he saw and heard me. Why not say then, "After all that has been said about Cobbett, he is a devilish pleasant, frank, and clever fellow, at any rate"? How much better this would have been, than to act the part that Mr. Curteis has acted. The editors of the Brighton Chronicle and Lewes Express have, out of mere modesty, I dare say, fallen a little into Mr. Curteis's strain. In closing their account, in their paper of the 15th, of the Lewes meeting, they say that I addressed the company at some length, as reported in their supplement published on Thursday the 10th. And then they think it necessary to add, "For ourselves we can say, that we never saw Mr. Cobbett until the meeting at Battle." Now, had it not been for pure maiden-like bashfulness, they would doubtless have added, that when they did see me, they were profuse in expressions of their gratitude to me for having merely named their paper in my register, a thing which, as I told them, I myself had forgotten. When, too, they were speaking, in reference to a speech made in the hall, of one of the finest specimens of oratory that has ever been given in any assembly, it was without doubt out of pure compassion for the perverted taste of their Lewes readers, that they suppressed the fact, that the agent of the paper at Lewes sent them word, that it was useless for them to send any account of the meeting, unless that account contained Mr. Cobbett's speech; that he, the agent, could have sold 100 papers that morning, if they had contained Mr. Cobbett's speech, but could not sell one without it. I myself, by mere accident, heard this message delivered to a third person by their agent at Lewes. And as I said before, it must have been pure tenderness towards their readers that made the editors suppress a fact so injurious to the reputation of those readers in point of taste. However, at last, these editors seem to have triumphed over all feelings of this sort; for having printed off a placard, advertising their supplement, in which placard no mention was made of me, they, grown bold all of a sudden, took a painting brush, and in large letters put into their placard, Mr. Cobbett's speech at Lewes, so that, at a little distance, the placard seemed to relate to nothing else. And there was the finest specimen of oratory left to find its way into the world under the auspices of my rustic harangue. Good God! What will this world come to? We shall by and by have to laugh at the workings of envy in the very worms that we breed in our bodies. The fast sinking Old Times newspaper, its cat and dog opponent, the New Times, the Courier, and the Whig lawyer tramper, called the Traveller, the fellows who conduct these vehicles, these wretched fellows, their very livers burning with envy, have hasted to inform their readers that they have authority to state that Lord Ashburnham and Mr. Fuller were not present at the dinner at Battle where Cobbett's health was drunk. These fellows have now authority to state that there were no two men who dined at Battle that I should not prefer as companions to Lord Ashburnham and Mr. Fuller, commonly called Jack Fuller, seeing that I am no admirer of lofty reserve, and that of all things on earth I abhor a head like a drum, all noise and emptiness. These scribes have also authority to state that they amuse me and the public too, by declining rapidly in their sale, from their exclusion of my country lectures, which have only begun. In addition to this, the Tramper editor has authority to state that one of his papers of 5th January has been sent to the Register Office by post, with these words written on it: "This scoundrel paper has taken no notice of Mr. Cobbett's speech." All these papers have authority to state beforehand that they will insert no account of what shall take place within these 3 or 4 weeks at Huntingdon, at Lynn, at Chichester, and other places where I intend to be. And lastly, the editors have full authority to state that they may employ, without let or molestation of any sort, either private or public, the price of the last number that they shall sell in the purchase of hemp or ratsbane, as the sure means of a happy deliverance from their present state of torment. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Rural Rides. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Rural Rides by William Cobbett. Chapter 7. Huntingdon Journal. Through Ware and Royston to Huntingdon. Royston, Monday morning, 21st January, 1822. Came from London yesterday noon to this town on my way to Huntingdon. My road was through Ware. Royston is just within the line on the Cambridgeshire side, which divides Hertfordshire from Cambridgeshire. On this road, as on almost all the others going from it, the enormous Wen has swelled out to the distance of about 6 or 7 miles. The land till you come nearly to Ware, which is in Hertfordshire, and which is 23 miles from the Wen, is chiefly a strong and deep loam, with the gravel a good distance from the surface. The land is good wheat land, but I observed only 3 fields of Swedish turnips in the 23 miles, and no wheat drilled. The wheat is sown on ridges of great width here and there, sometimes on ridges of 10, at others on ridges of 7, on those of 5, 4, 3, and even 2 feet wide. Yet the bottom is manifestly not very wet generally, and that there is not a bottom of clay is clear from the poor growth of the oak trees. All the trees are shabby in this country, and the eye is incessantly offended by the sight of pollards, which are seldom suffered to disgrace even the meanest lands in Hampshire or Sussex. As you approach Ware, the bottom becomes chalk, of a dirtyish colour, and in some parts far below the surface. After you quit Ware, which is a mere market town, the land grows by degrees poorer. The chalk lies nearer and nearer to the surface, till you come to the open common fields within a few miles of Royston. Along here the land is poor enough. It is not the stiff red loam mixed with large blue-grey flints lying upon the chalk, such as you see in the north of Hampshire, but a whitish sort of clay, with little yellow flattish stones amongst it, sure signs of a hungry soil. Yet this land bears wheat sometimes. Royston is at the foot of this high poor land, or rather in a dell, the open side of which looks towards the north. It is a common market town, not mean, but having nothing of beauty about it, and having on it, on 3 of the sides out of the 4, those very ugly things, common fields, which have all the nakedness, without any of the smoothness, of downs. Huntingdon, Tuesday morning, 22nd January, 1822. Immediately upon quitting Royston, you come along, for a considerable distance, with enclosed fields on the left, and open common fields on the right. Here the land is excellent. A dark rich loam, free from stones, on chalk beneath at a great distance. The land appears, for a mile or 2, to resemble that at and near Faversham in Kent, which I have before noticed. The fields on the left seem to have been enclosed by Act of Parliament, and they certainly are the most beautiful tract of fields that I ever saw. Their extent may be from 10 to 30 acres each, divided by quick-set hedges, exceedingly well planted and raised. The whole tract is nearly a perfect level, the cultivation neat, and the stubble heaps, such as remain out, giving a proof of great crops of straw, while, on land with a chalk bottom, there is seldom any want of a proportionate quantity of grain. Even here, however, I saw but few Swedish turnips, and those not good. Nor did I see any wheat drilled, and observed that, in many parts, the broadcast sowing had been performed in a most careless manner, especially at about 3 miles from Royston, where some parts of the broad lands seemed to have had the seed flung along them with a shovel, while other parts contained only here and there a blade, or at least were so thinly supplied as to make it almost doubtful whether they had not been wholly missed. In some parts the middles only of the ridges were sown thickly. This is shocking husbandry. A Norfolk or a Kentish farmer would have sowed 1.5 bushels of seed to the acre here, and would have had a far better plant of wheat. About 4 miles, I think it is, from Royston, you come to the estate of Lord Hardwicke. You see the house at the end of an avenue about 2 miles long, which, however, wants the main thing, namely, fine and lofty trees. The soil here begins to be a very stiff loam at top, clay beneath for a considerable distance, and, in some places, beds of yellow gravel with very large stones mixed in it. The land is generally cold. A great deal of draining is wanted, and yet the bottom is such as not to be favourable to the growth of the oak, of which sort I have not seen one handsome tree since I left London. A grove, such as I saw at Weston in Hertfordshire, would here be a thing to attract the attention of all ranks and all ages. What, then, would they say on beholding a wood of oaks, hickories, chestnuts, walnuts, locusts, gum trees, and maples in America? Lord Hardwicke's avenue appears to be lined with elms chiefly. They are shabby. He might have had ash, for the ash will grow anywhere, on sand, on gravel, on clay, on chalk, or in swamps. It is surprising that those who planted these rows of trees did not observe how well the ash grows here. In the hedgerows, in the plantations, everywhere, the ash is fine. The ash is the hardiest of all our large trees. Look at trees on any part of the sea coast. You will see them all, even the firs, lean from the sea breeze, except the ash. You will see the oak shaved up on the side of the breeze, but the ash stands upright, as if in a warm woody dell. We have no tree that attains a greater height than the ash, and certainly none that equals it in beauty of leaf. It bears pruning better than any other tree. Its timber is one of the most useful, and as underwood and firewood it far exceeds all others of English growth. From the trees of an avenue like that of Lord Hardwicke, 100 pounds worth of fuel might, if the trees were ash, be cut every year in prunings necessary to preserve the health and beauty of the trees. Yet on this same land has his Lordship planted many acres of larches and firs. These appear to have been planted about 12 years. If instead of these he had planted ash, 4 years from the seed bed and once removed, had cut them down within an inch of the ground the 2nd year after planting, and had planted them at 4 feet apart, he would now have had about 6,000 ash poles, on an average 12 feet long, on each acre of land in his plantation, which, at 3 halfpence each, would have been worth somewhere nearly £40 an acre. He might now have cut the poles, leaving about 600 to stand upon an acre to come to trees, and while these were growing to timber, the underwood would, for poles, hoops, broomsticks, spars, rods and faggots, have been worth 25 or 30 pounds an acre every 10 years. Can beggarly stuff like larches and firs ever be profitable to this extent? Ash is timber fit for the wheelwright at the age of 20 years or less. What can you do with a rotten fir thing at that age? This estate of Lord Hardwicke appears to be very large. There is a part which is apparently in his own hands, as indeed the whole must soon be, unless he give up all idea of rent, or unless he can choke off the fundholder or get again afloat on the sea of paper money. In this part of his land there is a fine piece of lucerne in rows at about 18 inches distant from each other. They are now manuring it with burnt earth mixed with some dung, and I see several heaps of burnt earth hereabouts. The directions for doing this are contained in my year's residence, as taught me by Mr. William Gauntlet of Winchester. The land is all along here laid up in those wide and high ridges which I saw in Gloucestershire, going from Gloucester to Oxford, as I have already mentioned. These ridges are ploughed back or down, but they are ploughed up again for every sowing. At an inn near Lord Hardwicke's I saw the finest parcel of dove-house pigeons I ever saw in my life. Between this place and Huntingdon is the village of Caxton, which very much resembles almost a village of the same size in Picardy, where I saw the women dragging harrows to harrow in the corn. Certainly this village resembles nothing English, except some of the rascally rotten boroughs in Cornwall and Devonshire, on which a just providence seems to have entailed its curse. The land just about here does seem to be really bad. The face of the country is naked. The few scrubbed trees that now and then meet the eye, and even the quicksets, are covered with a yellow moss. All is bleak and comfortless, and just on the most dreary part of this most dreary scene stands almost opportunely Caxton Gibbet, tendering its friendly one arm to the passers-by. It has recently been fresh painted and written on in conspicuous characters, for the benefit, I suppose, of those who cannot exist under the thought of wheat at 4 shillings a bushel. Not far from this is a new house, which the coachman says belongs to a Mr. Cheer, who, if report speaks truly, is not, however, notwithstanding his name, guilty of the sin of making people either drunkards or gluttons. Certainly the spot on which he has built his house is one of the most ugly that I ever saw. Few spots have everything that you could wish to find, but this, according to my judgment, has everything that every man of ordinary taste would wish to avoid. The country changes but little till you get quite to Huntingdon. The land is generally quite open, or in large fields. Strong wheat land that wants a good deal of draining. Very few turnips of any sort are raised, and of course few sheep and cattle kept. Few trees, and those scrubbed. Few woods, and those small. Few hills, and those hardly worthy of the name. All which, when we see them, makes us cease to wonder that this country is so famous for fox hunting. Such it has doubtless been in all times, and to this circumstance Huntingdon, that is to say, Huntingdon, or Hunting Down, unquestionably owes its name, because down does not mean unploughed land, but open and unsheltered land, and the Saxon word is dun. When you come down near to the town itself, the scene suddenly, totally, and most agreeably changes. The river Ouse separates Godmanchester from Huntingdon, and there is, I think, no very great difference in the population of the two. Both together do not make up a population of more than about 5,000 souls. Huntingdon is a slightly built town compared with Lewes, for instance. The houses are not in general so high, nor made of such solid and costly materials. The shops are not so large, and their contents not so costly. There is not a show of so much business and so much opulence. But Huntingdon is a very clean and nice place, contains many elegant houses, and the environs are beautiful. Above and below the bridge under which the Ouse passes are the most beautiful, and by far the most beautiful, meadows that I ever saw in my life. The meadows at Lewes, at Guildford, at Farnham, at Winchester, at Salisbury, at Exeter, at Gloucester, at Hereford, and even at Canterbury, are nothing, compared with those of Huntingdon in point of beauty. Here are no reeds, here is no sedge, no unevennesses of any sort. Here are bowling greens of hundreds of acres in extent, with a river winding through them, full to the brink. One of these meadows is the race course, and so pretty a spot, so level, so smooth, so green, and of such an extent I never saw, and never expected to see. From the bridge you look across the valleys, first to the west and then to the east. The valleys terminate at the foot of rising ground, well set with trees, from amongst which church spires raise their heads here and there. I think it would be very difficult to find a more delightful spot than this in the world. To my fancy, and every one to his taste, the prospect from this bridge far surpasses that from Richmond Hill. All that I have yet seen of Huntingdon I like exceedingly. It is one of those pretty, clean, unstenched, unconfined places that tend to lengthen life and make it happy. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Rural Rides. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Rural Rides by William Cobbett, Chapter 8. Journal. Hertfordshire and Buckinghamshire. To St Albans, through Edgware, Stanmore and Watford, returning by Redburn, Hempstead and Chesham. St Albans, June 19th, 1822. From Kensington to this place, through Edgware, Stanmore and Watford, the crop is almost entirely hay, from fields of permanent grass, manured by dung and other matter brought from the Wen. Near the Wen, where they have had the first haul of the Irish and other perambulating labourers, the hay is all in rick. Some miles further down it is nearly all in. Towards Stanmore and Watford a third, perhaps, of the grass remains to be cut. It is curious to see how the thing regulates itself. We saw all the way down squads of labourers, of different departments, migrating from tract to tract, leaving the cleared fields behind them and proceeding on towards the work to be yet performed. And then, as to the classes of labourers, the mowers, with their scythes on their shoulders, were in front, going on towards the standing crops, while the haymakers were coming on behind, towards the grass already cut or cutting. The weather is fair and warm, so that the public houses on the road are pouring out their beer pretty fast, and are getting a good share of the wages of these thirsty souls. It is an exchange of beer for sweat. But the tax-eaters get, after all, the far greater part of the sweat. For, if it were not for the tax, the beer would sell for 3 halfpence a pot instead of 5 pence. Of this 3 pence halfpenny, the Jews and jobbers get about 2 pence halfpenny. It is curious to observe how the different labours are divided as to the nations. The mowers are all English, the haymakers all Irish. Scotchmen toil hard enough in Scotland, but when they go from home it is not to work, if you please. They are found in gardens, and especially in gentlemen's gardens, tying up flowers, picking dead leaves off exotics, peeping into melon frames, publishing the banns of marriage between the male and female blossoms, tapping against a wall with a hammer that weighs half an ounce. They have backs as straight and shoulders as square as heroes of Waterloo. And who can blame them? The digging, the mowing, the carrying of loads, all the break-back and sweat-extracting work, they leave to be performed by those who have less prudence than they have. The great purpose of human art, the great end of human study, is to obtain ease, to throw the burden of labour from our own shoulders, and fix it on those of others. The crop of hay is very large, and that part which is in very good order. We shall have hardly any hay that is not fine and sweet, and we shall have it carried to London at less, I dare say, than 3 pounds a load, that is 18 hundredweight, so that here the evil of over-production will be great indeed. Whether we shall have any projects for taking hay into pawn is more than any of us can say; for after what we have seen, need we be surprised if we were to hear it proposed to take butter and even milk into pawn? In after times the mad projects of these days will become proverbial. The oracle and the over-production men will totally supplant the March hare. This is all along here, and especially as far as Stanmore, a very dull and ugly country, flat and all grass fields and elms. Few birds of any kind, and few constant labourers being wanted, scarcely any cottages and gardens, which form one of the great beauties of a country. Stanmore is on a hill, but it looks over a country of little variety, though rich. What a difference between the view here and those which carry the eye over the coppices, the cornfields, the hop gardens, and the orchards of Kent! It is miserable land from Stanmore to Watford, where we get into Hertfordshire. Hence to St Albans there is generally chalk at bottom, with a red tenacious loam at top, with flints, grey on the outside and dark blue within. Wherever this is the soil the wheat grows well. The crops, and especially that of the barley, are very fine and very forward. The wheat in general does not appear to be a heavy crop, but the ears seem as if they would be full from bottom to top, and we have had so much heat that the grain is pretty sure to be plump, let the weather for the rest of the summer be what it may. The produce depends more on the weather, previous to the coming out of the ear, than on the subsequent weather. In the northern parts of America, where they have, some years, not heat enough to bring the Indian corn to perfection, I have observed that, if they have about 15 days, with the thermometer at 90, before the ear makes its appearance, the crop never fails, though the weather may be ever so unfavourable afterwards. This allies with the old remark of the country people in England, that May makes or mars the wheat, for it is in May that the ear and the grains are formed. Kensington, June 24th, 1822. Set out at 4 this morning for Redburn, and then turned off to the westward to go to High Wycombe, through Hempstead and Chesham. The wheat is good all the way. The barley and oats good enough till I came to Hempstead. But the land along here is very fine, a red, tenacious, flinty loam upon a bed of chalk at a yard or two beneath, which, in my opinion, is the very best corn land that we have in England. The fields here, like those in the rich parts of Devonshire, will bear perpetual grass. Any of them will become upland meadows. The land is, in short, excellent, and it is a real corn country. The trees from Redburn to Hempstead are very fine, oaks, ashes, and beeches, some of the finest of each sort, and the very finest ashes I ever saw in my life. They are in great numbers, and make the fields look most beautiful. No villanous things of the fir tribe offend the eye here. The custom is, in this part of Hertfordshire, and I am told it continues into Bedfordshire, to leave a border around the ploughed part of the fields to bear grass, and to make hay from, so that, the grass being now made into hay, every cornfield has a closely mowed grass walk about 10 feet wide all round it, between the corn and the hedge. This is most beautiful. The hedges are now full of the shepherd's rose, honeysuckles, and all sorts of wild flowers, so that you are upon a grass walk, with this most beautiful of all flower gardens and shrubberies on your one hand, and with the corn on the other. And thus you go from field to field, on foot or on horseback. The sort of corn, the sort of underwood and timber, the shape and size of the fields, the height of the hedgerows, the height of the trees, all continually varying. Talk of pleasure grounds indeed! What that man ever invented under the name of pleasure grounds can equal these fields in Hertfordshire? This is a profitable system too, for the ground under hedges bears little corn, and it bears very good grass. Something, however, depends on the nature of the soil, for it is not all land that will bear grass, fit for hay, perpetually, and when the land will not do that, these headlands would only be a harbour for weeds and couch grass, the seeds of which would fill the fields with their mischievous race. Mr. Tull has observed upon the great use of headlands. It is curious enough that these headlands cease soon after you get into Buckinghamshire. At first you see now and then a field without a grass headland, then it comes to now and then a field with one, and, at the end of 5 or 6 miles, they wholly cease. Hempstead is a very pretty town, with beautiful environs, and there is a canal that comes near it and that goes on to London. It lies at the foot of a hill. It is clean, substantially built, and a very pretty place altogether. Between Hempstead and Chesham the land is not so good. I came into Buckinghamshire before I got into the latter place. Passed over 2 commons. But still the land is not bad. It is drier, nearer the chalk, and not so red. The wheat continues good, though not heavy; but the barley, on the land that is not very good, is light, begins to look blue, and the backward oats are very short. On the still thinner lands the barley and oats must be a very short crop. People do not sow turnips, the ground is so dry, and I should think that the swede crop will be very short, for swedes ought to be up at least by this time. If I had swedes to sow, I would sow them now, and upon ground very deeply and finely broken. I would sow directly after the plough, not being half an hour behind it, and would roll the ground as hard as possible. I am sure the plants would come up even without rain, and the moment the rain came they would grow famously. Chesham is a nice little town, lying in a deep and narrow valley, with a stream of water running through it. All along the country that I have come, the labourers' dwellings are good. They are made of what they call brick nog, that is to say, a frame of wood, and a single brick thick, filling up the vacancies between the timber. They are generally covered with tile. Not pretty by any means, but they are good; and you see here, as in Kent, Sussex, Surrey, and Hampshire, and indeed in almost every part of England, that most interesting of all objects, that which is such an honour to England, and that which distinguishes it from all the rest of the world, namely, those neatly kept and productive little gardens round the labourers' houses, which are seldom unornamented with more or less of flowers. We have only to look at these to know what sort of people English labourers are. These gardens are the answer to the Malthuses and the Scarlets. Shut your mouths, you Scotch economists. Cease bawling, Mr. Brougham, and you Edinburgh reviewers, till you can show us something not like, but approaching towards a likeness of this. The orchards all along this country are by no means bad. Not like those of Hertfordshire and the north of Kent, but a great deal better than in many other parts of the kingdom. The cherry trees are pretty abundant and particularly good. There are not many of the merries, as they call them in Kent and Hampshire, and that is to say, the little black cherry, the name of which is a corruption from the French merise in the singular and merise in the plural. I saw the little boys in many places, set to keep the birds off the cherries, which reminded me of the time when I followed the same occupation, and also of the toll that I used to take in payment. The children are all along here, I mean the little children, locked out of the doors, while the fathers and mothers are at work in the fields. I saw many little groups of this sort, and this is one advantage of having plenty of room on the outside of a house. I never saw the country children better clad or look cleaner and fatter than they look here, and I have the very great pleasure to add that I do not think I saw 3 acres of potatoes in this whole tract of fine country, from St. Albans to Redburn, from Redburn to Hempstead, and from Hempstead to Chesham. In all the houses where I have been, they use the roasted rye instead of coffee or tea, and I saw one gentleman who had sown a piece of rye, a grain not common in this part of the country, for the express purpose. It costs about 3 farthings a pound, roasted and ground into powder. The pay of the labourers varies from 8 to 12 shillings a week. Grass mowers get 2 shillings a day, 2 quarts of what they call strong beer, and as much small beer as they can drink. After quitting Chesham, I passed through a wood, resembling as nearly as possible the woods in the more cultivated parts of Long Island, with these exceptions, that there the woods consist of a great variety of trees, and of more beautiful foliage. Here there are only 2 sorts of trees, beech and oak. But the wood at bottom was precisely like an American wood. None of that stuff which we generally call underwood, the trees standing very thick in some places, the shade so complete as never to permit herbage below. No bushes of any sort, and nothing to impede your steps but little spindling trees here and there grown up from the seed. The trees here are as lofty too as they generally are in the Long Island woods, and as straight, except in cases where you find clumps of the tulip tree, which sometimes go much above 100 feet high, as straight as a line. The oaks seem here to vie with the beeches in size as well as in loftiness and straightness. I saw several oaks which I think were more than 80 feet high, and several with a clear stem of more than 40 feet, being pretty nearly as far through at that distance from the ground as at bottom. I think I saw more than one with a clear stem of 50 feet, 1.5 feet through at that distance from the ground. This is by far the finest plank oak that I ever saw in England. The road through the wood is winding and brings you out at the corner of a field, lying sloping to the south, 3 sides of it bordered by wood, and the field planted as an orchard. This is precisely what you see in so many thousands of places in America. I had passed through Hempstead a little while before, which certainly gave its name to the township in which I lived in Long Island, and which I used to write Hampstead, contrary to the orthography of the place, never having heard of such a place as Hempstead in England. Passing through Hempstead, I gave my mind a toss back to Long Island, and this beautiful wood and orchard really made me almost conceit that I was there, and gave rise to 1,000 interesting and pleasant reflections. On quitting the wood, I crossed the great road from London to Wendover, went across the park of Mr. Drake, and up a steep hill towards the great road leading to Wickham. Mr. Drake's is a very beautiful place, and has a great deal of very fine timber upon it. I think I counted pretty nearly 200 oak trees, worth on an average £5 apiece, growing within 20 yards of the road that I was going along. Mr. Drake has some thousands of these, I dare say, besides his beech, and therefore he will be able to stand a tug with the fundholders for some time. When I got to High Wycombe, I found everything a week earlier than in the rich part of Hertfordshire. High Wycombe, as if the name was ironical, lies along the bottom of a narrow and deep valley, the hills on each side being very steep indeed. The valley runs somewhere about from east to west, and the wheat on the hills facing the south will, if this weather continue, be fit to reap in 10 days. I saw one field of oats that a bold farmer would cut next Monday. Wycombe is a very fine and very clean market town, the people all looking extremely well, the girls somewhat larger featured and larger boned than those in Sussex, and not so fresh coloured and bright-eyed. More like the girls of America, and that is saying quite as much as any reasonable woman can expect or wish for. The hills on the south side of Wycombe form a park and estate, now the property of Smith, who was a banker or stocking maker at Nottingham, who was made a lord in the time of Pitt, and who purchased this estate of the late Marquis of Lansdowne, one of whose titles is Baron Wickham. Wickham is one of those famous things called boroughs, and 34 votes in this borough send Sir John Dashwood and Sir Thomas Baring to the collective wisdom. The landlord where I put up remembered the name of Dashwood, but had forgotten who the other was. There would be no forgettings of this sort if these 34, together with their representatives, were called upon to pay the share of the national debt due from High Wycombe. Between High Wycombe and Beaconsfield, where the soil is much about that last described, the wheat continued to be equally early with that about Wycombe. As I approached Uxbridge, I got off the chalk upon a gravelly bottom, and then from Uxbridge to Shepherd's Bush on a bottom of clay. Grass fields and elm trees, with here and there a wheat or a bean field, form the features of this most ugly country, which would have been perfectly unbearable after quitting the neighbourhoods of Hempstead, Chesham, and High Wycombe, had it not been for the diversion I derived from meeting, in all the various modes of conveyance, the Cockneys going to Ealing Fair, which is one of those things which Nature herself would almost seem to have provided for drawing off the matter and giving occasional relief to the overcharged Wen. I have traversed to-day what I think may be called an average of England as to corn crops, some of the best certainly, and pretty nearly some of the worst. My observation as to the wheat is, that it will be a fair and average crop, and extremely early, because, though it is not a heavy crop, though the ears are not long, they will be full, and the earliness seems to preclude the possibility of blight, and to ensure plump grain. The barley and oats must, upon an average, be a light crop, the peas a light crop, and as to beans, unless there have been rains where beans are mostly grown, they cannot be half a crop, for they will not endure heat. I tried Massagan beans in Long Island, and could not get them to bear more than a pod or two upon a stem. Beans love cold land and shade. The earliness of the harvest, for early it must be, is always a clear advantage. This fine summer, though it may not lead to a good crop of turnips, has already put safe into store such a crop of hay as I believe England never saw before. Looking out of the window, I see the harness of the Wiltshire waggon horses, at this moment going by, covered with the chalk dust of that county, so that the fine weather continues in the west. The St. Foyne hay has all been got in the chalk countries, without a drop of wet, and when that is the case, the farmers stand in no need of oats. The grass crops have been large everywhere, as well as got in good order. The fallows must be in excellent order. It must be a sloven indeed that will sow his wheat in foul ground next autumn, and the sun, where all the fallows have been well stirred, will have done more to enrich the land than all the dung carts and all the other means employed by the hand of man. Such a summer is a great blessing, and the only drawback is, the dismal apprehension of not seeing such another for many years to come. It is favourable for poultry, for colts, for calves, for lambs, for young animals of all descriptions, not excepting the game. The partridges will be very early. They are now getting into the roads with their young ones to roll in the dust. The first broods of partridges in England are very frequently killed by the wet and cold, and this is one reason why the game is not so plenty here as it is in countries more blessed with sun. This will not be the case this year, and in short, this is one of the finest years that I ever knew. William Cobbett. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Rural Rides. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Rural Rides by William Cobbett. Chapter 9. Rural ride of 104 miles from Kensington to Uphusband, including a rustic harangue at Winchester, at a dinner with the farmers on the 28th September. Chilworth, near Guildford, Surrey, Wednesday, 25th September, 1822. This morning I set off, in rather a drizzling rain, from Kensington on horseback, accompanied by my son, with an intention of going to Uphusband, near Andover, which is situated in the north-west corner of Hampshire. It is very true that I could have gone to Uphusband by travelling only about 66 miles, and in the space of about 8 hours. But my object was not to see inns and turnpike roads, but to see the country, to see the farmers at home, and to see the labourers in the fields. And to do this, you must go either on foot or on horseback. With a gig, you cannot get about amongst by-lanes and across fields, through bridle-ways and hunting-gates, and to tramp it is too slow, leaving the labour out of the question, and that is not a trifle. We went through the turnpike gate at Kensington, and immediately turned down the lane to our left, proceeded on to Fulham, crossed Putney Bridge into Surrey, went over Barnes Common, and then, going on the upper side of Richmond, got again into Middlesex by crossing Richmond Bridge. All Middlesex is ugly, notwithstanding the millions upon millions which it is continually sucking up from the rest of the kingdom. And though the Thames and its meadows now and then are seen from the road, the country is not less ugly from Richmond to Chertsey Bridge, through Twickenham, Hampton, Sunbury, and Shepperton, than it is elsewhere. The soil is a gravel at bottom with a black loam at top near the Thames. Further back it is a sort of spewy gravel, and the buildings consist generally of tax-eaters' showy, tea-garden-like boxes, and of shabby dwellings of labouring people who, in this part of the country, look to be about half St. Giles, dirty, and have every appearance of drinking gin. At Chertsey, where we came into Surrey again, there was a fair for horses, cattle, and pigs. I did not see any sheep. Everything was exceedingly dull. Cart colts, 2 and 3 years old, were selling for less than a third of what they sold for in 1813. The cattle were of an inferior description, to be sure, but the price was low almost beyond belief. Cows which would have sold for £15 in 1813 did not get buyers at £3. I had no time to inquire much about the pigs, but a man told me that they were dirt cheap. Near Chertsey is St. Anne's Hill and some other pretty spots. Upon being shown this hill I was put in mind of Mr. Fox, and that brought into my head a grant that he obtained of Crown lands in this neighbourhood in, I think, 1806. The Duke of York obtained, by Act of Parliament, a much larger grant of these lands at Oatlands in 1804, I think it was. But this was natural enough. This is what would surprise nobody. Mr. Fox's was another affair, and especially when taken into view with what I am now going to relate. In 1804 or 1805, Fordyce, the late Duchess of Gordon's brother, was Collector General, or had been, of taxes in Scotland, and owed a large arrear to the public. He was also Surveyor of Crown lands. The then Opposition were for hauling him up. Pitt was again in power. Mr. Creevey was to bring forward the motion in the House of Commons, and Mr. Fox was to support it, and had actually spoken once or twice in a preliminary way on the subject. Notice of the motion was regularly given. It was put off from time to time, and at last dropped, Mr. Fox declining to support it. I have no books at hand, but the affair will be found recorded in the Register. It was not owing to Mr. Creevey that the thing did not come on. I remember well that it was owing to Mr. Fox. Other motives were stated, and those others might be the real motives. But, at any rate, the next year, or the year after, Mr. Fox got transferred to him a part of that estate which belongs to the public, and which was once so great, called the Crown lands. And of these lands Fordyce long had been, and then was, the surveyor. Such are the facts. Let the reader reason upon them and draw the conclusion. This county of Surrey presents to the eye of the traveller a greater contrast than any other county in England. It has some of the very best and some of the worst lands, not only in England, but in the world. We will hear upon those of the latter description. For 5 miles on the road towards Guildford, the land is a rascally common covered with poor heath, except where the gravel is so near the top as not to suffer even the heath to grow. Here we entered the enclosed lands, which have the gravel at bottom, but a nice light black mould at top, in which the trees grow very well. Through by-lanes and bridle-ways, we came out into the London road, between Ripley and Guildford, and immediately crossing that road, came on towards a village called Merrow. We came out into the road just mentioned, at the lodge gates of a Mr. Weston, whose mansion and estate have just passed, as to occupancy, into the hands of some new man. At Merrow, where we came into the Epsom road, we found that Mr. Webb Weston, whose mansion and park are a little further on towards London, had just walked out, and left it in possession of another new man. This gentleman told us last year at the Epsom meeting that he was losing his income, and I told him how it was that he was losing it. He is said to be a very worthy man, very much respected, a very good landlord, but I dare say he is one of those who approved of yeomanry cavalry to keep down the Jacobins and levellers, but who in fact, as I always told men of this description, have put down themselves and their landlords, for without them this thing never could have been done. To ascribe the whole to contrivance would be to give to Pitt and his followers too much credit for profundity. But if the knaves who assembled at the Crown and Anchor in the Strand, in 1793, to put down, by the means of prosecutions and spies, those whom they called Republicans and Levellers, if these knaves had said, "Let us go to work to induce the owners and occupiers of the land to convey their estates and their capital into our hands," and if the government had corresponded with them in views, the effect could not have been more complete than it has thus far been. The yeomanry actually, as to the effect, drew their swords to keep the reformers at bay, while the tax-eaters were taking away the estates and the capital. It was the sheep surrendering up the dogs into the hands of the wolves. Lord Onslow lives near Merrow. This is the man that was for many years so famous as a driver of four in hand. He used to be called Tommy Onslow. He has the character of being a very good landlord. I know he called me a damned Jacobin several years ago, only I presume because I was labouring to preserve to him the means of still driving four in hand, while he and others like him and their yeomanry cavalry were working as hard to defeat my wishes and endeavours. They say here that, some little time back, his lordship, who has, at any rate, had the courage to retrench in all sorts of ways, was at Guildford in a gig with one horse, at the very moment when Spicer, the stockbroker, who was a chairman of the committee for prosecuting Lord Cochrane, and who lives at Esher, came rattling in with 4 horses and a couple of outriders. They relate an observation made by his lordship, which may or may not be true, and which therefore I shall not repeat. But, my lord, there is another sort of courage other than that of retrenching, that would become you in the present emergency. I mean political courage, and especially the courage of acknowledging your errors, confessing that you were wrong when you called the reformers Jacobins and levellers, the courage of now joining them in their efforts to save their country, to regain their freedom, and to preserve to you your estate, which is to be preserved, you will observe, by no other means than that of a reform of the Parliament. It is now manifest, even to fools, that it has been by the instrumentality of a base and fraudulent paper money that loan jobbers, stock jobbers, and Jews have got the estates into their hands. With what eagerness in 1797 did the nobility, gentry, and clergy rush forward to give their sanction and their support to the system which then began and which has finally produced what we now behold! They assembled in all the counties and put forth declarations that they would take the paper of the Bank and that they would support the system. Upon this occasion the county of Surrey was the very first county, and on the list of signatures the very first name was Onslow. There may be sales and conveyances, there may be recoveries, deeds, and other parchments, but this was the real transfer, this was the real signing away of the estates. To come to Chilworth, which lies on the south side of St. Martha's Hill, most people would have gone along the level road to Guildford, and come round through Shoreford under the hills. But we, having seen enough of streets and turnpikes, took a cross over Merrow Down, where the Guildford racecourse is, and then mounted the Surrey Hills, so famous for the prospects they afford. Here we look back over Middlesex, and into Buckinghamshire and Berkshire, away towards the north-west, into Essex and Kent towards the east, over part of Sussex to the south, and over part of Hampshire to the west and south-west. We are here upon a bed of chalk, where the downs always afford good sheep food. We steered for St. Martha's Chapel, and went round at the foot of the lofty hill on which it stands. This brought us down the side of a steep hill, and along a bridle way, into the narrow and exquisitely beautiful Vale of Chilworth, where we were to stop for the night. This vale is skirted partly by woodlands, and partly by sides of hills tilled as cornfields. The land is excellent, particularly towards the bottom. Even the arable fields are in some places, towards their tops, nearly as steep as the roof of a tiled house, and where the ground is covered with woods, the ground is still more steep. Down the middle of the vale there is a series of ponds or small lakes, which meet your eye here and there through the trees. Here are some very fine farms, a little strip of meadows, some hop gardens, and the lakes have given rise to the establishment of powder mills and paper mills. The trees of all sorts grow well here, and coppices yield poles for the hop gardens, and wood to make charcoal for the powder mills. They are sowing wheat here, and the land, owing to the fine summer that we have had, is in a very fine state. The rain, too, which yesterday fell here in great abundance, has been just in time to make a really good wheat sowing season. The turnips, all the way that we have come, are good, rather backward in some places, but in sufficient quantity upon the ground, and there is yet a good while for them to grow. All the fall fruit is excellent, and in great abundance. The grapes are as good as those raised under glass. The apples are much richer than in ordinary years. The crop of hops has been very fine here, as well as everywhere else. The crop not only large, but good in quality. They expect to get £6 a hundred for them at Weyhill Fair. That is one more than I think they will get. The best Sussex hops were selling in the borough of Southwark at £3 a hundred a few days before I left London. The Farnham hops may bring double that price, but that, I think, is as much as they will, and this is ruin to the hop planter. The tax, with its attendant inconveniences, amounts to £1 a hundred, the picking, drying, and bagging to 50 shillings, the carrying to market not less than 5 shillings. Here is the sum of £3 10s. Of the money. Supposing the crop to be half a ton to the acre, the bare tillage will be 10 shillings. The poles for an acre cannot cost less than £2 a year. That is another 4 shillings to each hundred of hops. This brings the outgoings to 82 shillings. Then comes the manure, then come the poor rates, and road rates, and county rates, and if these leave one single farthing for rent, I think it is strange. I hear that Mr. Birkbeck is expected home from America. It is said that he is coming to receive a large legacy, a thing not to be overlooked by a person who lives in a country where he can have land for nothing. The truth is, I believe, that there has lately died a gentleman who has bequeathed a part of his property to pay the creditors of a relation of his, who some years ago became a bankrupt, and one of whose creditors Mr. Birkbeck was. What the amount may be I know not, but I have heard that the bankrupt had a partner at the time of the bankruptcy, so that there must be a good deal of difficulty in settling the matter in an equitable manner. The Chancery would drawl it out, supposing the present system to continue, till, in all human probability, there would not be as much left for Mr. Birkbeck as would be required to pay his way back again to the land of promise. I hope he is coming here to remain here. He is a very clever man, though he has been very abusive and very unjust with regard to me. Lee, near Godalming, Surrey, Thursday, 26 September. We started from Chilworth this morning, came down the Vale, left the village of Shoreford to our right, and that of Wonersh to our left, and crossing the river Wey, got into the turnpike road between Guildford and Godalming, went on through Godalming, and got to Lee, which lies to the north-east snugly under Hindhead, about 11 o'clock. This was coming only about 8 miles, a sort of rest after the 32 miles of the day before. Coming along the road, a farmer overtook us, and as he had known me from seeing me at the meeting at Epsom last year, I had a part of my main business to perform, namely, to talk politics. He was going to Hazelmere Fair, upon the mention of that sinkhole of a borough, which sends, as clearly as the sun at noonday, the celebrated Charles Long, and the scarcely less celebrated Robert Ward, to the celebrated House of Commons. We began to talk, as it were, spontaneously, about Lord Lonsdale and the Lowthers. The farmer wondered why the Lowthers, that were the owners of so many farms, should be for a system which was so manifestly taking away the estates of the landlords and the capital of the farmers, and giving them to Jews, loan jobbers, stock jobbers, placemen, pensioners, sinecure people, and people of the dead weight. But his wonder ceased, his eyes were opened, and his heart seemed to burn within him as I talked to him on the way, when I explained to him the nature of Crown lands and Crown tenants, and when I described to him certain districts of property in Westmoreland and other parts. I had not the book in my pocket, but my memory furnished me with quite a sufficiency of matter to make him perceive that, in supporting the present system, the Lowthers were by no means so foolish as he appeared to think them. From the Lowthers I turned to Mr. Poyntz, who lives at Midhurst in Sussex, and whose name as a Crown tenant I find in a report lately laid before the House of Commons, and the particulars of which I will state another time for the information of the people of Sussex. I used to wonder myself what made Mr. Poyntz call me a Jacobin. I used to think that Mr. Poyntz must be a fool to support the present system. What I have seen in that report convinces me that Mr. Poyntz is no fool, as far as relates to his own interest, at any rate. There is a mine of wealth in these Crown lands. Here are farms and manors and mines and woods, and forests and houses and streets, incalculable in value. What can be so proper as to apply this public property towards the discharge of a part at least of that public debt which is hanging round the neck of this nation like a millstone? Mr. Ricardo proposes to seize upon a part of the private property of every man to be given to the stock jobbing race. At an act of injustice like this the mind revolts. The foolishness of it, besides, is calculated to shock one. But in the public property we see the suitable thing. And who can possibly object to this except those who, amongst them, now divide the possession or benefit of this property? I have once before mentioned, but I will repeat it, that Marlborough House in Pall Mall, for which the Prince of Saxe-Coburg pays a rent to the Duke of Marlborough of £3,000 a year, is rented of this generous public by that most noble Duke at the rate of less than £40 a year. There are 3 houses in Pall Mall, the whole of which pay a rent to the public of about £15 a year, I think it is. I myself, 22 years ago, paid £300 a year for one of them, to a man that I thought was the owner of them, but I now find that these houses belong to the public. The Duke of Buckingham's house in Pall Mall, which is one of the grandest in all London, and which is not worth less than £700 or £800 a year, belongs to the public. The Duke is the tenant, and I think he pays for it much less than £20 a year. I speak from memory here all the way along, and therefore not positively. I will, another time, state the particulars from the books. The book that I am now referring to is also of a date of some years back, but I will mention all the particulars another time. Talk of reducing rents, indeed! Talk of generous landlords! It is the public that is the generous landlord. It is the public that lets its houses and manors and mines and farms at a cheap rate. It certainly would not be so good a landlord if it had a reformed Parliament to manage its affairs, nor would it suffer so many snug corporations to carry on their snugglings in the manner that they do, and therefore it is obviously the interest of the rich tenants of this poor public, as well as the interest of the snugglers in corporations, to prevent the poor public from having such a Parliament. We got into free quarter again at Lee, and there is nothing like free quarter, as soldiers well know. Lee is situated on the edge of that immense heath which sweeps down from the summit of Hindhead across to the north, over innumerable hills of minor altitude, and of an infinite variety of shapes towards Farnham, to the north east, towards the Hog's Back, leading from Farnham to Guildford, and to the east, or nearly so, towards Godalming. Nevertheless, the enclosed lands at Lee are very good and singularly beautiful. The timber of all sorts grows well, the land is light, and being free from stones, very pleasant to work. If you go southward from Lee about a mile, you get down into what is called, in the old Acts of Parliament, the Weald of Surrey. Here the land is a stiff tenacious loam at top, with blue and yellow clay beneath. This Weald continues on eastward, and gets into Sussex near East Grinstead. Thence it winds about under the hills into Kent. Here the oak grows finer than in any part of England. The trees are more spiral in their form. They grow much faster than upon any other land. Yet the timber must be better; for in some of the Acts of Queen Elizabeth's reign it is provided, that the oak for the Royal Navy shall come out of the Wealds of Surrey, Sussex, or Kent. Odiham, Hampshire, Friday, 27th September. From Lee we set off this morning about 6 o'clock, to get free quarter again at a worthy old friend's, at this nice little plain market town. Our direct road was right over the heath through Tilford to Farnham, but we veered a little to the left after we came to Tilford, at which place on the green we stopped to look at an oak tree, which, when I was a little boy, was but a very little tree, comparatively, and which is now, take it altogether, by far the finest tree that I ever saw in my life. The stem or shaft is short; that is to say, it is short before you come to the first limbs, but it is full 30 feet round, at about 8 or 10 feet from the ground. Out of the stem there come not less than 15 or 16 limbs, many of which are from 5 to 10 feet round, and each of which would, in fact, be considered a decent stick of timber. I am not judge enough of timber to say anything about the quantity in the whole tree, but my son stepped the ground, and, as nearly as we could judge, the diameter of the extent of the branches was upwards of 90 feet, which would make a circumference of about 300 feet. The tree is in full growth at this moment. There is a little hole in one of the limbs, but with that exception there appears not the smallest sign of decay. The tree has made great shoots in all parts of it this last summer and spring, and there are no appearances of white upon the trunk, such as are regarded as the symptoms of full growth. There are many sorts of oak in England, two very distinct, one with a pale leaf and one with a dark leaf. This is of the pale leaf. The tree stands upon Tilford Green, the soil of which is a light loam with a hard sandstone a good way beneath, and probably clay beneath that. The spot where the tree stands is about 120 feet from the edge of a little river, and the ground on which it stands may be about 10 feet higher than the bed of that river. In quitting Tilford we came on to the land belonging to Waverley Abbey, and then, instead of going on to the town of Farnham, veered away to the left towards Wrecklesham, in order to cross the Farnham and Alton turnpike road, and to come on by the side of Crondall to Odiham. We went a little out of the way to go to a place called the Bourn, which lies in the heath at about a mile from Farnham. It is a winding narrow valley, down which, during the wet season of the year, there runs a stream beginning at the Holt Forest, and emptying itself into the Wey just below Moor Park, which was the seat of Sir William Temple when Swift was residing with him. We went to this Bourn in order that I might show my son the spot where I received the rudiments of my education. There is a little hop garden in which I used to work when from 8 to 10 years old, from which I have scores of times run to follow the hounds, leaving the hoe to do the best that it could to destroy the weeds. But the most interesting thing was a sandhill, which goes from a part of the heath down to the rivulet. As a due mixture of pleasure with toil, I, with 2 brothers, used occasionally to disport ourselves, as the lawyers call it, at this sandhill. Our diversion was this: we used to go to the top of the hill, which was steeper than the roof of a house. One used to draw his arms out of the sleeves of his smock frock, and lay himself down with his arms by his sides, and then the others, one at head and the other at feet, sent him rolling down the hill like a barrel or a log of wood. By the time he got to the bottom, his hair, eyes, ears, nose, and mouth were all full of this loose sand. Then the others took their turn, and at every roll there was a monstrous spell of laughter. I had often told my sons of this while they were very little, and I now took one of them to see the spot. But that was not all. This was the spot where I was receiving my education, and this was the sort of education, and I am perfectly satisfied that if I had not received such an education, or something very much like it, that if I had been brought up a milksop, with a nursery maid everlastingly at my heels, I should have been at this day as great a fool, as inefficient a mortal, as any of those frivolous idiots that are turned out from Winchester and Westminster schools, or from any of those dens of dunces called colleges and universities. It is impossible to say how much I owe to that sandhill, and I went to return it my thanks for the ability which it probably gave me to be one of the greatest terrors to one of the greatest and most powerful bodies of knaves and fools that ever were permitted to afflict this or any other country. From the Bourne we proceeded on to Wrecklesham, at the end of which we crossed what is called the River Wey. Here we found a parcel of labourers at parish work. Amongst them was an old playmate of mine. The account they gave of their situation was very dismal. The harvest was over early, the hop picking is now over, and now they are employed by the parish; that is to say, not absolutely digging holes one day and filling them up the next, but at the expense of half-ruined farmers and tradesmen and landlords, to break stones into very small pieces, to make nice smooth roads, lest the jolting, in going along them, should create bile in the stomachs of the overfed tax-eaters. I call upon mankind to witness this scene, and to say whether ever the like of this was heard of before. It is a state of things where all is out of order, where self-preservation, that great law of nature, seems to be set at defiance. For here are farmers unable to pay men for working for them, and yet compelled to pay them for working in doing that which is really of no use to any human being. There lie the hop poles unstripped. You see 100 things in the neighbouring fields that want doing. The fences are not nearly what they ought to be. The very meadows to our right and our left in crossing this little valley would occupy these men advantageously until the setting in of the frost. And here are they, not, as I said before, actually digging holes one day and filling them up the next, but to all intents and purposes as uselessly employed. Is this, Mr. Canning's son of prosperity? Is this the way to increase or preserve a nation's wealth? Is this a sign of wise legislation and of good government? Does this thing work well, Mr. Canning? Does it prove that we want no change? True, you were born under a kingly government, and so was I as well as you. But I was not born under 6 acts, nor was I born under a state of things like this. I was not born under it, and I do not wish to live under it, and with God's help I will change it if I can. We left these poor fellows, after having given them, not religious tracts, which would, if they could, make the labourer content with half starvation, but something to get them some bread and cheese and beer, being firmly convinced that it is the body that wants filling and not the mind. However, in speaking of their low wages, I told them that the farmers and hop planters were as much objects of compassion as themselves, which they acknowledged. We immediately, after this, crossed the road, and went on towards Crondall, upon a soil that soon became stiff loam and flint at top, with a bed of chalk beneath. We did not go to Crondall, but kept along over Slade Heath, and through a very pretty place called Well. We arrived at Odiham about half after 11, at the end of a beautiful ride of about 17 miles, in a very fine and pleasant day. Winchester, Saturday, 28th September. Just after daylight we started for this place. By the turnpike we could have come through Basingstoke by turning off to the right, or through Alton and Alresford by turning off to the left. Being naturally disposed towards a middle course, we chose to wind down through Upton Gray, Preston Candover, Chilton Candover, Brown Candover, then down to Ovington and into Winchester by the north entrance. From Wrecklesham to Winchester we have come over roads and lanes of flint and chalk. The weather being dry again, the ground under you as solid as iron makes a great rattling with the horses' feet. The country where the soil is stiff loam upon chalk is never bad for corn, not rich but never poor. There is at no time anything deserving to be called dirt in the roads. The buildings last a long time from the absence of fogs and also the absence of humidity in the ground. The absence of dirt makes the people habitually cleanly, and all along through this country the people appear in general to be very neat. It is a country for sheep, which are always sound and good upon this iron soil. The trees grow well where there are trees. The woods and coppices are not numerous, but they are good, particularly the ash, which always grows well upon the chalk. The oaks, though they do not grow in the spiral form, as upon the clays, are by no means stunted, and some of them very fine trees. I take it that they require a much greater number of years to bring them to perfection than in the Wealds. The wood, perhaps, may be harder, but I have heard that the oak, which grows upon these hard bottoms, is very frequently what the carpenters call shaky. The underwoods here consist almost entirely of hazel, which is very fine, and much tougher and more durable than that which grows on soils with a moist bottom. This hazel is a thing of great utility here. It furnishes rods wherewith to make fences, but its principal use is to make wattles for the folding of sheep in the fields. These things are made much more neatly here than in the south of Hampshire and in Sussex, or in any other part that I have seen. Chalk is the favourite soil of the yew tree, and at Preston Candover there is an avenue of yew trees probably a mile long, each tree containing, as nearly as I can guess, from 12 to 20 feet of timber, which, as the reader knows, implies a tree of considerable size. They have probably been a century or two in growing, but in any way that timber can be used, the timber of the yew will last, perhaps, 10 times as long as the timber of any other tree that we grow in England. Quitting the Candovers, we came along between the two estates of the two Barings. Sir Thomas, who has supplanted the Duke of Bedford, was to our right, while Alexander, who has supplanted Lord Northington, was on our left. The latter has enclosed, as a sort of outwork to his park, a pretty little down called Northington Down, in which he has planted here and there a clump of trees. But Mr. Baring, not reflecting that woods are not like funds, to be made at a heat, has planted his trees too large, so that they are covered with moss, are dying at the top, and are literally growing downward instead of upward. In short, this enclosure and plantation have totally destroyed the beauty of this part of the estate. The down, which was before very beautiful, and formed a sort of glacis up to the park pales, is now a marred, ragged, ugly-looking thing. The dying trees, which have been planted long enough for you not to perceive that they have been planted, excite the idea of sterility in the soil. They do injustice to it, for, as a down, it was excellent. Everything that has been done here is to the injury of the estate, and discovers a most shocking want of taste in the projector. Sir Thomas's plantations, or rather those of his father, have been managed more judiciously. I do not like to be a sort of spy in a man's neighbourhood, but I will tell Sir Thomas Baring what I have heard, and if he be a man of sense I shall have his thanks rather than his reproaches for so doing. I may have been misinformed, but this is what I have heard, that he, and also Lady Baring, are very charitable, that they are very kind and compassionate to their poor neighbours, but that they tack a sort of condition to this charity, that they insist upon the objects of it adopting their notions with regard to religion, or at least that where the people are not what they deem pious, they are not objects of their benevolence. I do not say that they are not perfectly sincere themselves, and that their wishes are not the best that can possibly be, but of this I am very certain, that by pursuing this principle of action, where they make one good man or woman, they will make 100 hypocrites. It is not little books that can make a people good, that can make them moral, that can restrain them from committing crimes. I believe that books of any sort never yet had that tendency. Sir Thomas does, I dare say, think me a very wicked man, since I aim at the destruction of the funding system, and what he would call a robbery of what he calls the public creditor. And yet, God help me, I have read books enough, and amongst the rest a great part of the religious tracts. Amongst the labouring people, the first thing you have to look after is common honesty, speaking the truth, and refraining from thieving. And to secure these, the labourer must have his belly full and be free from fear. And this bellyful must come to him from out of his wages, and not from benevolence of any description. Such being my opinion, I think Sir Thomas Baring would do better, that he would discover more real benevolence, by using the influence which he must naturally have in his neighbourhood to prevent a diminution in the wages of labour. Winchester, Sunday morning, 29th September. Yesterday was market day here. Everything cheap and falling instead of rising. If it were overproduction last year that produced the distress, when are our miseries to have an end? They will end when these men cease to have sway, and not before. I had not been in Winchester long, before I heard something very interesting about the manifesto concerning the poor, which was lately issued here, and upon which I remarked in my last register but one, in my letter to Sir Thomas Baring. Proceeding upon the true military principle, I looked out for free quarter, which the reader will naturally think difficult for me to find in a town containing a cathedral. Having done this, I went to the Swan Inn to dine with the farmers. This is the manner that I like best of doing the thing. 6 acts do not, to be sure, prevent us from dining together. They do not authorize justices of the peace to kill us, because we meet to dine without their permission. But I do not like dinner meetings on my account. I like much better to go and fall in with the lads of the land, or with anybody else, at their own places of resort. And I am going to place myself down at Uphusband, in excellent free quarter, in the midst of all the great fairs of the West, in order, before the winter campaign begins, that I may see as many farmers as possible, and that they may hear my opinions, and I theirs. I shall be at Weyhill Fair on the 10th of October, and perhaps on some of the succeeding days, and on one or more of those days I intend to dine at the White Hart at Andover. What other fairs or places I shall go to I shall notify hereafter. And this I think the frankest and fairest way. I wish to see many people, and to talk to them, and there are a great many people who wish to see and to talk to me. What better reason can be given for man's going about the country, and dining at fairs and markets? At the dinner at Winchester we had a good number of opulent yeomen, and many gentlemen joined us after the dinner. The state of the country was well talked over, and during the session, much more sensible than some other sessions that I have had to remark on, I made the following rustic harangue. Gentlemen, though many here are, I am sure, glad to see me, I am not vain enough to suppose that anything other than that of wishing to hear my opinions on the prospects before us can have induced many to choose to be here to dine with me to-day. I shall, before I sit down, propose to you a toast, which you will drink or not, as you choose, but I shall state one particular wish in that shape, that it may be the more distinctly understood and the better remembered. The wish to which I allude relates to the tithes. Under that word I mean to speak of all that mass of wealth which is vulgarly called church property, but which is, in fact, public property, and may of course be disposed of as the Parliament shall please. There appears at this moment an uncommon degree of anxiety on the part of the parsons to see the farmers enabled to pay rents. The business of the parsons being only with tithes, one naturally at first sight wonders why they should care so much about rents. The fact is this: they see clearly enough that the landlords will never long go without rents and suffer them to enjoy the tithes. They see, too, that there must be a struggle between the land and the funds. They see that there is such a struggle. They see that it is the taxes that are taking away the rent of the landlord and the capital of the farmer. Yet the parsons are afraid to see the taxes reduced. Why? Because if the taxes be reduced in any great degree, and nothing short of a great degree will give relief, they see that the interest of the debt cannot be paid, and they know well that the interest of the debt can never be reduced until their tithes have been reduced. Thus, then, they find themselves in a great difficulty. They wish the taxes to be kept up and rents to be paid too. Both cannot be, unless some means or other be found out of putting into or keeping in the farmer's pocket money that is not now there. The scheme that appears to have been fallen upon for this purpose is the strangest in the world, and it must, if attempted to be put into execution, produce something little short of open and general commotion, namely that of reducing the wages of labour to a mark so low as to make the labourer a walking skeleton. Before I proceed further, it is right that I communicate to you an explanation, which not an hour ago I received from Mr. Poulter, relative to the manifesto, lately issued in this town by a bench of magistrates, of which that gentleman was chairman. I have not the honour to be personally acquainted with Mr. Poulter, but certainly if I had misunderstood the manifesto, it was right that I should be, if possible, made to understand it. Mr. Poulter, in company with another gentleman, came to me in this inn, and said that the bench did not mean that their resolutions should have the effect of lowering the wages, and that the sums stated in the paper were sums to be given in the way of relief. We had not the paper before us, and, as the paper contained a good deal about relief, I, in recollection, confounded the two, and said that I had understood the paper agreeably to the explanation. But upon looking at the paper again, I see that, as to the words, there was a clear recommendation to make the wages what is there stated. However, seeing that the chairman himself disavows this, we must conclude that the bench put forth words not expressing their meaning. To this I must add, as connected with the manifesto, that it is stated in that document that such and such justices were present, and a large and respectable number of yeomen who had been invited to attend. Now, gentlemen, I was, I must confess, struck with this addition to the bench. These gentlemen have not been accustomed to treat farmers with so much attention. It seemed odd that they should want a set of farmers to be present to give a sort of sanction to their acts. Since my arrival in Winchester, I have found, however, that having them present was not all, for that the names of some of these yeomen were actually inserted in the manuscript of the manifesto, and that those names were expunged at the request of the parties named. This is a very singular proceeding, then, altogether. It presents to us a strong picture of the diffidence or modesty, call it which you please, of the justices. And it shows us that the yeomen present did not like to have their names standing as giving sanction to the resolutions contained in the manifesto. Indeed, they knew well that those resolutions never could be acted upon. They knew that they could not live in safety even in the same village with labourers, paid at the rate of 3, 4, and 5 shillings a week. To return now, gentlemen, to the scheme for squeezing rents out of the bones of the labourer, is it not upon the face of it most monstrously absurd that this scheme should be resorted to, when the plain and easy and just way of insuring rents must present itself to every eye, and can be pursued by the Parliament whenever it choose? We heard loud outcries against the poor rates, the enormous poor rates, the all-devouring poor rates. But what are the facts? Why, that in Great Britain 6 millions are paid in poor rates, 7 millions, or thereabouts, in tithes, and 60 millions to the fund people, the army, placemen, and the rest. And yet nothing of all this seems to be thought of but the 6 millions. Surely the other and so much larger sums might to be thought of. Even the 6 millions are, for the far greater part, wages, and not poor rates. And yet all this outcry is made about these 6 millions, while not a word is said about the other 67 millions. Gentlemen, to enumerate all the ways in which the public money is spent would take me a week. I will mention 2 classes of persons who are receivers of taxes, and you will then see with what reason it is that this outcry is set up against the poor rates and against the amount of wages. There is a thing called the dead weight. Incredible as it may seem that such a vulgar appellation should be used in such a way and by such persons, it is a fact that the Ministers have laid before the Parliament an account, called the account of the dead weight. This account tells how £5,300,000 are distributed annually amongst half-pay officers, pensioners, retired commissaries, clerks, and so forth, employed during the last war. If there were nothing more entailed upon us by that war, this is pretty smart money. Now, unjust, unnecessary as that war was, detestable as it was in all its principles and objects, still, to every man who really did fight, or who performed a soldier's duty abroad, I would give something. He should not be left destitute. But, gentlemen, is it right for the nation to keep on paying for life crowds of young fellows, such as make up the greater part of this dead weight? This is not all, however, for there are the widows and the children who have and are to have pensions too. You seem surprised, and well you may, but this is the fact. A young fellow who has a pension for life, or an old fellow either, will easily get a wife to enjoy it with him, and he will, I'll warrant him, take care that she shall not be old. So that he has absolutely a premium for entering into the holy state of matrimony. The husband, you will perceive, cannot prevent the wife from having the pension after his death. She is our widow in this respect, not his. She marries, in fact, with a jointure settled on her. The more children the husband leaves, the better for the widow, for each child has a pension for a certain number of years. The man who, under such circumstances, does not marry, must be a woman-hater. An old man actually going into the grave may, by the mere ceremony of marriage, give any woman a pension for life. Even the widows and children of insane officers are not excluded. If an officer, now insane but at large, were to marry, there is nothing, as the thing now stands, to prevent his widow and children from having pensions. Were such things as these ever before heard of in the world? Were such premiums ever before given for breeding gentlemen and ladies, and that, too, while all sorts of projects are on foot to check the breeding of the labouring classes? Can such a thing go on? I say it cannot, and if it could, it must inevitably render this country the most contemptible upon the face of the earth. And yet not a word of complaint is heard about these 5 millions and a quarter expended in this way, while the country rings, fairly resounds, with the outcry about the 6 millions that are given to the labourers in the shape of poor rates, but which in fact go for the greater part to pay what ought to be called wages. Unless then we speak out here, unless we call for redress here, unless we here seek relief, we shall not only be totally ruined, but we shall deserve it. The other class of persons to whom I have alluded, as having taxes bestowed on them, are the poor clergy. Not of the church as by law established, to be sure, you will say. Yes, gentlemen, even to the poor clergy of the established church. We know well how rich that church is. We know well how many millions it annually receives. We know how opulent are the bishops, how rich they die, how rich, in short, a body it is. And yet £1,500,000 have, within the same number of years, been given out of the taxes partly raised on the labourers for the relief of the poor clergy of that church, while it is notorious that the livings are given, in numerous cases, by 2s and 3s to the same person, and while a clamour, enough to make the sky ring, is made about what is given in the shape of relief to the labouring classes. Why, gentlemen, what do we want more than this one fact? Does not this one fact sufficiently characterize the system under which we live? Does not this prove that a change, a great change, is wanted? Would it not be more natural to propose to get this money back from the church than to squeeze so much out of the bones of the labourers? This the Parliament can do if it pleases, and this it will do, if you do your duty. Passing over several other topics, let me, gentlemen, now come to what, at the present moment, most nearly affects you, namely the prospect as to prices. In the first place, this depends upon whether Peel's Bill will be repealed. As this depends a good deal upon the Ministers, and as I am convinced that they know no more what to do in the present emergency than the little boys and girls that are running up and down the street before this house, it is impossible for me, or for any one, to say what will be done in this respect. But my opinion is decided, that the Bill will not be repealed. The Ministers see that if they were now to go back to the paper, it would not be the paper of 1819, but a paper never to be redeemed by gold, that it would be assignats to all intents and purposes. That must of necessity cause the complete overthrow of the Government in a very short time. If therefore the Ministers see the thing in this light, it is impossible that they should think of a repeal of Peel's Bill. There appeared last winter a strong disposition to repeal the Bill, and I verily believe that a repeal in effect, though not in name, was actually in contemplation. A Bill was brought in which was described beforehand as intended to prolong the issue of small notes, and also to prolong the time for making Bank of England notes a legal tender. This would have been a repealing of Peel's Bill in great part. The Bill, when brought in and when passed, as it finally was, contained no clause relative to legal tender, and without that clause it was perfectly nugatory. Let me explain to you, gentlemen, what this Bill really is. In the 17th year of the late King's reign, an Act was passed for a time limited to prevent the issue of notes payable to bearer on demand for any sums less than £5. In the 27th year of the late King's reign, this Act was made perpetual, and the preamble of the Act sets forth that it is made perpetual because the preventing of small notes being made has been proved to be for the good of the nation. Nevertheless, in just 10 years afterwards, that is to say, in the year 1797, when the Bank stopped payment, this salutary Act was suspended. Indeed, it was absolutely necessary, for there was no gold to pay with. It continued suspended until 1819, when Mr. Peel's Bill was passed, when a Bill was passed to suspend it still further, until the year 1825. You will observe, then, that last winter there were yet 3 years to come, during which the banks might make small notes if they would. Yet this new Bill was passed last winter, to authorize them to make small notes until the year 1833. The measure was wholly uncalled for. It appeared to be altogether unnecessary. But, as I have just said, the intention was to introduce into this Bill a clause to continue the legal tender until 1833, and that would indeed have made a great alteration in the state of things, and, if extended to the Bank of England, would have been, in effect, a complete repeal of Peel's Bill. It was fully expected by the country bankers that the legal tender clause would have been inserted, but before it came to the trial the Ministers gave way, and the clause was not inserted. The reason for their giving way, I do verily believe, had its principal foundation in their perceiving that the public would clearly see that such a measure would make the paper money merely assignats. The legal tender not having been enacted, the small note bill can do nothing towards augmenting the quantity of circulating medium. As the law now stands, Bank of England notes are, in effect, a legal tender. If I owe a debt of £20 and tender Bank of England notes in payment, the law says that you shall not arrest me, that you may bring your action if you like, that I may pay the notes into court, that you may go on with your action, that you shall pay all the costs, and I none. At last you gain your action. You obtain judgment and execution, or whatever else the everlasting law allows of. And what have you got then? Why, the notes. The same identical notes the sheriff will bring you. You will not take them. Go to law with the sheriff then. He pays the notes into court. More costs for you to pay. And thus you go on, but without ever touching or seeing gold. Now, gentlemen, Peel's Bill puts an end to all this pretty work on the first day of next May. If you have a handful of a country banker's rags now, and go to him for payment, he will tender you Bank of England notes. And if you like the paying of costs, you may go to law for gold. But when the 1st of next May comes, he must put gold into your hands in exchange for your notes, if you choose it. Or you may clap a bailiff's hand upon his shoulder, and if he choose to pay into court, he must pay in gold, and pay your costs also, as far as you have gone. This makes a strange alteration in the thing. And everybody must see that the Bank of England and the country bankers, that all, in short, are preparing for the 1st of May. It is clear that there must be a further diminution of the paper money. It is hard to say the precise degree of effect that this will have upon prices, but that it must bring them down is clear. And for my own part, I am fully persuaded that they will come down to the standard of prices in France, be those prices what they may. This indeed was acknowledged by Mr. Huskisson in the Agricultural Report of 1821. That two countries so near together, both having gold as a currency or standard, should differ very widely from each other in the prices of farm produce, is next to impossible; and therefore when our legal tender shall be completely done away, to the prices of France you must come, and those prices cannot, I think, in the present state of Europe, much exceed 3 or 4 shillings a bushel for good wheat. You know as well as I do that it is impossible, with the present taxes and rates and tithes, to pay any rent at all with prices upon that scale. Let loan jobbers, stock jobbers, Jews, and the whole tribe of tax eaters say what they will, You know that it is impossible, as you also know it would be cruelly unjust to wring from the labourer the means of paying rent while those taxes and tithes remain. Something must be taken off. The labourer's wages have already been reduced as low as possible. All public pay and salaries ought to be reduced, and the tithes also ought to be reduced, as they might be to a great amount without any injury to religion. The interest of the debt ought to be largely reduced, but as none of the others can with any show of justice take place without a reduction of the tithes, and as I am for confining myself to one object at present, I will give you as a toast, leaving you to drink it or not, as you please, a large reduction of tithes. Somebody proposed to drink this toast with 3 times 3, which was accordingly done, and the sound might have been heard down to the close. Upon some gentlemen giving my health, I took occasion to remind the company that the last time I was at Winchester we had the memorable fight with Lockhart the Brave and his sable friends. I reminded them that it was in that same room that I told them that it would not be long before Mr. Lockhart and those sable gentlemen would become enlightened; and I observed that, if we were to judge from a man's language, there was not a landowner in England that more keenly felt than Mr. Lockhart the truth of those predictions which I had put forth at the Castle on the day alluded to. I reminded the company that I sailed for America in a few days after that meeting; that they must be well aware that on the day of the meeting I knew that I was taking leave of the country; but I observed that I had not been in the least depressed by that circumstance, because I relied with perfect confidence on being in this same place again, to enjoy, as I now did, a triumph over my adversaries. After this, Mr. Hector gave a constitutional reform in the Commons' House of Parliament, which was drunk with great enthusiasm; and Mr. Hector's health having been given, he, in returning thanks, urged his brother yeomen and freeholders to do their duty by coming forward in county meeting and giving their support to those noblemen and gentlemen that were willing to stand forward for a reform and for a reduction of taxation. I held forth to them the example of the county of Kent, which had done itself so much honour by its conduct last spring. What these gentlemen in Hampshire will do it is not for me to say. If nothing be done by them, they will certainly be ruined, and that ruin they will certainly deserve. It was to the farmers that the Government owed its strength to carry on the war. Having them with it, in consequence of a false and bloated prosperity, it cared not a straw for anybody else. If they, therefore, now do their duty, if they all, like the yeomen and farmers of Kent, come boldly forward, everything will be done necessary to preserve themselves and their country; and if they do not come forward, they will, as men of property, be swept from the face of the earth. The noblemen and gentlemen who are in Parliament, and who are disposed to adopt measures of effectual relief, cannot move with any hope of success, unless backed by the yeomen and farmers, and the middling classes throughout the country generally. I do not mean to confine myself to yeomen and farmers, but to take in all tradesmen and men of property. With these at their back, or rather at the back of these, there are men enough in both Houses of Parliament to propose and to urge measures suitable to the exigency of the case. But without the middling classes to take the lead, those noblemen and gentlemen can do nothing. Even the Ministers themselves, if they were so disposed, and they must be so disposed at last, could make none of the reforms that are necessary without being actually urged on by the middle classes of the community. This is a very important consideration. A new man as Minister might indeed propose the reforms himself; but these men, opposition as well as ministry, are so pledged to the things that have brought all this ruin upon the country, that they absolutely stand in need of an overpowering call from the people, to justify them in doing that which they themselves may think just, and which they may know to be necessary for the salvation of the country. They dare not take the lead in the necessary reforms. It is too much to be expected of any men upon the face of the earth, pledged and situated as these Ministers are; and therefore, unless the people will do their duty, they will have themselves, and only themselves, to thank for their ruin, and for that load of disgrace, and for that insignificance worse than disgrace, which seems, after so many years of renown, to be attaching themselves to the name of England. Uphusband, Sunday evening, 29th September, 1822. We came along the turnpike road, through Wherwell and Andover, and got to this place about 2 o'clock. This country, except at the village and town just mentioned, is very open, a thinnish soil upon a bed of chalk. Between Winchester and Wherwell, we came by some hundreds of acres of ground that was formerly most beautiful down, which was broken up in deer corn times, and which is now a district of thistles and other weeds. If I had such land as this, I would soon make it down again. I would for once, that is to say, if I had the money, get it quite clean, prepare it as for sowing turnips, get the turnips, if possible, feed them off early, or plough the ground if I got no turnips, sow thick with St. Foin and meadowgrass seeds of all sorts, early in September, let the crop stand till the next July, feed it then slenderly with sheep, and dig up all thistles and rank weeds that might appear, keep feeding it, but not too close, during the summer and the fall, and keep on feeding it for ever after as a down. The St. Foin itself would last for many years, and as it disappeared its place would be supplied by the grass. That sort which was most congenial to the soil would at last stifle all other sorts, and the land would become a valuable down as formerly. I see that some plantations of ash and of hazel have been made along here, but with great submission to the planters, I think they have gone the wrong way to work, as to the mode of preparing the ground. They have planted small trees, and that is right. They have trenched the ground, and that is also right. But they have brought the bottom soil to the top, and that is wrong, always, and especially where the bottom soil is gravel or chalk or clay. I know that some people will say that this is a puff, and let it pass for that. But if any gentleman that is going to plant trees will look into my book on gardening, and into the chapter on preparing the soil, he will, I think, see how conveniently ground may be trenched without bringing to the top that soil in which the young trees stand so long without making shoots. This country, though so open, has its beauties. The homesteads in the sheltered bottoms, with fine lofty trees about the houses and yards, form a beautiful contrast with the large open fields. The little villages, running straggling along the dells, always with lofty trees and rookeries, are very interesting objects, even in the winter. You feel a sort of satisfaction, when you are out upon the bleak hills yourself, at the thought of the shelter which is experienced in the dwellings in the valleys. Andover is a neat and solid market town. It is supported entirely by the agriculture around it, and how the makers of population returns ever came to think of classing the inhabitants of such a town as this under any other head than that of persons employed in agriculture would appear astonishing to any man who did not know those population return makers as well as I do. The village of Uphusband, the legal name of which is Hurstbourne Tarrant, is, as the reader will recollect, a great favourite with me; not the less so, certainly, on account of the excellent free quarter that it affords. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10, Part 1 of Rural Rides. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Rural Rides, Part 1. Through Hampshire, Berkshire, Surrey and Sussex, between 7th October and 1st December 1822, 327 miles. 7th to 10th October 1822. At Uphusband, a little village in a deep dale, about 5 miles to the north of Andover, and about 3 miles to the south of the hills at Highclere. The wheat is sown here and up, and, as usual at this time of the year, looks very beautiful. The wages of the labourers brought down to 6 shillings a week, a horrible thing to think of, but I hear it is still worse in Wiltshire. 11th October. Went to Way Hill Fair, at which I was about 46 years ago, when I rode a little pony, and remember how proud I was on the occasion. But I also remember that my brothers, 2 out of 3 of whom were older than I, thought it unfair that my father selected me, and my own reflections upon the occasion have never been forgotten by me. The 11th of October is the sheep fair, about £300,000 used some few years ago to be carried home by the sheep sellers. To-day less perhaps than £70,000, and yet the rents of these sheep sellers are perhaps as high on an average as they were then. The countenances of the farmers were descriptive of their ruinous state. I never in all my life beheld a more mournful scene. There is a horse fair upon another part of the down, and there I saw horses keeping pace in depression with the sheep. A pretty numerous group of the tax-eaters, from Andover and the neighbourhood, were the only persons that had smiles on their faces. I was struck with a young farmer trotting a horse backward and forward to show him off to a couple of gentlemen who were bargaining for the horse, and one of whom finally purchased him. These gentlemen were 2 of our dead weight, and the horse was that on which the farmer had pranced in the yeomanry troop. Here is a turn of things. Distress, pressing distress, dread of the bailiffs alone could have made the farmer sell his horse. If he had the firmness to keep the tears out of his eyes, his heart must have paid the penalty. What then must have been his feelings if he reflected, as I did, that the purchase money for the horse had first gone from his pocket, into that of the dead weight; and further, that the horse had pranced about for years for the purpose of subduing all opposition to those very measures which had finally dismounted the owner. From this dismal scene, a scene formerly so joyous, we set off back to Uphusband pretty early, were overtaken by the rain, and got a pretty good soaking. The land along here is very good. This whole country has a chalk bottom; but, in the valley on the right of the hill over which you go from Andover to Weyhill, the chalk lies far from the top, and the soil has few flints in it. It is very much like the land about Malden and Maidstone. Met with a farmer who said he must be ruined, unless another good war should come. This is no uncommon notion. They saw high prices with war, and they thought that the war was the cause. 12th to 16th of October. The fair was too dismal for me to go to it again. My sons went 2 of the days, and their account of the hop fair was enough to make one gloomy for a month, particularly as my townsmen of Farnham were in this case amongst the sufferers. On the 12th I went to dine with and to harangue the farmers at Andover. Great attention was paid to what I had to say. The crowding to get into the room was a proof of nothing, perhaps, but curiosity; but there must have been a cause for the curiosity, and that cause would, under the present circumstances, be matter for reflection with a wise government. 17th October. Went to Newbury to dine with and to harangue the farmers. It was a fair day. It rained so hard that I had to stop at Berkshire to dry my clothes, and to borrow a great coat to keep me dry for the rest of the way, so as not to have to sit in wet clothes. At Newbury the company was not less attentive or less numerous than at Andover. Some one of the tax-eating crew had, I understand, called me an incendiary. The day is past for those tricks. They deceive no longer. Here at Newbury I took occasion to notice the base accusation of Dundas, the member for the county. I stated it as something that I had heard of, and I was proceeding to charge him conditionally, when Mr. Tubb of Shillingford rose from his seat and said, "I myself, sir, heard him say the words." I had heard of his vile conduct long before, but I abstained from charging him with it till an opportunity should offer for doing it in his own country. After the dinner was over I went back to Berkshire. 18th to 20th October. At Berkshire, one half the time writing, and the other half hare hunting. 21st October. Went back to Uphusband. 22nd October. Went to dine with the farmers at Salisbury, and got back to Uphusband by 10 o'clock at night, 2 hours later than I have been out of bed for a great many months. In quitting Andover to go to Salisbury, 17 miles from each other, you cross the beautiful valley that goes winding down amongst the hills to Stockbridge. You then rise into the open country that very soon becomes a part of that large tract of downs called Salisbury Plain. You are not in Wiltshire, however, till you are about half the way to Salisbury. You leave Tidworth away to your right. This is the seat of Ashton Smith, and the fine coursing that I once saw there I should have called to recollection with pleasure, if I could have forgotten the hanging of the men at Winchester last spring for resisting one of this Smith's gamekeepers. This Smith's son and a Sir John Pollen are the members for Andover. They are chosen by the corporation. One of the corporation, an attorney named Etwall, is a commissioner of the lottery, or something in that way. It would be a curious thing to ascertain how large a portion of the public services is performed by the voters in boroughs and their relations. These persons are singularly kind to the nation. They not only choose a large part of the representatives of the people, but they come in person or by deputy, and perform a very considerable part of the public services. I should like to know how many of them are employed about the salt tax, for instance. A list of these public-spirited persons might be produced to show the benefit of the boroughs. Before you get to Salisbury, you cross the valley that brings down a little river from Amesbury. It is a very beautiful valley. There is a chain of farmhouses and little churches all the way up it. The farms consist of the land on the flats on each side of the river, running out to a greater or less extent, at different places, towards the hills and downs. Not far above Amesbury is a little village called Netherhaven, where I once saw an acre of hares. We were coursing at Everley, a few miles off, and one of the party happening to say that he had seen an acre of hares at Mr. Hicks Beecher's at Netherhaven, we, who wanted to see the same, or to detect our informant, sent a messenger to beg a day's coursing, which being granted, we went over the next day. Mr. Beech received us very politely. He took us into a wheat stubble close by his paddock. His son took a gallop round, cracking his whip at the same time. The hares, which were very thickly in sight before, started all over the field, ran into a flock like sheep, and we all agreed that the flock did cover an acre of ground. Mr. Beech had an old greyhound that I saw lying down in the shrubbery close by the house, while several hares were sitting and skipping about, with just as much confidence as cats sit by a dog in a kitchen or a parlour. Was this instinct in either dog or hares? Then mind, this same greyhound went amongst the rest to course with us out upon the distant hills and lands, and then he ran as eagerly as the rest, and killed the hares with as little remorse. Philosophers will talk a long while before they will make men believe that this was instinct alone. I believe that this dog had much more reason than half of the Cossacks have, and I am sure he had a great deal more than many a negro that I have seen. In crossing this valley to go to Salisbury, I thought of Mr. Beech's hares, but I really have neither thought of nor seen any game with pleasure since the hanging of the 2 men at Winchester. If no other man will petition for the repeal of the law under which those poor fellows suffered, I will. But let us hope that there will be no need of petitioning. Let us hope that it will be repealed without any express application for it. It is curious enough that laws of this sort should increase, while Sir James Mackintosh is so resolutely bent on softening the criminal code. The company at Salisbury was very numerous. Not less than 500 farmers were present. They were very attentive to what I said, and, which rather surprised me, they received very docilely what I said against squeezing the labourers. A fire in a farmyard had lately taken place near Salisbury, so that the subject was a ticklish one; but it was my very first duty to treat of it, and I was resolved, be the consequence what it might, not to neglect that duty. 23rd to 26th October. At Uphusband. At this village, which is a great thoroughfare for sheep and pigs, from Wiltshire and Dorsetshire to Berkshire, Oxfordshire, and away to the north and north east, we see many farmers from different parts of the country; and if I had had any doubts before as to the deplorableness of their state, those would now no longer exist. I did, indeed, years ago prove that if we returned to cash payments without a reduction of the debt, and without a rectifying of contracts, the present race of farmers must be ruined. But still, when the thing actually comes, it astounds one. It is like the death of a friend or relation. We talk of its approach without much emotion. We foretell the Wen without much seeming pain. We know it must be. But when it comes, we forget our foretellings, and feel the calamity as acutely as if we had never expected it. The accounts we hear daily and almost hourly of the families of farmers actually coming to the parish book are enough to make anybody but a boroughmonger feel. That species of monster is to be moved by nothing but his own pecuniary sufferings, and thank God the monster is now about to be reached. I hear from all parts that the parsons are in great alarm. Well they may, if their hearts be too much set upon the treasures of this world, for I can see no possible way of settling this matter justly without resorting to their temporalities. They have long enough been calling upon all the industrious classes for sacrifices for the good of the country. The time seems to be come for them to do something in this way themselves. In a short time there will be, because there can be, no rents; and we shall see whether the landlords will then suffer the parsons to continue to receive a 10th part of the produce of the land. In many places the farmers have had the sense and the spirit to rate the tithes to the poor rates. This they ought to do in all cases, whether the tithes be taken up in kind or not. This, however, sweats the fire shovel hat gentleman. It bothers his wig. He does not know what to think of it. He does not know who to blame. And where a parson finds things not to his mind, the first thing he always does is to look about for somebody to accuse of sedition and blasphemy. Lawyers always begin, in such cases, to hunt the books, to see if there be no punishment to apply. But the devil of it is, neither of them have now anybody to lay upon. I always told them that there would arise an enemy that would laugh at all their anathemas, informations, dungeons, halters, and bayonets. One positive good has, however, arisen out of the present calamities, and that is, the parsons are grown more humble than they were. Cheap corn and a good thumping debt have greatly conduced to the producing of the Christian virtue humility, necessary in us all, but doubly necessary in the priesthood. The parson is now one of the parties who is taking away the landlord's estate and the farmer's capital. When the farmer's capital is gone, there will be no rents. But without a law upon the subject, the parson will still have his tithe, and a tithe upon the taxes too, which the land has to bear. Will the landlord stand this? No matter. If there be no reform of the Parliament, they must stand it. The two sets may, for aught I care, worry each other as long as they please. When the present race of farmers are gone, and that will soon be, the landlord and the parson may settle the matter between them. They will be the only parties interested, and which of them shall devour the other appears to be of little consequence to the rest of the community. They agreed most cordially in creating the debt. They went hand in hand in all the measures against the reformers. They have made, actually made, the very thing that now frightens them, which now menaces them with total extinction. They cannot think it unjust if their prayers be now treated as the prayers of the reformers were. 27th to 29th October. At Berkshire. Very nasty weather. On the 28th the foxhounds came to throw off at Penwood, in this parish. Having heard that Dundas would be out with the hounds, I rode to the place of meeting, in order to look him in the face, and to give him an opportunity to notice on his own peculiar dunghill what I had said of him at Newbury. He came. I rode up to him and about him, but he said not a word. The company entered the wood, and I rode back towards my quarters. They found a fox, and quickly lost him. Then they came out of the wood, and came back along the road, and met me, and passed me, they as well as I going at a foot pace. I had plenty of time to survey them all well, and to mark their looks. I watched Dundas's eyes, but the devil a bit could I get them to turn my way. He is paid for the present. We shall see whether he will go or send an ambassador, or neither, when I shall be at Reading on the 9th of next month. 30th October. Set off for London. Went by Alderbridge, Crookham, Brimpton, Mortimer, Strathfield Say, Heckfield Heath, Eversley, Blackwater, and slept at Oakingham. This is, with trifling exceptions, a miserably poor country. Berkshire lies along at the foot of a part of that chain of hills, which in this part divide Hampshire from Berkshire. The parish just named is, indeed, in Hampshire, but it forms merely the foot of the Highclere and Kingsclere hills. These hills, from which you can see all across the country, even to the Isle of Wight, are of chalk, and with them towards the north ends the chalk. The soil over which I have come to day is generally a stony sand upon a bed of gravel. With the exception of the land just round Crookham and the other villages, nothing can well be poorer or more villainously ugly. It is all first cousin to Hounslow Heath, of which it is, in fact, a continuation to the westward. There is a clay at the bottom of the gravel, so that you have here nasty stagnant pools, without fertility of soil. The rushes grow amongst the gravel, sure sign that there is clay beneath to hold the water; for unless there be water constantly at their roots, rushes will not grow. Such land is, however, good for oaks, wherever there is soil enough on the top of the gravel for the oak to get hold, and to send its taproot down to the clay. The oak is the thing to plant here, and, therefore, this whole country contains not one single plantation of oaks; that is to say, as far as I observed. Plenty of fir trees and other rubbish have been recently planted, but no oaks. At Strathfield Say is that everlasting monument of English wisdom collective, the heirloom estate of the greatest captain of the age. In his peerage it is said, that it was wholly out of the power of the nation to reward his services fully, but that she did what she could. Well, poor devil! And what could anybody ask for more? It was well, however, that she give what she did while she was drunk; for if she had held her hand till now, I am half disposed to think that her gifts would have been very small. I can never forget that we have to pay interest on 50,000 of the money merely owing to the coxcombry of the late Mr. Whitbread, who actually moved that addition to one of the grants proposed by the Ministers. Now a great part of the grants is in the way of annuity or pension. It is notorious that when the grants were made, the pensions would not purchase more than a third part as much wheat as they will now. The grants, therefore, have been augmented threefold. What right, then, has any one to say that the labourer's wages ought to fall, unless he say that these pensions ought to be reduced? The Hampshire magistrates, when they were putting forth their manifesto about the allowances to labourers, should have noticed these pensions of the Lord Lieutenant of the county. However, real starvation cannot be inflicted to any very great extent. The present race of farmers must give way, and the attempts to squeeze rents out of the wages of labour must cease, and the matter will finally rest to be settled by the landlords, parsons, and tax eaters. If the landlords choose to give the greatest captain 3 times as much as was granted to him, why, let him have it. According to all account, he is no miser at any rate, and the estates that pass through his hands may, perhaps, be full as well disposed of as they are at present. Considering the miserable soil I have passed over to day, I am rather surprised to find Oakingham so decent a town. It has a very handsome market place, and is by no means an ugly country town. 31st October. Set off at daylight and got to Kensington about noon. On leaving Oakingham for London, you get upon what is called Windsor Forest, that is to say, upon as bleak, as barren, and as villanous a heath as ever man set his eyes on. However, here are new enclosures without end; and here are houses, too, here and there, over the whole of this execrable tract of country. What, Mr. Canning will say, will you not allow that the owners of these new enclosures and these houses know their own interests? And are not these improvements, and are they not a proof of an addition to the national capital? To the first I answer, may be so; to the 2 last, no. These new enclosures and houses arise out of the beggaring of the parts of the country distant from the vortex of the funds. The farmhouses have long been growing fewer and fewer, the labourers' houses fewer and fewer, and it is manifest to every man who has eyes to see with, that the villages are regularly wasting away. This is the case all over the parts of the kingdom where the tax eaters do not haunt. In all the really agricultural villages and parts of the kingdom there is a shocking decay. a great dilapidation and constant pulling down or falling down of houses. The farmhouses are not so many as they were 40 years ago by 3/4. That is to say, the infernal system of Pitt and his followers has annihilated 3 parts out of 4 of the farmhouses. The labourers' houses disappear also, and all the useful people become less numerous. While these spewy sands and gravel near London are enclosed and built on, good lands in other parts are neglected. These enclosures and buildings are a waste. They are means misapplied. They are a proof of national decline and not of prosperity. To cultivate and ornament these villanous spots, the produce and the population are drawn away from the good lands. There all manner of schemes have been resorted to get rid of the necessity of hands; and I am quite convinced that the population upon the whole has not increased in England one single soul since I was born, an opinion that I have often expressed, in support of which I have as often offered arguments, and those arguments have never been answered. As to this rascally heath, that which has ornamented it has brought misery on millions. The spot is not far distant from the stock jobbing crew. The roads to it are level. They are smooth. The wretches can go to it from the Change without any danger to their worthless necks. And thus it is vastly improved, ma'am. The set of men who can look upon this as improvement, who can regard this as a proof of the increased capital of the country, are pretty fit, it must be allowed, to get the country out of its present difficulties. At the end of this blackguard heath you come, on the road to Egham, to a little place called Sunning Hill, which is on the western side of Windsor Park. It is a spot all made into grounds and gardens by tax eaters. The inhabitants of it have beggared 20 agricultural villages and hamlets. From this place you go across a corner of Windsor Park, and come out at Virginia Water. To Egham is then about 2 miles. A much more ugly country than that between Egham and Kensington would with great difficulty be found in England. Flat as a pancake, and, until you come to Hammersmith, the soil is a nasty stony dirt upon a bed of gravel. Hounslow Heath, which is only a little worse than the general run, is a sample of all that is bad in soil and villanous in look. Yet this is now enclosed, and what they call cultivated. Here is a fresh robbery of villages, hamlets, and farm and labourers' buildings and abodes. But here is one of those vast improvements, ma'am, called barracks. What an improvement! What an addition to the national capital! For mind, Monsieur de Snip, the Surrey Norman, actually said that the new buildings ought to be reckoned an addition to the national capital. What Snip? Do you pretend that the nation is richer because the means of making this barrack have been drawn away from the people in taxes? Mind, Monsieur le Normand, the barrack did not drop down from the sky, nor spring up out of the earth. It was not created by the unhanged knaves of paper money. It came out of the people's labour. And when you hear Mr. Ellman tell the Committee of 1821 that 45 years ago every man in his parish brewed his own beer, and that now not one man in that same parish does it; when you hear this, Monsieur de Snip, you might, if you had brains in your skull, be able to estimate the effects of what has produced the barrack. Yet barracks there must be, or Gatton and old Sarum must fall, and the fall of these would break poor Mr. Canning's heart. 8th November. From London to Egham in the evening. 9th November. Started at daybreak, in a hazy frost, for Reading. The horses' manes and ears covered with the hoar before we got across Windsor Park, which appeared to be a blackguard soil pretty much like Hounslow Heath, only not flat. A very large part of the park is covered with heath or rushes, sure sign of execrable soil. But the roads are such as might have been made by Solomon. A greater than Solomon is here, some one may exclaim. Of that I know nothing. I am but a traveller, and the roads in this park are beautiful indeed. My servant, whom I brought from amongst the hills and flints of Uphusband, must certainly have thought himself in paradise as he was going through the park. If I had told him that the buildings and the labourers' clothes and meals at Uphusband were the worse for those pretty roads with edgings cut to the line, he would have wondered at me, I dare say. It would nevertheless have been perfectly true, and this is a philosophy of a much more useful sort than that which is taught by the Edinburgh reviewers. When you get through the park you come to Winkfield, and then, bound for Reading, you go through Binfield, which is 10 miles from Egham, and as many from Reading. At Binfield I stopped to breakfast, at a very nice country inn called the Stag and Hounds. Here you go along on the north border of that villanous tract of country that I passed over in going from Oakingham to Egham. Much of the land even here is but newly enclosed, and it was really not worth a straw before it was loaded with the fruit of the labour of the people living in the parts of the country distant from the London Wen. What injustice! What unnatural changes! Such things cannot be, without producing convulsion in the end. A road as smooth as a die, a real stock jobber's road, brought us to Reading by 11 o'clock. We dined at one, and very much pleased I was with the company. I have seldom seen a number of persons assembled together whose approbation I valued more than that of the company of this day. Last year the Prime Minister said that his speech, the grand speech, was rendered necessary by the pains that had been taken in different parts of the country to persuade the farmers that the distress had arisen out of the measures of the Government, and not from over-production. To be sure, I had taken some pains to remove that stupid notion about over-production from the minds of the farmers. But did the stern pathman succeed in counteracting the effect of my efforts? Not he, indeed. And after his speech was made and sent forth cheek by jowl with that of the sane Castlereagh of hole-digging memory, the truths inculcated by me were only the more manifest. This has been a fine meeting at Reading. I feel very proud of it. The morning was fine for me to ride in, and the rain began as soon as I was housed. I came on horseback 40 miles, slept on the road, and finished my harangue at the end of 22 hours from leaving Kensington, and I cannot help saying that is pretty well for old Cobbett. I am delighted with the people that I have seen at Reading. Their kindness to me is nothing in my estimation compared with the sense and spirit which they appear to possess. It is curious to observe how things have worked with me. That combination, that sort of instinctive union, which has existed for so many years amongst all the parties to keep me down generally, and particularly, as the County Club called it, to keep me out of Parliament at any rate, this combination has led to the present haranguing system, which in some sort supplies the place of a seat in Parliament. It may be said, indeed, that I have not the honour to sit in the same room with those great reformers, Lord John Russell, Sir Massey Lopez, and his guest Sir Francis Burdett, but man's happiness here below is never perfect, and there may be besides people to believe that a man ought not to break his heart on account of being shut out of such company, especially when he can find such company as I have this day found at Reading. 10th November. Went from Reading through Aldermaston for Berkshire. The rain has been very heavy, and the water was a good deal out. Here on my way I got upon Crookham Common again, which is a sort of continuation of the wretched country about Oakingham. From Highclere I looked one day over the flat towards Marlborough, and I there saw some rascally heaths, so that this villanous tract extends from east to west, with more or less of exceptions, from Hounslow to Hungerford. From north to south it extends from Binfield, which cannot be far from the borders of Buckinghamshire, to the South Downs of Hampshire, and terminates somewhere between Liphook and Petersfield, after stretching over Hindhead, which is certainly the most villanous spot that God ever made. Our ancestors do indeed seem to have ascribed its formation to another power, for the most celebrated part of it is called the Devil's Punch Bowl. In this tract of country there are certainly some very beautiful spots, but these are very few in number except where the chalk hills run into the tract. The neighbourhood of Godalming ought hardly to be considered as an exception, for there you are just on the outside of the tract and begin to enter on the wealds, that is to say, clay woodlands. All the part of Berkshire of which I have been recently passing over, if I except the tract from Reading to Crookham, is very bad land and a very ugly country. 11th November. Uphusband once more, and for the 6th time this year over the North Hampshire hills, which, notwithstanding their everlasting flints, I like very much. As you ride along, even in a green lane, the horses' feet make a noise like hammering. It seems as if you were riding on a mass of iron. Yet the soil is good, and bears some of the best wheat in England. All these high, and indeed all chalky lands, are excellent for sheep. But on the top of some of these hills there are as fine meadows as I ever saw. Pasture richer, perhaps, than that about Swindon in the north of Wiltshire. And the singularity is, that this pasture is on the very tops of these lofty hills, from which you can see the Isle of Wight. There is a stiff loam, in some places 20 feet deep, on a bottom of chalk. Though the grass grows so finely, there is no apparent wetness in the land. The wells are more than 300 feet deep. The main part of the water, for all uses, comes from the clouds, and, indeed, these are pretty constant companions of these chalk hills, which are very often enveloped in clouds and wet, when it is sunshine down at Berkshire or Uphusband. They manure the land here by digging wells in the fields and bringing up the chalk, which they spread about on the land, and which, being free chalk, is reduced to powder by the frosts. A considerable portion of the land is covered with wood, and, as in the clearing of the land, the clearers followed the good soil, without regard to shape of fields, the forms of the woods are of endless variety, which, added to the never-ceasing inequalities of the surface of the whole, makes this, like all the others of the same description, a very pleasant country. 17th November. Set off from Uphusband for Hambledon. The first place I had to get to was Whitchurch. On my way, and at a short distance from Uphusband, down the valley, I went through a village called Bourne, which takes its name from the water that runs down this valley. A bourne, in the language of our forefathers, seems to be a river, which is part of the year without water. There is one of these bournes down this pretty valley. It has generally no water till towards spring, and then it runs for several months. It is the same at the Candovers as you go across the downs from Odiham to Winchester. The little village of Bourne, therefore, takes its name from its situation. Then there are two Hurstbournes, one above and one below this village of Bourne. Hurst means, I believe, a forest. There were doubtless one of those on each side of Bourne, and when they became villages, the one above was called Uphusband, and the one below Downhurstbourne, which names have become Uphusband and Downhusband. The lawyers, therefore, who, to the immortal honour of high blood and Norman descent, are making such a pretty story out for the Lord Chancellor, relative to a noble peer who voted for the bill against the Queen, ought to leave off calling the seat of the noble person Hurstbourne, for it is at Downhurstbourne where he lives, and where he was visited by Dr. Bankhead. Whitchurch is a small town, but famous for being the place where the paper has been made for the Borough Bank. I passed by the mill on my way out to get upon the downs to go to Alresford, where I intended to sleep. I hope the time will come when a monument will be erected where that mill stands, and when on that monument will be inscribed the curse of England. This spot ought to be held accursed in all time henceforth and for evermore. It has been the spot from which have sprung more and greater mischiefs than ever plagued mankind before. However, the evils now appear to be fast recoiling on the merciless authors of them, and therefore one beholds the scene of paper making with a less degree of rage than formerly. My blood used to boil when I thought of the wretches who carried on and supported the system. It does not boil now when I think of them. The curse which they intended solely for others is now falling on themselves, and I smile at their sufferings. Blasphemy! Atheism! Who can be an atheist that sees how justly these wretches are treated, with what exact measure they are receiving the evils which they inflicted on others for a time, and which they intended to inflict on them for ever? If indeed the monsters had continued to prosper, one might have been an atheist. The true history of the rise, progress, and fall of these monsters, of their power, their crimes, and their punishment, will do more than has been done before to put an end to the doubts of those who have doubts upon this subject. Quitting Whitchurch, I went off to the left out of the Winchester road, got out upon the highlands, took an observation, as the sailors call it, and off I rode in a straight line over hedge and ditch towards the rising ground between Stratton Park and Micheldever Wood. But before I reached this point I found some wet meadows and some running water in my way, in a little valley running up from the turnpike road to a little place called West Stratton. I therefore turned to my left, went down to the turnpike, went a little way along it, then turned to my left, went along by Stratton Park Pales, down East Stratton Street, and then on towards the Grange Park. Stratton Park is the seat of Sir Thomas Baring, who has here several thousands of acres of land, who has the living of Micheldever, to which, I think, Northington and Swallowfield are joined. Above all, he has Micheldever Wood, which they say contains 1,000 acres, and which is one of the finest oak woods in England. This large and very beautiful estate must have belonged to the Church at the time of Henry VIII.'s Reformation. It was, I believe, given by him to the family of Russell, and it was by them sold to Sir Francis Baring about 20 years ago. Upon the whole, all things considered, the change is for the better. Sir Thomas Baring would not have moved, nay, he did not move, for the pardon of Lopez, while he left Joseph Swan in jail for 4 years and a half, without so much as hinting at Swan's case. Yea, verily, I would rather see this estate in the hands of Sir Thomas Baring than in those of Lopez's friend. Besides, it seems to be acknowledged that any title is as good as those derived from the old wife-killer. Castlereagh, when the Whigs talked in a rather rude manner about the sinecure places and pensions, told them that the title of the sinecure man or woman was as good as the titles of the Duke of Bedford. This was plagiarism, to be sure, for Burke had begun it. He called the Duke the Leviathan of grants, and seemed to hint at the propriety of overhauling them a little. When the men of Kent petitioned for a just reduction of the national debt, Lord John Russell, with that wisdom for which he is renowned, reprobated the prayer; but having done this in terms not sufficiently unqualified and strong, and having made use of a word of equivocal meaning, the man that cut his own throat at North Cray pitched on upon him and told him that the fundholder had as much right to his dividends as the Duke of Bedford had to his estates. Upon this the noble reformer and advocate for Lopez mended his expressions, and really said what the North Cray philosopher said he ought to say. Come, come, Micheldever Wood is in very proper hands. A little girl, of whom I asked my way down into East Stratton, and who was dressed in a camlet gown, white apron, and plaid cloak, it was Sunday, and who had a book in her hand, told me that Lady Baring gave her the clothes, and had her taught to read and to sing hymns and spiritual songs. As I came through the Strattons, I saw not less than a dozen girls clad in this same way. It is impossible not to believe that this is done with a good motive, but it is possible not to believe that it is productive of good. It must create hypocrites, and hypocrisy is the great sin of the age. Society is in a queer state when the rich think that they must educate the poor in order to ensure their own safety. For this at bottom is the great motive now at work in pushing on the education scheme, though in this particular case, perhaps, there may be a little enthusiasm at work. When persons are glutted with riches, when they have their fill of them, when they are surfeited of all earthly pursuits, they are very apt to begin to think about the next world; and the moment they begin to think of that, they begin to look over the account that they shall have to present. Hence a far greater part of what are called charities. But it is the business of governments to take care that there shall be very little of this glutting with riches, and very little need of charities. From Stratton I went on to Northington Down, then round to the south of the Grange Park, Alex bearings, down to Abbotston, and over some pretty little green hills to Alresford, which is a nice little town of itself, but which presents a singularly beautiful view from the last little hill coming from Abbotston. I could not pass by the Grange Park without thinking of Lord and Lady Henry Stuart, whose lives and deaths surpassed what we read of in the most sentimental romances. Very few things that I have met with in my life ever filled me with sorrow equal to that which I felt at the death of this most virtuous and most amiable pair. It began raining soon after I got to Alresford, and rained all the evening. I heard here that a requisition for a county meeting was in the course of being signed in different parts of the county. They mean to petition for reform, I hope. At any rate, I intend to go to see what they do. I saw the parsons at the county meeting in 1817. I should like, of all things, to see them at another meeting now. These are the persons that I have most steadily in my eye. The war and the debt were for the tithes and the boroughs. These must stand or fall together now. I always told the parsons that they were the greatest fools in the world to put the tithes on board the same boat with the boroughs. I told them so in 1817, and I fancy they will soon see all about it. November 18th. Came from Alresford to Hambledon, through Titchburn, Cheriton, Boworth, Kilmston, and Exton. This is all a high, hard, dry, fox-hunting country, like that, indeed, over which I came yesterday. At Titchburn there is a park, and great house, as the country people call it. The place belongs, I believe, to a Sir Somebody Titchbourne, a family, very likely half as old as the name of the village, which, however, partly takes its name from the bourne that runs down the valley. I thought, as I was riding alongside of this park, that I had heard good of this family of Titchbourne, and I therefore saw the park pales with sorrow. There is not more than one pale in a yard, and those that remain, and the rails and posts and all, seem tumbling down. This park paling is perfectly typical of those of the landlords who are not tax-eaters. They are wasting away very fast. The tax-eating landlords think to swim out the gale. They are deceived. They are deluded by their own greediness. Kilmston was my next place after Titchbourne, but I wanted to go to Boworth, so that I had to go through Cheriton, a little hard iron village, where all seems to be as old as the hills that surround it. In coming along you see Titchbourne Church away to the right, on the side of the hill, a very pretty little view, and this, though such a hard country, is a pretty country. At Cheriton I found a grand camp of gipsies, just upon the move towards Alresford. I had met some of the scouts first, and afterwards the advance guard, and here the main body was getting in motion. One of the scouts that I met was a young woman, who I am sure was 6 feet high. There were 2 or 3 more in the camp of about the same height, and some most strapping fellows of men. It is curious that this race should have preserved their dark skin and coal-black, straight and coarse hair, very much like that of the American Indians. I mean the hair, for the skin has nothing of the copper colour as that of the Indians has. It is not either of the mulatto caste, that is to say, there is no yellow in it. It is a black mixed with our English colours of pale or red, and the features are small, like those of the girls in Sussex, and often singularly pretty. The tall girl that I met at Titchbourne, who had a huckster basket on her arm, had most beautiful features. I pulled up my horse and said, "Can you tell me my fortune, my dear?" She answered in the negative, giving me a look at the same time that seemed to say it was too late, and that if I had been 30 years younger she might have seen a little what she could do with me. It is, all circumstances considered, truly surprising that this race should have preserved so perfectly all its distinctive marks. I came on to Boworth to inquire after the family of a worthy old farmer, whom I knew there some years ago, and of whose death I had heard at Alresford. A bridle road over some fields and through a coppice took me to Kilmston, formerly a large village, but now mouldered into 2 farms, and a few miserable tumble-down houses for the labourers. Here is a house that was formerly the residence of the landlord of the place, but is now occupied by one of the farmers. This is a fine country for fox hunting, and Kilmston belonged to a Mr. Ridge, who was a famous fox hunter, and who is accused of having spent his fortune in that way. But what do people mean? He had a right to spend his income, as his fathers had done before him. It was the pit system and not the fox hunting that took away the principal. The place now belongs to a Mr. Long, whose origin I cannot find out. From Kilmston I went right over the downs to the top of a hill called Beacon Hill, which is one of the loftiest hills in the country. Here you can see the Isle of Wight in detail, a fine sweep of the sea, also away into Sussex and over the New Forest into Dorsetshire. Just below you to the east you look down upon the village of Exton, and you can see up this valley, which is called a bourne too, as far as West Meon, and down it as far as Soberton. Corhampton, Warnford, Meon, Stoke and Droxford come within these 2 points, so that here are 6 villages on this bourne within the space of about 5 miles. On the other side of the main valley down which the bourne runs, and opposite Beacon Hill, is another such a hill, which they call Old Winchester Hill. On the top of this hill there was once a camp, or rather fortress, and the ramparts are now pretty nearly as visible as ever. The same is to be seen on the Beacon Hill at Highclere. These ramparts had nothing of the principles of modern fortification in their formation. You see no signs of salient angles. It was a ditch and a bank, and that appears to have been all. I had, I think, a full mile to go down from the top of Beacon Hill to Exton. This is the village where that Parson Baines lives, who, as described by me in 1817, bawled in Lord Cochrane's ear at Winchester in the month of March of that year. Parson Poulter lives at Meon Stoke, which is not a mile further down, so that this valley has something in it besides picturesque views. I asked some countrymen how Poulter and Baines did, but the answer contained too much of irreverence for me to give it here. At Exton I crossed the Gosport turnpike road, came up the cross valley under the south side of Old Winchester Hill, over Stoke Down, then over West End Down, and then to my friend's house at West End, in the parish of Hambledon. Thus have I crossed nearly the whole of this country from the north west to the south east, without going 500 yards on a turnpike road, and as nearly as I could do it in a straight line. The whole country that I have crossed is loam and flints upon a bottom of chalk. At Alresford there are some watered meadows, which are the beginning of a chain of meadows that goes all the way down to Winchester and hence to Southampton. But even these meadows have, at Alresford, chalk under them. The water that supplies them comes out of a pond called Alresford Pond, which is fed from the high hills in the neighbourhood. These counties are purely agricultural, and they have suffered most cruelly from the accursed pit system. Their hilliness, bleakness, roughness of roads, render them unpleasant to the luxurious, effeminate, tax-eating crew, who never come near them, and who have pared them down to the very bone. The villages are all in a state of decay. The farm buildings dropping down, bit by bit. The produce is, by a few great farmers, dragged to a few spots, and all the rest is falling into decay. If this infernal system could go on for 40 years longer, it would make all the labourers as much slaves as the negroes are, and subject to the same sort of discipline and management. November 19th to 23rd. At West End. Hambledon is a long straggling village, lying in a little valley formed by some very pretty but not lofty hills. The environs are much prettier than the village itself, which is not far from the north side of Portsdown Hill. This must have once been a considerable place, for here is a church pretty nearly as large as that at Farnham in Surrey, which is quite sufficient for a large town. The means of living has been drawn away from these villages, and the people follow the means. Cheriton and Kilmston and Hambledon and the like have been beggared for the purpose of giving tax-eaters a means of making "vast improvements, ma'am," on the villanous spewy gravel of Windsor Forest. The thing, however, must go back. Revolution here or revolution there, bawl, bellow, alarm, as long as the tax-eaters like, back the thing must go. Back, indeed, it is going in some quarters. Those scenes of glorious loyalty, the seaport places, are beginning to be deserted. How many villages has that scene of all that is wicked and odious? Portsmouth, Gosport, and Portsea. How many villages has that hellish assemblage beggared? It is now being scattered itself. Houses which there let for 40 or 50 pounds a year each, now let for 3 or 4 shillings a week each, and thousands perhaps cannot be let at all to anybody capable of paying rent. There is an absolute tumbling down taking place, where so lately there were such "vast improvements, ma'am." Does Monsieur de Snip call those improvements, then? Does he insist that those houses form "an addition to the national capital"? Is it any wonder that a country should be miserable when such notions prevail, and when they can, even in the Parliament, be received with cheering? November 24th, Sunday. Set off from Hambledon to go to Thursley in Surrey, about 5 miles from Godalming. Here I am at Thursley, after as interesting a day as I ever spent in all my life. They say that variety is charming, and this day I have had of scenes and of soils a variety indeed. To go to Thursley from Hambledon, the plain way was up the downs to Petersfield, and then along the turnpike road through Liphook, and over Hindhead, at the north-east foot of which Thursley lies. But I had been over that sweet Hindhead, and had seen too much of turnpike road and of heath to think of taking another so large a dose of them. The map of Hampshire, and we had none of Surrey, showed me the way to Headley, which lies on the west of Hindhead, down upon the flat. I knew it was but about 5 miles from Headley to Thursley, and I therefore resolved to go to Headley, in spite of all the remonstrances of friends, who represented to me the danger of breaking my neck at Hawkley, and of getting buried in the bogs of Woolmer Forest. My route was through East Meon, Froxfield, Hawkley, Greatham, and then over Woolmer Forest, a heath if you please, to Headley. Off we set over the downs, crossing the bottom sweep of Old Winchester Hill, from West End to East Meon. We came down a long and steep hill that led us winding round into the village, which lies in a valley that runs in a direction nearly east and west, and that has a rivulet that comes out of the hills towards Petersfield. If I had not seen anything further to day, I should have dwelt long on the beauties of this place. Here is a very fine valley in nearly an elliptical form, sheltered by high hills sloping gradually from it, and not far from the middle of this valley there is a hill nearly in the form of a goblet glass with the foot and stem broken off and turned upside down, and this is clapped down upon the level of the valley, just as you would put such goblet upon a table. The hill is lofty, partly covered with wood, and it gives an air of great singularity to the scene. I am sure that East Meon has been a large place. The church has a Saxon tower, pretty nearly equal, as far as I recollect, to that of the cathedral at Winchester. The rest of the church has been rebuilt, and perhaps several times, but the tower is complete. It has had a steeple put upon it, but it retains all its beauty, and it shows that the church, which is still large, must at first have been a very large building. Let those who talk so glibly of the increase of the population in England go over the country from Highclere to Hambledon. Let them look at the size of the churches, and let them observe those numerous small enclosures on every side of every village, which had to a certainty each its house in former times. But let them go to East Meon, and account for that church. Where did the hands come from to make it? Look, however, at the downs, the many square miles of downs near this village, all bearing the marks of the plough, and all out of tillage for many, many years, yet not one single inch of them but what is vastly superior in quality to any of those great improvements on the miserable heaths of Hounslow, Bagshot, and Windsor Forest. It is the destructive, the murderous paper system that has transferred the fruit of the labour and the people along with it from the different parts of the country to the neighbourhood of the all-devouring Wen. I do not believe one word of what is said of the increase of the population. All observation and all reason is against the fact. And as to the parliamentary returns, what need we more than this, that they assert that the population of Great Britain has increased from 10 to 14 millions in the last 20 years? That is enough. A man that can suck that in will literally believe, that the moon is made of green cheese. Such a thing is too monstrous to be swallowed by anybody but Englishmen, and by any Englishman not brutified by a pit system. To Mr. Canning. Worth, Sussex, 10th December, 1822. Sir, the agreeable news from France, relative to the intended invasion of Spain, compelled me to break off, in my last letter, in the middle of my rural ride of Sunday, the 24th of November. Before I mount again, which I shall do in this letter, pray let me ask you what sort of apology is to be offered to the nation, if the French Bourbons be permitted to take quiet possession of Cadiz and of the Spanish naval force? Perhaps you may be disposed to answer, when you have taken time to reflect, and therefore, leaving you to muse on the matter, I will resume my ride. End of Chapter 10, Part 1. Chapter 10, Part 2 of Rural Rides. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Nicole. Rural Rides by William Cobbett. Chapter 10, Part 2. November 24th, Sunday. From Hambledon to Thursley, continued. From East Meon, I did not go on to Froxfield Church, but turned off to the left to a place a couple of houses called Bower. Near this I stopped at a friend's house, which is in about as lonely a situation as I ever saw. A very pleasant place, however. The lands dry, a nice mixture of woods and fields, and a great variety of hill and dell. Before I came to East Meon, the soil of the hills was a shallow loam with flints, on a bottom of chalk. But on this side of the valley of East Meon, that is to say on the north side, the soil on the hills is a deep stiff loam, on a bed of a sort of gravel mixed with chalk. And the stones, instead of being grey on the outside and blue on the inside, are yellow on the outside and whitish on the inside. In coming on further to the north, I found that the bottom was sometimes gravel and sometimes chalk. Here, at the time when whatever it was that formed these hills and valleys, the stuff of which Hindhead is composed, seems to have run down and mixed itself with the stuff of which Old Winchester Hill is composed. Free chalk, which is the sort found here, is excellent manure for stiff land, and it produces a complete change in the nature of clays. It is therefore dug here on the north of East Meon, about in the fields, where it happens to be found, and is laid out upon the surface, where it is crumbled to powder by the frost, and thus gets incorporated with the loam. At Bower I got instructions to go to Hawkley, but accompanied with most earnest advice not to go that way, for that it was impossible to get along. The roads were represented as so bad, the floods so much out, the hills and bogs so dangerous, that really I began to doubt. And if I had not been brought up amongst the clays of the Holt Forest and the bogs of the neighbouring heaths, I should certainly have turned off to my right, to go over Hindhead, great as was my objection to going that way. Well then, said my friend at Bower, if you will go that way, by God, you must go down Hawkley Hanger, of which he then gave me such a description. But even this I found to fall short of the reality. I inquired simply whether people were in the habit of going down it, and the answer being in the affirmative, on I went through green lanes and bridle ways, till I came to the turnpike road from Petersfield to Winchester, which I crossed, going into a narrow and almost untrodden green lane, on the side of which I found a cottage. Upon my asking the way to Hawkley, the woman at the cottage said, "Right up the lane, sir. You'll come to a hanger presently. You must take care, sir. You can't ride down. Will your horses go alone?" On we trotted up this pretty green lane, and indeed we had been coming gently and generally uphill for a good while. The lane was between highish banks, and pretty high stuff growing on the banks, so that we could see no distance from us, and could receive not the smallest hint of what was so near at hand. The lane had a little turn towards the end, so that out we came, all in a moment, at the very edge of the hanger. And never in all my life was I so surprised and so delighted. I pulled up my horse, and sat and looked, and it was like looking from the top of a castle down into the sea, except that the valley was land and not water. I looked at my servant to see what effect this unexpected sight had upon him. His surprise was as great as mine, though he had been bred amongst the North Hampshire hills. Those who had so strenuously dwelt on the dirt and dangers of this route had said not a word about beauties, the matchless beauties of the scenery. These hangers are woods on the sides of very steep hills. The trees and underwood hang, in some sort, to the ground, instead of standing on it. Hence these places are called hangers. From the summit of that which I had now to descend, I looked down upon the villages of Hawkley, Greatham, Selborne, and some others. From the south-east round southward to the north-west, the main valley has cross-valleys running out of it, the hills on the sides of which are very steep, and in many parts covered with wood. The hills that form these cross-valleys run out into the main valley, like piers into the sea. Two of these promontories, of great height, are on the west side of the main valley, and were the first objects that struck my sight when I came to the edge of the hanger, which was on the south. The ends of these promontories are nearly perpendicular, and their tops so high in the air, that you cannot look at the village below without something like a feeling of apprehension. The leaves are all off, the hop poles are in stack, the fields have little verdure. But while the spot is beautiful beyond description even now, I must leave to imagination to suppose what it is, when the trees and hangers and hedges are in leaf, the corn waving, the meadows bright, and the hops upon the poles. From the south-west round eastward to the north lie the heaths, of which Woolmer Forest makes a part, and these go gradually rising up to Hindhead, the crown of which is to the north-west, leaving the rest of the circle, the part from north to north-west, to be occupied by a continuation of the valley towards Headley, Binstead, Frensham, and the Holt Forest, so that even the contrast in the view from the top of the hanger is as great as can possibly be imagined. Men, however, are not to have such beautiful views as this without some trouble. We had had the view, but we had to go down the hanger. We had indeed some roads to get along, as we could afterwards, but we had to get down the hanger first. The horses took the lead, and crept partly down upon their feet, and partly upon their hocks. It was extremely slippery too, for the soil is a sort of marl, or as they call it here, maum, or maim, which is, when wet, very much like grey soap. In such a case it was likely that I should keep in the rear, which I did, and I descended by taking hold of the branches of the underwood, and so letting myself down. When we got to the bottom, I bade my man, when he should go back to Uphusband, tell the people there that Ashmansworth Lane is not the worst piece of road in the world. Our worst, however, was not come yet, nor had we by any means seen the most novel sights. After crossing a little field and going through a farmyard, we came into a lane which was at once road and river. We found a hard bottom, however, and when we got out of the water, we got into a lane with high banks. The banks were quarries of white stone, like Portland stone, and the bed of the road was of the same stone, and the rains having been heavy for a day or two before, the whole was as clean and as white as the steps of a fundholder or dead-weight doorway in one of the squares of the Wen. Here were we, then, going along a stone road with stone banks, and yet the underwood and trees grew well upon the tops of the banks. In the solid stone beneath us there were a horse track and wheel tracks, the former about 3 and the latter about 6 inches deep. How many, many ages it must have taken the horses' feet, the wheels, and the water to wear down this stone so as to form a hollow way. The horses seemed alarmed at their situation. They trod with fear, but they took us along very nicely, and at last got us safe into the indescribable dirt and mire of the road from Hawkley Green to Greatham. Here the bottom of all the land is this solid white stone, and the top is that maim which I have before described. The hop roots penetrate down into this stone. How deep the stone may go I know not, but when I came to look up at the end of one of the piers or promontories mentioned above, I found that it was all of this same stone. At Hawkley Green I asked a farmer the way to Thursley. He pointed to one of 2 roads going from the Green, but it appearing to me that that would lead me up to the London road and over Hindhead, I gave him to understand that I was resolved to get along somehow or other through the Low Countries. He besought me not to think of it. However, finding me resolved, he got a man to go a little way to put me into the Greatham road. The man came, but the farmer could not let me go off without renewing his entreaties that I would go away to Liphook, in which entreaties the man joined, though he was to be paid very well for his trouble. Off we went, however, to Greatham. I am thinking whether I ever did see worse roads. Upon the whole, I think I have, though I am not sure that the roads of New Jersey between Trenton and Elizabethtown at the breaking up of winter be worse. Talk of shows, indeed! Take a piece of this road, just a cut across and a rod long, and carry it up to London. That would be something like a show. Upon leaving Greatham, we came out upon Woolmer Forest. Just as we were coming out of Greatham, I asked a man the way to Thursley. "You must go to Liphook, sir," said he. "But," I said, "I will not go to Liphook. These people seem to be posted at all these stages to turn me aside from my purpose, and to make me go over that Hindhead which I had resolved to avoid." I went on a little further, and asked another man the way to Headley, which, as I have already observed, lies on the western foot of Hindhead, whence I knew there must be a road to Thursley, which lies at the north-east foot, without going over that miserable hill. The man told me that I must go across the forest. I asked him whether it was a good road. "It is a sound road," said he, laying a weighty emphasis upon the word sound. "Do people go it?" said I. "Yes," said he. "Oh, then," said I to my man, "as it is a sound road, keep you close to my heels, and do not attempt to go aside, not even for a foot." Indeed, it was a sound road. The rain of the night had made the fresh horse tracks visible, and we got to Headley in a short time over a sand road, which seemed so delightful after the flints and stone and dirt and sloughs that we had passed over and through since the morning. This road was not, if we had been benighted, without its dangers, the forest being full of quags and quicksands. This is a tract of Crown lands, or properly speaking public lands, on some parts of which our land steward, Mr. Huskisson, is making some plantations of trees, partly fir and partly other trees. What he can plant the fir for, God only knows, seeing that the country is already overstocked with that rubbish. But this public land concern is a very great concern. If I were a Member of Parliament, I would know what timber has been cut down, and what it has been sold for since year 1790. However, this matter must be investigated, first or last. It never can be omitted in the winding up of the concern, and that winding up must come out of wheat at 4s. a bushel. It is said hereabouts that a man who lives near Liphook, and who is so mighty a hunter and game pursuer that they call him William Rufus. It is said that this man is Lord of the Manor of Woolmer Forest. This he cannot be without a grant to that effect, and if there be a grant, there must have been a reason for the grant. This reason I should very much like to know, and this I would know if I were a Member of Parliament. That the people call him the Lord of the Manor is certain, but he can hardly make preserves of the plantations, for it is well known how marvellously hares and young trees agree together. This is a matter of great public importance, and yet how, in the present state of things, is an investigation to be obtained? Is there a man in Parliament that will call for it? Not one. Would a dissolution of Parliament mend the matter? No, for the same men would be there still. They are the same men that have been there for these 30 years, and the same men they will be, and they must be, until there be a reform. To be sure, when one dies, or cuts his throat, as in the case of Castlereagh, another one comes. But it is the same body, and as long as it is that same body, things will always go on as they now go on. However, as Mr. Canning says the body works well, we must not say the contrary. The soil of this tract is generally a black sand, which in some places becomes peat, which makes very tolerable fuel. In some parts there is clay at bottom, and there the oaks would grow, but not while there are hares in any number on the forest. If trees be to grow here, there ought to be no hares, and as little hunting as possible. We got to Headley, the sign of the Hollybush, just at dusk, and just as it began to rain. I had neither eaten nor drunk since 8 o'clock in the morning, and as it was a nice little public house, I had first intended to stay all night, an intention that I afterwards very indiscreetly gave up. I had laid my plan, which included the getting to Thursley that night. When therefore I had got some cold bacon and bread and some milk, I began to feel ashamed of stopping short of my plan, especially after having so heroically persevered in the stern path, and so disdainfully scorned to go over Hindhead. I knew that my road lay through a hamlet called Churt, where they grow such fine bennet grass seed. There was a moon, but there was also a hazy rain. I had heaths to go over, and I might go into quags. Wishing to execute my plan, however, I at last brought myself to quit a very comfortable turf fire, and to set off in the rain, having bargained to give a man 3 shillings to guide me out to the northern foot of Hindhead. I took care to ascertain that my guide knew the road perfectly well. That is to say, I took care to ascertain it as far as I could, which was indeed no further than his word would go. Off we set, the guide mounted on his own or master's horse, and with a white smock frock, which enabled us to see him clearly. We trotted on pretty fast for about half an hour, and I perceived, not without some surprise, that the rain, which I knew to be coming from the south, met me full in the face, when it ought, according to my reckoning, to have beat upon my right cheek. I called to the guide repeatedly to ask him if he was sure that he was right, to which he always answered, "Oh, yes, sir, I know the road." I did not like this "I know the road." At last, after going about 6 miles in nearly a southern direction, the guide turned short to the left. That brought the rain upon my right cheek, and though I could not very well account for the long stretch to the south, I thought that at any rate we were now in the right track, and after going about a mile in this new direction, I began to ask the guide how much further we had to go, for I had got a pretty good soaking, and was rather impatient to see the foot of Hindhead. Just at this time, in raising my head and looking forward as I spoke to the guide, what should I see but a long, high, and steep hanger arising before us, the trees along the top of which I could easily distinguish. The fact was, we were just getting to the outside of the heath, and were on the brow of a steep hill which faced this hanging wood. The guide had begun to descend, and I had called to him to stop, for the hill was so steep that, rain as it did, and wet as my saddle must be, I got off my horse in order to walk down. But now behold, the fellow discovered that he had lost his way. Where we were, I could not even guess. There was but one remedy, and that was to get back, if we could. I became guide now, and did as Mr. Weston is advising the ministers to do, retraced my steps. We went back about half the way that we had come, when we saw 2 men, who showed us the way that we ought to go. At the end of about a mile, we fortunately found the turnpike road, not indeed at the foot, but on the tip-top of that very Hindhead, on which I had so repeatedly vowed I would not go. We came out on the turnpike some 100 yards on the lip-hook side of the buildings called the Hut, so that we had the whole of 3 miles of hill to come down, at not much better than a foot-pace, with a good pelting rain at our backs. It is odd enough how differently one is affected by the same sight, under different circumstances. At the Hollybush at Headley there was a room full of fellows in white smock frocks, drinking and smoking and talking, and I, who was then dry and warm, moralized within myself on their folly in spending their time in such a way. But when I got down from Hindhead to the public house at Road Lane, with my skin soaking and my teeth chattering, I thought just such another group, whom I saw through the window sitting round a good fire with pipes in their mouths, the wisest assembly I had ever set my eyes on. A real collective wisdom. And I most solemnly declare that I felt a greater veneration for them than I have ever felt even for the Privy Council, notwithstanding the Right Honourable Charles Wynn and the Right Honourable Sir John Sinclair belonged to the latter. It was now but a step to my friend's house, where a good fire and a change of clothes soon put all to rights, save and except the having come over Hindhead after all my resolutions. This mortifying circumstance, this having been beaten, lost the guide the 3 shillings that I had agreed to give him. Either, said I, you did not know the way well, or you did. If the former, it was dishonest in you to undertake to guide me. If the latter, you have wilfully led me miles out of my way. He grumbled, but off he went. He certainly deserved nothing, for he did not know the way, and he prevented some other man from earning and receiving the money. But had he not caused me to get upon Hindhead, he would have had the 3 shillings. I had at one time got my hand in my pocket, but the thought of having been beaten pulled it out again. Thus ended the most interesting day, as far as I know, that I ever passed in all my life. Hawkley hangers, promontories, and stone roads will always come into my mind when I see or hear of picturesque views. I forgot to mention that in going from Hawkley to Greatham, the man who went to show me the way told me at a certain fork, that road goes to Selborne. This put me in mind of a book which was once recommended to me, but which I never saw, entitled The History and Antiquities of Selborne, or something of that sort, written, I think, by a parson of the name of White, brother of Mr. White, so long a bookseller in Fleet Street. This parson had, I think, the living of the parish of Selborne. The book was mentioned to me as a work of great curiosity and interest, but at that time the thing was biting so very sharply that one had no attention to bestow on antiquarian researches. Wheat at 39 shillings a quarter, and Southdown ewes at 12 shillings 6pence, have so weakened the thing's jaws and so filed down its teeth, that I shall now certainly read this book if I can get it. By the by, if all the parsons had, for the last 30 years, employed their leisure time in writing the histories of their several parishes, instead of living, as many of them have, engaged in pursuits that I need not here name, neither their situation nor that of their flocks would perhaps have been the worse for it at this day. Thursley, Surrey, November 25th. In looking back into Hampshire, I see with pleasure the farmers bestirring themselves to get a county meeting called. There were, I was told, nearly 500 names to a requisition, and those all of landowners or occupiers. Precisely what they mean to petition for I do not know, but, and now I address myself to you, Mr. Canning, if they do not petition for a reform of the Parliament, they will do worse than nothing. You, sir, have often told us that the House, however got together, works well. Now, as I said in 1817, just before I went to America, to get out of the reach of our friend the old Doctor, and to use my long arm, as I said then in a letter addressed to Lord Grosvenor, so I say now, show me the inexpediency of reform, and I will hold my tongue. Show us, prove to us that the House works well, and I, for my part, give the matter up. It is not the construction or the motions of a machine that I ever look at. All I look after is the effect. When indeed I find that the effect is deficient or evil, I look to the construction. And as I now see, and have for many years seen, evil effect, I seek a remedy in an alteration in the machine. There is now nobody, no, not a single man, out of the regions of Whitehall, who will pretend that the country can, without the risk of some great and terrible convulsion, go on even for 12 months longer, unless there be a great change of some sort in the mode of managing the public affairs. Could you see and hear what I have seen and heard during this rural ride, you would no longer say that the House works well. Mrs. Canning and your children are dear to you, but, sir, not more dear than are to them the wives and children of perhaps 200,000 men who, by the acts of this same House, see those wives and children doomed to beggary, and to beggary, too, never thought of, never regarded as more likely than a blowing up of the earth or a falling of the sun. It was reserved for this working well House to make the firesides of farmers scenes of gloom. These firesides, in which I have always so delighted, I now approach with pain. I was, not long ago, sitting round the fire with as worthy and as industrious a man as all England contains. There was his son, about 19 years of age, 2 daughters from 15 to 18, and a little boy sitting on the father's knee. I knew, but not from him, that there was a mortgage on his farm. I was anxious to induce him to sell without delay. With this view, I, in an hypothetical and roundabout way, approached his case, and at last I came to final consequences. The deep and deeper gloom on a countenance once so cheerful told me what was passing in his breast, when, turning away my looks in order to seem not to perceive the effect of my words, I saw the eyes of his wife full of tears. She had made the application, and there were her children before her. And am I to be banished for life if I express what I felt upon this occasion? And does this House, then, work well? How many men of the most industrious, the most upright, the most exemplary upon the face of the earth, have been, by this one act of this House, driven to despair, ending in madness, or self-murder, or both? Nay, how many scores? And yet are we to be banished for life if we endeavour to show that this House does not work well? However, banish or banish not, these facts are notorious. The House made all the loans which constitute the debt. The House contracted for the dead weight. The House put a stop to gold payments in 1797. The House unanimously passed Peel's Bill. Here are all the causes of the ruin, the misery, the anguish, the despair, and the madness and self-murders. Here they are all. They have all been acts of this House, and yet we are to be banished if we say in words suitable to the subject that this House does not work well. This one act, I mean this Banishment Act, would be enough with posterity to characterize this House. When they read, and can believe what they read, that it actually passed a law to banish for life any one who should write, print, or publish anything having a tendency to bring it into contempt, when posterity shall read this and believe it, they will want nothing more to enable them to say what sort of an assembly it was. It was delightful, too, that they should pass this law just after they had passed Peel's Bill. O God, thou art just! As to reform, it must come. Let what else will happen, it must come. Whether before or after all the estates be transferred, I cannot say. But this I know very well, that the later it come, the deeper will it go. I shall of course go on remarking, as occasion offers, upon what is done by and said in this present House. But I know that it can do nothing efficient for the relief of the country. I have seen some men of late who seem to think that even a reform enacted or begun by this House would be an evil, and that it would be better to let the whole thing go on and produce its natural consequence. I am not of this opinion. I am for a reform as soon as possible, even though it be not at first precisely what I could wish, because if the debt blow up before the reform take place, confusion and uproar there must be, and I do not want to see confusion and uproar. I am for a reform of some sort, and soon. But when I say of some sort, I do not mean of Lord John Russell's sort. I do not mean a reform in the Lopez way. In short, what I want is to see the men changed. I want to see other men in the House, and as to who those other men should be, I really should not be very nice. I have seen the Tierneys, the Bankses, the Wilberforces, the Michelangelo Taylors, the Lambs, the Lowthers, the Davis Giddys, the Sir John Seabrights, the Sir Francis Burdett's, the Hobhouses, old or young, Whitbreads the same, the Lord Johns and the Lord Williams, and the Lord Henrys and the Lord Charleses, and in short all the whole family. I have seen them all there, all the same faces and names, all my lifetime. I see that neither adjournment nor prorogation nor dissolution makes any change in the men, and caprice let it be, if you like. I want to see a change in the men. These have done enough in all conscience, or at least they have done enough to satisfy me. I want to see some fresh faces, and to hear a change of some sort or other in the sounds. A hear, hear, coming everlastingly from the same mouths, is what I, for my part, am tired of. I am aware that this is not what the great reformers in the House mean. They mean, on the contrary, no such thing as a change of men. They mean that Lopez should sit there for ever, or at least till succeeded by a legitimate heir. I believe that Sir Francis Burdett, for instance, has not the smallest idea of an Act of Parliament ever being made without his assistance, if he chooses to assist, which is not very frequently the case. I believe that he looks upon a seat in the House as being his property, and that the other seat is, and ought to be, held as a sort of leasehold or copyhold under him. My idea of reform, therefore, my change of faces and of names and of sounds, will appear quite horrible to him. However, I think the nation begins to be very much of my way of thinking, and this I am very sure of, that we shall never see that change in the management of affairs, which we most of us want to see, unless there be a pretty complete change of men. Some people will blame me for speaking out so broadly upon this subject, but I think it the best way to disguise nothing, to do what is right, to be sincere, and to let come what will. Godalming, November 26th to 28th. I came here to meet my son, who was to return to London when we had done our business. The turnips are pretty good all over the country, except upon the very thin soils on the chalk. At Thursley they are very good, and so they are upon all these nice, light, and good lands round about Godalming. This is a very pretty country. You see few prettier spots than this. The chain of little hills that run along to the south and south-east of Godalming, and the soil, which is a good loam upon a sandstone bottom, run down on the south side, into what is called the Weald. This Weald is a bed of clay, in which nothing grows well but oak trees. It is first the Weald of Surrey, and then the Weald of Sussex. It runs along on the south of Dorking, Reigate, Bletchingley, Godstone, and then winds away down into Kent. In no part of it, as far as I have observed, do the oaks grow finer than between the sand hill on the south of Godstone and a place called Felbridge, where the county of Surrey terminates on the road to East Grinstead. At Godalming we heard some account of a lawsuit between Mr. Holmes Sumner and his tenant Mr. Nash, but the particulars I must reserve till I have them in black and white. In all parts of the country I hear of landlords that begin to squeak, which is a certain proof that they begin to feel the bottom of their tenants' pockets. No man can pay rent, I mean any rent at all, except out of capital, or except under some peculiar circumstances, such as having a farm near a spot where the fundholders are building houses. When I was in Hampshire, I heard of terrible breakings up in the Isle of Wight. They say that the general rout is very near at hand there. I heard of one farmer who held a farm at £700 a year, who paid his rent annually and punctually, who had, of course, £700 to pay to his landlord last Michaelmas, but who, before Michaelmas came, thrashed out and sold, the harvest being so early, the whole of his corn, sold off his stock bit by bit, got the very goods out of his house, leaving only a bed and some trifling things, sailed with a fair wind over to France with his family, put his mother-in-law into the house to keep possession of the house and farm, and to prevent the landlord from entering upon the land for a year or better, unless he would pay to the mother-in-law a certain sum of money. Doubtless the landlord had already sucked away about 3 or 4 times £700 from this farmer. He would not be able to enter upon his farm without a process that would cost him some money, and without the farm being pretty well stocked with thistles and docks, and perhaps laid half to common. Farmers on the coast opposite France are not so firmly bounden as those in the interior. Some hundreds of these will have carried their allegiance, their capital, what they have left, and their skill, to go and grease the fat sow, our old friends the Bourbons. I hear of a sharp, greedy, hungry shark of a landlord who says that some law must be passed, that Parliament must do something to prevent this. There's a pretty fool for you. There's a great jackass, I beg the real jackass's pardon, to imagine that the people of Westminster can do anything to prevent the French from suffering people to come with their money to settle in France. This fool does not know, perhaps, that there are members of Parliament that live in France more than they do in England. I have heard of one who not only lives there, but carries on vineyards there, and is never absent from them, except when he comes over to attend to his duties in Parliament. He perhaps sells his wine at the same time, and that being genuine doubtless brings him a good price, so that the occupations harmonize together very well. The Isle of Wight must be rather peculiarly distressed, for it was the scene of monstrous expenditure. When the pure Whigs were in power in 1806, it was proved to them and to the Parliament that in several instances a barn in the Isle of Wight was rented by the envy of surrounding nations for more money than the rest of the whole farm. These barns were wanted as barracks, and indeed such things were carried on in that island as never could have been carried on under anything that was not absolutely the admiration of the world. These sweet pickings caused doubtless a great rise in the rent of the farms, so that in this island there is not only the depression of price, and a greater depression than anywhere else, but also the loss of the pickings, and these together leave the tenants but this simple choice, beggary or flight. As most of them have had a pretty deal of capital, and will be likely to have some left as yet, they will, as they perceive the danger, naturally flee for succour to the Bourbons. This is indeed something new in the history of English agriculture, and were not Mr. Canning so positive to the contrary, one would almost imagine that the thing which has produced it does not work so very well. However, that gentleman seems resolved to prevent us, by his King of Bohemia and his 2 red lions, from having any change in this thing, and therefore the landlords in the Isle of Wight, as well as elsewhere, must make the best of the matter. November 29th. Went on to Guildford, where I slept. Everybody that has been from Godalming to Guildford knows that there is hardly another such a pretty 4 miles in all England. The road is good, the soil is good, the houses are neat, the people are neat, the hills, the woods, the meadows, all are beautiful. Nothing wild and bold, to be sure, but exceedingly pretty, and it is almost impossible to ride along these 4 miles without feelings of pleasure, though you have rain for your companion, as it happened to be with me. Dorking, November 30th. I came over the high hill on the south of Guildford, and came down to Chilworth, and up the valley to Albury. I noticed in my first rural ride this beautiful valley, its hangers, its meadows, its hop gardens, and its ponds. This valley of Chilworth has great variety, and is very pretty, but after seeing Hawkley, every other place loses in point of beauty and interest. This pretty valley of Chilworth has a run of water which comes out of the high hills, and which occasionally spreads into a pond, so that there is in fact a series of ponds connected by this run of water. This valley, which seems to have been created by a bountiful providence, as one of the choicest retreats of man, which seems formed for a scene of innocence and happiness, has been by ungrateful man so perverted as to make it instrumental in effecting 2 of the most damnable of purposes, in carrying into execution 2 of the most damnable inventions that ever sprang from the minds of man under the influence of the devil, namely the making of gunpowder and of banknotes. Here in this tranquil spot, where the nightingales are to be heard earlier and later in the year than in any other part of England, where the first bursting of the buds is seen in spring, where no rigour of seasons can ever be felt, where everything seems formed for precluding the very thought of wickedness, here has the devil fixed on as one of the seats of his grand manufactory, and perverse and ungrateful man not only lends him his aid, but lends it cheerfully. As to the gunpowder, indeed, we might get over that. In some cases that may be innocently, and when it sends the lead at the hordes that support a tyrant, meritoriously employed. The alders and the willows, therefore, one can see without so much regret, turned into powder by the waters of this valley. But the bank-notes! To think that the springs which God has commanded to flow from the sides of these happy hills, for the comfort and the delight of man, to think that these springs should be perverted into means of spreading misery over a whole nation, and that too under the base and hypocritical pretence of promoting its credit and maintaining its honour and its faith. There was one circumstance, indeed, that served to mitigate the melancholy excited by these reflections, namely, that a part of these springs have at time assisted in turning rags into registers. Somewhat cheered by the thought of this, but still in a more melancholy mood than I had been for a long while, I rode on with my friend towards Albury, up the valley, the sand hills on one side of us, and the chalk hills on the other. Albury is a little village, consisting of a few houses, with a large house or two near it. At the end of the village we came to a park, which is the residence of Mr. Drummond. Having heard a great deal of this park, and of the gardens, I wished very much to see them. My way to Dorking lay through Shire, and it went along on the outside of the park. I guessed, as the Yankees say, that there must be a way through the park to Shire, and I fell upon the scheme of going into the park as far as Mr. Drummond's house, and then asking his leave to go out at the other end of it. This scheme, though pretty barefaced, succeeded very well. It is true that I was aware that I had not a Norman to deal with, or I should not have ventured upon the experiment. I sent in word that, having got into the park, I should be exceedingly obliged to Mr. Drummond if he would let me go out of it on the side next to Shire. He not only granted this request, but in the most obliging manner permitted us to ride all about the park, and to see his gardens, which without any exception are, to my fancy, the prettiest in England, that is to say, that I ever saw in England. They say that these gardens were laid out for one of the Howards in the reign of Charles II, by Mr. Evelyn, who wrote The Silver. The mansion house, which is by no means magnificent, stands on a little flat by the side of the parish church, having a steep but not lofty hill rising up on the south side of it. It looks right across the gardens, which lie on the slope of a hill which runs along at about 1/4 of a mile distant from the front of the house. The gardens, of course, lie facing the south. At the back of them, under the hill, is a high wall, and there is also a wall at each end running from north to south. Between the house and the gardens there is a very beautiful run of water, with a sort of little wild, narrow, sedgy meadow. The gardens are separated from this by a hedge, running along from east to west. From this hedge there go up the hill at right angles several other hedges, which divide the land here into distinct gardens or orchards. Along at the top of these there goes a yew hedge, or rather a row of small yew trees, the trunks of which are bare for about 8 or 10 feet high, and the tops of which form one solid head of about 10 feet high, while the bottom branches come out on each side of the row about 8 feet horizontally. This hedge or row is 1/4 of a mile long. There is a nice hard sand road under this species of umbrella, and summer and winter here is a most delightful walk. Behind this row of yews there is a space or garden, 1/4 of a mile long, you will observe, about 30 or 40 feet wide, as nearly as I can recollect. At the back of this garden, and facing the yew tree row, is a wall probably 10 feet high, which forms the breastwork of a terrace, and it is this terrace which is the most beautiful thing that I ever saw in the gardening way. It is 1/4 of a mile long, and I believe between 30 and 40 feet wide, of the finest green sward, and as level as a die. The wall along at the back of this terrace stands close against the hill, which you see with the trees and underwood upon it rising above the wall, so that here is the finest spot for fruit trees that can possibly be imagined. At both ends of this garden the trees in the park are lofty, and there are pretty many of them. The hills on the south side of the mansion house are covered with lofty trees, chiefly beeches and chestnut, so that a warmer and more sheltered spot than this it seems to be impossible to imagine. Observe, too, how judicious it was to plant the row of yew trees at the distance which I have described, from the wall which forms the breastwork of the terrace. That wall, as well as the wall at the back of the terrace, are covered with fruit trees, and the yew tree row is just high enough to defend the former from winds, without injuring it by its shade. In the middle of the wall, at the back of the terrace, there is a recess about 30 feet in front and 20 feet deep, and here is a basin into which rises a spring coming out of the hill. The overflowings of this basin go under the terrace and down across the garden, into the rivulet below, so that here is water at the top, across the middle, and along at the bottom of this garden. Take it all together, this certainly is the prettiest garden that I ever beheld. There was taste and sound judgment at every step in the laying out of this place. Everywhere utility and convenience is combined with beauty. The terrace is by far the finest thing of the sort that I ever saw, and the whole thing altogether is a great compliment to the taste of the times in which it was formed. I know there are some ill-natured persons who will say that I want a revolution, that would turn Mr. Drummond out of this place and put me into it. Such persons will hardly believe me, but upon my word I do not. From everything that I hear, Mr. Drummond is very worthy of possessing it himself, seeing that he is famed for his justice and his kindness towards the labouring classes, who, God knows, have very few friends amongst the rich. If what I have heard be true, Mr. Drummond is singularly good in this way. For instead of hunting down an unfortunate creature who has exposed himself to the lash of the law, instead of regarding crime committed as proof of an inherent disposition to commit crime, instead of rendering the poor creatures desperate by this species of proscription and forcing them onto the gallows, merely because they have once merited the bridewell, instead of this, which is the common practice throughout the country, he rather seeks for such unfortunate creatures to take them into his employ, and thus to reclaim them, and to make them repent of their former courses. If this be true, and I am credibly informed that it is, I know of no man in England so worthy of his estate. There may be others to act in like manner, but I neither know nor have heard of any other. I had indeed heard of this at Alresford in Hampshire, and to say the truth, it was this circumstance and this alone which induced me to ask the favour of Mr. Drummond to go through his park. But besides that Mr. Drummond is very worthy of his estate, what chance should I have of getting it if it came to a scramble? There are others who like pretty gardens as well as I, and if the question were to be decided according to the law of the strongest, or as the French call it, by the droit du plus fort, my chance would be but a very poor one. The truth is that you hear nothing but fools talk about revolutions made for the purpose of getting possession of people's property. They never have their spring in any such motives. They are caused by governments themselves, and though they do sometimes cause a new distribution of property to a certain extent, there never was perhaps one single man in this world that had anything to do worth speaking of in the causing of a revolution that did it with any such view. But what a strange thing it is that there should be men at this time to fear the loss of estates as the consequence of a convulsive revolution, at this time when the estates are actually passing away from the owners before their eyes, and that too in consequence of measures which have been adopted for what has been called the preservation of property, against the designs of Jacobins and Radicals. Mr. Drummond has, I dare say, the means of preventing his estate from being actually taken away from him, but I am quite certain that the estate, except as a place to live at, is not worth to him at this moment one single farthing. What could a revolution do for him more than this? If one could suppose the power of doing what they liked placed in the hands of the labouring classes, if one could suppose such a thing as this, which never was yet seen, if one could suppose anything so monstrous as that of a revolution that would leave no public authority anywhere, even in such a case it is against nature to suppose that the people would come and turn him out of his house and leave him without food, and yet that they must do to make him as a landholder worse off than he is, or at least worse off than he must be in a very short time. I saw in the gardens at Aubrey Park what I never saw before in all my life, that is, some plants of the American cranberry. I never saw them in America, for there they grow in those swamps into which I never happened to go at the time of their bearing fruit. I may have seen the plant, but I do not know that I ever did. Here it not only grows, but bears, and there are still some cranberries on the plants now. I tasted them, and they appeared to me to have just the same taste as those in America. They grew in a long bed near the stream of water which I have spoken about, and therefore it is clear that they may be cultivated with great ease in this country. The road through Shire along to Dorking runs up the valley between the chalk hills and the sand hills, the chalk to our left and the sand to our right. This is called the Home Dale. It begins at Reigate and terminates at Shalford Common, down below Chilworth. Reigate, December 1st. I set off this morning with an intention to go across the Weald to Worth, but the red rising of the sun and the other appearances of the morning admonished me to keep upon high ground. So I crossed the mould, went along under Box Hill, through Betchworth and Buckland, and got to this place just at the beginning of a day of as heavy rain and as boisterous wind as I think I have ever known in England. In one rotten borough, one of the most rotten too, and with another still more rotten up upon the hill in Reigate and close by Gatton, how can I help reflecting? How can my mind be otherwise than filled with reflections on the marvellous deeds of the collective wisdom of the nation? At present, however, for I want to get to bed, I will notice only one of those deeds, and that one yet incohete, a word which Mr. Canning seems to have coined for the nonce, which is not a coined word, when Lord Castlereagh, who cut his throat the other day, was accused of making a swap, as the horse-jockeys call it, of a writership against a seat. It is barter, truck, change, dicker, as the Yankees call it, but, as our horse-jockeys call it, swap or chop. The case was this. The chop had been begun, it had been entered on, but had not been completed, just as two jockeys may have agreed on a chop and yet not actually delivered the horses to one another. Therefore Mr. Canning said that the act was incohete, which means without cohesion, without consequence, whereupon the House entered on its journals a solemn resolution that it was its duty to watch over its purity with the greatest care, but that the said act being incohete, the House did not think it necessary to proceed any further in the matter. It unfortunately happened, however, that in a very few days afterwards, that is to say on the memorable 11th of June 1809, Mr. Maddox accused the very same Castlereagh of having actually sold and delivered a seat to Quintin Dick for £3,000. The accuser said he was ready to bring to the bar proof of the fact, and he moved that he might be permitted so to do. Now then, what did Mr. Canning say? Why, he said that the reformers were a low, degraded crew, and he called upon the House to make a stand against democratical encroachment. And the House did not listen to him, surely? Yes, but it did, and it voted by a thundering majority that it would not hear the evidence, and this vote was by the leader of the Whigs justified, upon the ground that the deed complained of by Mr. Maddox was according to a practice which was as notorious as the sun at noonday. So much for the word incohete, which has led me into this long digression. The deed or achievement of which I am now about to speak is not the Marriage Act, for that is cohete enough. That has had plenty of consequences. It is the new Turnpike Act, which, though passed, is as yet incohete, and is not to be cohete for some time yet to come. I hope it will become cohete during the time that Parliament is sitting, for otherwise it will have cohesion pretty nearly equal to that of the Marriage Act. In the first place, this Act makes chalk and lime everywhere liable to turnpike duty, which in many cases they were not before. This is a monstrous oppression upon the owners and occupiers of clay lands, and comes just at the time too when they are upon the point, many of them, of being driven out of cultivation or thrown up to the parish by other burdens. But it is the provision with regard to the wheels which will create the greatest injury, distress, and confusion. The wheels which this law orders to be used on turnpike roads on pain of enormous tolls cannot be used on the crossroads throughout more than 9/10 of the kingdom. To make these roads and the drove lanes, the private roads of farms, fit for the cylindrical wheels described in this bill, would cost £1 an acre upon an average upon all the land in England, and especially in the counties where the land is poorest. It would in these counties cost 1/10 part of the worth of the fee simple of the land. And this is enacted too at a time when the waggons, the carts, and all the dead stock of a farm, when the whole is falling into a state of irrepair, when all is actually perishing for want of means in the farmer to keep it in repair. This is the time that the Lord Johns and the Lord Henrys and the rest of that honourable body have thought proper to enact that the whole of the farmers in England shall have new wheels to their waggons and carts, or that they shall be punished by the payment of heavier tolls. It is useless perhaps to say anything about the matter, but I could not help noticing a thing which has created such a general alarm amongst the farmers in every part of the country where I have recently been. Worth, Sussex, December 2nd. I set off from Reigate this morning, and after a pleasant ride of 10 miles got here to breakfast. Here, as everywhere else, the farmers appear to think that their last hour is approaching. Mr. Charles B.'s farms, I believe it is Sir Charles B., and I should be sorry to withhold from him his title, though, being said to be a very good sort of a man, he might perhaps be able to shift without it. This gentleman's farms are subject of conversation here. The matter is curious in itself, and very well worthy of attention, as illustrative of the present state of things. These farms were, last year, taken into hand by the owner. This was stated in the public papers about a 12-month ago. It was said that his tenants would not take the farms again at the rent which he wished to have, and that therefore he took the farms into hand. These farms lie somewhere down in the west of Sussex. In the month of August last I saw, and I think in one of the Brighton newspapers, a paragraph stating that Mr. B., who had taken his farms into hand the Michaelmas before, had already got in his harvest, and that he had had excellent crops. This was a sort of bragging paragraph, and there was an observation added, which implied that the farmers were great fools for not having taken the farms. We now hear that Mr. B. has let his farms, but now mark how he has let them. The custom in Sussex is this: when a tenant quits a farm, he receives payment according to valuation, for what are called the dressings, the half-dressings, for seeds and lays, and for the growth of underwood in coppices and hedgerows, for the dung in the yards, and in short for whatever he leaves behind him, which if he had stayed would have been of value to him. The dressings and half-dressings include not only the manure that has been recently put into the land, but also the summer ploughings, and in short everything which has been done to the land, and the benefit of which has not been taken out again by the farmer. This is a good custom, because it ensures good tillage to the land. It ensures also a fair start to the new tenant. But then observe, it requires some money, which the new tenant must pay down before he can begin, and therefore this custom presumes a pretty deal of capital to be possessed by farmers. Bearing these general remarks in mind, we shall see in a moment in the case of Mr. B. If my information be correct, he has let his farms. He has found tenants for his farms, but not tenants to pay him anything for dressings, half-dressings, and the rest. He was obliged to pay the outgoing tenants for these things. Mind that, he was obliged to pay them according to the custom of the country, but he has got nothing of this sort from his incoming tenants. It must be a poor farm indeed, where the valuation does not amount to some hundreds of pounds. So that here is a pretty sum sunk by Mr. B., and yet even on conditions like these, he has, I dare say, been glad to get his farms off his hands. There can be very little security for the payment of rent where the tenant pays no incoming. But even if he get no rent at all, Mr. B. has done well to get his farms off his hands. Now, do I wish to insinuate that Mr. B. asked too much for his farms last year, and that he wished to squeeze the last shilling out of his farmers? By no means. He bears the character of a mild, just, and very considerate man, by no means greedy, but the contrary. A man very much beloved by his tenants, or at least deserving it. But the truth is, he could not believe it possible that his farms were so much fallen in value. He could not believe it possible that his estate had been taken away from him by the legerdemain of the Pitt system, which he had been supporting all his life. So that he thought, and very naturally thought, that his old tenants were endeavouring to impose upon him, and therefore resolved to take his farms into hand. Experience has shown him that farms yield no rent, in the hands of the landlord at least, and therefore he has put them into the hands of other people. Mr. B., like Mr. Weston, has not read the register. If he had, he would have taken any trifle from his old tenants rather than let them go. But he surely might have read the speech of his neighbour and friend Mr. Huskisson, made in the House of Commons in 1814, in which that gentleman said that, with wheat at less than double the price that it bore before the war, it would be impossible for any rent at all to be paid. Mr. B. might have read this, and he might, having so many opportunities, have asked Mr. Huskisson for an explanation of it. This gentleman is now a great advocate for national faith, but may not Mr. B. ask him whether there be no faith to be kept with the landlord? However, if I am not deceived, Mr. B., or Sir Charles B., for I really do not know which it is a member of the collective. If this be the case, he has had something to do with the thing himself, and he must muster of as much as he can of that patience, which is so strongly recommended by our great new State Doctor, Mr. Canning. I cannot conclude my remarks on this rural ride without noticing the new sort of language that I hear everywhere made use of with regard to the parsons, but which language I do not care to repeat. These men may say that I keep company with none but those who utter sedition and blasphemy, and if they do say so, there is just as much veracity in their words as I believe there to be charity and sincerity in the hearts of the greater part of them. One thing is certain, indeed two things. The first is that almost the whole of the persons that I have conversed with are farmers, and the second is that they are in this respect all of one mind. It was my intention at one time to go along the south of Hampshire to Portsmouth, Fareham, Botley, Southampton, and across the New Forest into Dorsetshire. My affairs made me turn from Hambledon this way, but I had an opportunity of hearing something about the neighbourhood of Botley. Take any one considerable circle where you know everybody, and the condition of that circle will teach you how to judge pretty correctly of the condition of every other part of the country. I asked about the farmers of my old neighbourhood one by one, and the answers I received only tended to confirm me in the opinion that the whole race will be destroyed, and that a new race will come and enter upon farms without capital and without stock, be a sort of bailiffs to the landlords for a while, and then, if this system go on, bailiffs to the government as trustee for the fundholders. If the account which I have received of Mr. B.'s new mode of letting be true, here is one step further than has been before taken. In all probability the stock upon the farms belongs to him, to be paid for when the tenant can pay for it. Who does not see to what this tends? The man must be blind indeed who cannot see confiscation here, and can he be much less than blind if he imagine that relief is to be obtained by the patience recommended by Mr. Canning? Thus, sir, have I led you about the country. All sorts of things have I talked of, to be sure, but there are very few of these things which have not their interest of one sort or another. At the end of 100 miles or two of travelling, stopping here and there, talking freely with everybody, hearing what gentlemen, farmers, tradesmen, journeymen, labourers, women, girls, boys, and all have to say, reasoning with some, laughing with others, and observing all that passes, and especially if your manner be such as to remove every kind of reserve from every class. At the end of a tramp like this you get impressed upon your mind a true picture not only of the state of the country, but of the state of the people's minds throughout the country. And so, whether you believe me or not, I have to tell you that it is my decided opinion that the people, high and low, with one unanimous voice, except where they live upon the taxes, impute their calamities to the House of Commons. Whether they be right or wrong is not so much the question in this case. That such is the fact, I am certain, and having no power to make any change myself, I must leave the making or the refusing of the change to those who have the power. I repeat, and with perfect sincerity, that it would give me as much pain as it would give to any man in England to see a change in the form of the government. With King, Lords, and Commons, this nation enjoyed many ages of happiness and of glory. Without Commons, my opinion is, it never can again see anything but misery and shame. And when I say Commons, I mean Commons, and by Commons I mean men elected by the free voice of the untitled and unprivileged part of the people, who in fact, as well as in law, are the Commons of England. I am, sir, your most obedient and most humble servant, William Cobbett. End of chapter 10, part 2. Chapters 11 and 12 of Rural Rides. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Rural Rides by William Cobbett. Chapter 11. Journal. Ride from Kensington to Worth in Sussex. Monday, May 5th, 1823. From London to Reigate, through Sutton, is about as villainous a tract as England contains. The soil is a mixture of gravel and clay, with big yellow stones in it, sure sign of really bad land. Before you descend the hill to go into Reigate, you pass Gatton and Old Sarum, which is a very rascally spot of earth. The trees are here a week later than they are at Tooting. At Reigate they are, in order to save a few 100 yards length of road, cutting through a hill. They have lowered a little hill on the London side of Sutton. Thus is the money of the country actually thrown away. The produce of labour is taken from the industrious, and given to the idlers. Mark the process. The town of Brighton in Sussex, 50 miles from the Wen, is on the sea side, and is thought by the stock jobbers to afford a salubrious air. It is so situated that a coach, which leaves it not very early in the morning, reaches London by noon, and, starting to go back in 2 hours and a half afterwards, reaches Brighton not very late at night. Great parcels of stock jobbers stay at Brighton with the women and children. They skip backward and forward on the coaches, and actually carry on stock jobbing in Change Alley, though they reside at Brighton. This place is, besides, a place of great resort with the whiskered gentry. There are not less than about 20 coaches that leave the Wen every day for this place, and there being 3 or 4 different roads, there is a great rivalship for the custom. This sets the people to work to shorten and to level the roads, and here you see hundreds of men and horses constantly at work to make pleasant and quick travelling for the Jews and jobbers. The Jews and jobbers pay the turnpikes, to be sure, but they get the money from the land and labourer. They drain these from John o' Groat's house to the Land's End, and they lay out some of the money on the Brighton roads. Vast improvements, ma'am, as Mrs. Scrip said to Mrs. Omnium, in speaking of the new enclosures on the villainous heaths of Bagshot and Windsor. Now some will say, well, it is only a change from hand to hand. Very true. And if Daddy Coke of Norfolk liked the change, I know not why I should dislike it. More and more new houses are building as you leave the Wen to come on this road. Whence come the means of building these new houses and keeping the inhabitants? Do they come out of trade and commerce? Oh no, they come from the land. But if Daddy Coke like this, what has any one else to do with it? Daddy Coke and Lord Milton like national faith. It would be a pity to disappoint their liking. The best of this is, it will bring down to the very dirt. It will bring down their faces to the very earth, and fill their mouths full of sand. It will thus pull down a set of the basest lick-spittles of power, and the most intolerable tyrants towards their inferiors in wealth, that the sun ever shone on. It is time that these degenerate dogs were swept away, at any rate. The blackthorns are in full bloom, and make a grand show. When you quit Reigate to go towards Crawley, you enter on what is called the Weald of Surrey. It is a level country, and the soil is a very, very strong loam, with clay beneath to a great depth. The fields are small, and about a third of the land covered with oak woods and coppice woods. This is a country of wheat and beans, the latter of which are about 3 inches high, the former about 7, and both looking very well. I did not see a field of bad-looking wheat from Reigate Hill Foot to Crawley, nor from Crawley across to this place, where, though the whole country is but poorish, the wheat looks very well; and if this weather hold about 12 days, we shall recover the lost time. They have been stripping trees, taking the bark off, about 5 or 6 days. The nightingales sing very much, which is a sign of warm weather. The house martins and the swallows are come in abundance, and they seldom do come until the weather be set in for mild. Wednesday, 7th May. The weather is very fine and warm. The leaves of the oaks are coming out very fast. Some of the trees are nearly in half leaf. The birches are out in leaf. I do not think that I ever saw the wheat look, take it all together, so well as it does at this time. I see in the stiff land no signs of worm or slug. The winter, which destroyed so many turnips, must, at any rate, have destroyed these mischievous things. The oats look well. The barley is very young, but I do not see anything amiss with regard to it. The land between this place and Reigate is stiff. How the corn may be in other places I know not, but in coming down I met with a farmer of Bedfordshire, who said that the wheat looked very well in that county, which is not a county of clay like the Weald of Surrey. I saw a Southdown farmer who told me that the wheat is good there, and that is a fine corn country. The bloom of the fruit trees is the finest I ever saw in England. The pear bloom is, at a distance, like that of the Guelder rose, so large and bold are the bunches. The plum is equally fine, and even the blackthorn, which is the hedge plum, has a bloom finer than I ever saw it have before. It is rather early to offer any opinion as to the crop of corn, but if I were compelled to bet upon it, I would bet upon a good crop. Frosts frequently come after this time, and if they come in May, they cause things to come about very fast. But if we have no more frosts, in short, if we have after this a good summer, we shall have a fine laugh at the Quakers and the Jews' press. 15-day sun will bring things about in reality. The wages of labour in the country have taken a rise, and the poor rates an increase since 1st of March. I am glad to hear that the straw bonnet affair has excited a good deal of attention. In answer to applications upon the subject, I have to observe that all the information on the subject will be published in the first week of June. Specimens of the straw and plat will then be to be seen at No. 183 Fleet Street. End of Chapter 11. Chapter 12. From the London Wen across Surrey, across the west of Sussex, and into the south-east of Hampshire. Reigate, Surrey, Saturday, 26th July, 1823. Came from the Wen through Croydon. It rained nearly all the way. The corn is good. A great deal of straw, the barley very fine, but all are backward, and if this weather continue much longer, there must be that heavenly blight for which the wise friends of social order are so fervently praying. But if the wet now cease, or cease soon, what is to become of the poor souls of farmers? God only knows. In one article, the wishes of our wise government appear to have been gratified to the utmost, and that too without the aid of any express form of prayer. I allude to the hops, of which it is said that there will be, according to all appearance, none at all. Bravo! Courage, my Lord Liverpool! This article, at any rate, will not choke us, will not distress us, will not make us miserable by over-production. The other day a gentleman, and a man of general good sense too, said to me, "What a deal of wet we have! What do you think of the weather now?"
More rain, said I. Damn those farmers, said he. What luck they have! They will be as rich as Jews. Incredible as this may seem, it is a fact. But indeed there is no folly, if it relate to these matters, which is nowadays incredible. The hop affair is a pretty good illustration of the doctrine of relief from diminished production. Mr. Ricardo may now call upon any of the hop planters for proof of the correctness of his notions. They are ruined for the greater part, if their all be embarked in hops. How are they to pay rent? I saw a planter the other day who sold his hops, Kentish, last fall, for 60s. a hundred. The same hops will now fetch the owner of them £8, or 160s. Thus the Quaker gets rich, and the poor devil of a farmer is squeezed into a jail. The Quakers carry on the far greater part of this work. They are, as to the products of the earth, what the Jews are as to gold and silver. How they profit, or rather the degree in which they profit, at the expense of those who own and those who till the land, may be guessed at if we look at their immense worth, and if we at the same time reflect that they never work. Here is a sect of non-labourers. One would think that their religion bound them under a curse not to work. Some part of the people of all other sects work, sweat at work, do something that is useful to other people. But here is a sect of buyers and sellers. They make nothing, they cause nothing to come, they breed as well as other sects, but they make none of the raiment or houses, and cause none of the food to come. In order to justify some measure for paring the nails of this grasping sect, it is enough to say of them, which we may with perfect truth, that if all the other sects were to act like them, the community must perish. This is quite enough to say of this sect, of the monstrous privileges of whom we shall, I hope, one of these days see an end. If I had the dealing with them, I would soon teach them to use the spade and the plough, and the musket too, when necessary. The rye along the road side is ripe enough, and some of it is reaped and in shock. At Mearsdam there is a field of cabbages, which, I was told, belonged to Colonel Jolliffe. They appear to be early Yorks, and look very well. The rows seem to be about 18 inches apart. There may be from 15,000 to 20,000 plants to the acre, and I dare say that they will weigh 3 pounds each or more. I know of no crop of cattle food equal to this. If they be early Yorks, they will be in perfection in October, just when the grass is almost gone. No 5 acres of common grass land will, during the year, yield cattle food equal, either in quantity or quality, to what 1 acre of land in early Yorks will produce during 3 months. Worth, Sussex, Wednesday, 30th July. Worth is 10 miles from Reigate on the Brighton road, which goes through Hawley. Reigate has the Surrey chalk hills close to it on the north, and sand hills along on its south, and nearly close to it also. As soon as you are over the sand hills, you come into a country of deep clay, and this is called the Weald of Surrey. This weald winds away round towards the west into Sussex, and towards the east into Kent. In this part of Surrey it is about 8 miles wide from north to south, and ends just as you enter the parish of Worth, which is the first parish in this part in the county of Sussex. All across the weald, the strong and stiff clays, the corn looks very well. I found it looking well from the Wen to Reigate, on the villanous spewy soil between the Wen and Croydon, on the chalk from Croydon to near Reigate, on the loam, sand and chalk, for there are all three in the valley of Reigate, but not quite so well on the sand. On the clay all the corn looks well. The wheat, where it has begun to die, is dying of a good colour, not black, nor in any way that indicates blight. It is, however, all backward. Some few fields of white wheat are changing colour, but for the greater part it is quite green, and though a sudden change of weather might make a great alteration in a short time, it does appear that the harvest must be later than usual. When I say this, however, I by no means wish to be understood as saying that it must be so late as to be injurious to the crop. In 1816 I saw a barley rick making in November. In 1821 I saw wheat uncut in Suffolk in October. If we were now to have good, bright, hot weather, for as long a time as we have had wet, the whole of the corn in these southern counties would be housed, and great part of it threshed out, by the 10th of September, so that all depends on the weather, which appears to be clearing up in spite of St. Swithin. This saint's birthday is the 15th of July, and it is said that if rain fall on his birthday, it will fall on 40 days successively. But I believe that you reckon retrospectively as well as prospectively, and if this be the case, we may, this time, escape the extreme unction, for it began to rain on the 26th of June, so that it rained 19 days before the 15th of July, and as it has rained 16 days since, it has rained in the whole 35 days, and of course 5 days more will satisfy this wet soul of a saint. Let him take his 5 days, and there will be plenty of time for us to have wheat at 4 shillings a bushel. But if the saint will give us no credit for the 19 days, and will insist upon his 40 daily drenchings after the 15th of July, if he will have such a soaking as this at the celebration of the anniversary of his birth, let us hope that he is prepared with a miracle for feeding us, and with a still more potent miracle for keeping the farmers from riding over us, filled, as Lord Liverpool thinks their pockets will be, by the annihilation of their crops. The upland meadow grass is, a great deal of it, not cut yet along the Weald, so that in these parts there has been not a great deal of hay spoiled. The clover hay was got in very well, and only a small part of the meadow hay has been spoiled in this part of the country. This is not the case, however, in other parts, where the grass was forwarder, and where it was cut before the rain came. Upon the whole, however, much hay does not appear to have been spoiled as yet. The farmers along here have, most of them, begun to cut to day. This has been a fine day, and it is clear that they expect it to continue. I saw but 2 pieces of Swedish turnips between the Wen and Reigate, but one at Reigate, and but one between Reigate and Worth. During a light distance in Norfolk or Suffolk, you would see 200 or 300 fields of this sort of root. Those that I do see here look well. The white turnips are just up, or just sown, though there are some which have rough leaves already. This Weald is indeed not much of land for turnips; but from what I see here, and from what I know of the weather, I think that the turnips must be generally good. The after grass is surprisingly fine. The lands which have had hay cut and carried from them are, I think, more beautiful than I ever saw them before. It should, however, always be borne in mind that this beautiful grass is by no means the best. An acre of this grass will not make a quarter part so much butter as an acre of rusty-looking pasture, made rusty by the rays of the sun. Sheep on the commons die of the beautiful grass produced by long-continued rains at this time of the year. Even geese, hardy as they are, die from the same cause. The rain will give quantity, but without sun the quality must be poor at the best. The woods have not shot much this year. The cold winds, the frost that we had up to midsummer, prevented the trees from growing much. They are beginning to shoot now, but the wood must be imperfectly ripened. I met at Worth a beggar who told me, in consequence of my asking where he belonged, that he was born in South Carolina. I found at last that he was born in the English army during the American rebel war, that he became a soldier himself, and that it had been his fate to serve under the Duke of York in Holland, under General Whitelock at Buenos Ayres, under Sir John Moore at Corunna, and under the greatest captain at Talavera. This poor fellow did not seem to be at all aware that in the last case he partook in a victory. He had never before heard of its being a victory. He, poor fool, thought that it was a defeat. "Why," said he, "we ran away, sir." "Oh, yes," said I, "and so you did afterwards, perhaps in Portugal, when Massena was at your heels. But it is only in certain cases that running away is a mark of being defeated, or rather it is only with certain commanders. A matter of much more interest to us, however, is that the wars for social order, not forgetting Gatton and Old Sarum, have filled the country with beggars, who have been, or who pretend to have been, soldiers and sailors. For want of looking well into this matter, many good and just and even sensible men are led to give to these army and navy beggars what they refuse to others. But if reason were consulted, she would ask what pretensions these have to a preference. She would see in them men who had become soldiers or sailors because they wished to live without that labour by which other men are content to get their bread. She would ask the soldier beggar whether he did not voluntarily engage to perform services such as were performed at Manchester, and if she pressed him for the motive to this engagement, could he assign any motive other than that of wishing to live without work upon the fruit of the work of other men? And why should reason not be listened to? Why should she not be consulted in every such case? And if she were consulted, which would she tell you was the most worthy of your compassion? The man who, no matter from what cause, is become a beggar after 40 years spent in the raising of food and raiment for others as well as for himself, or the man who, no matter again from what cause, is become a beggar after 40 years living upon the labour of others, and during the greater part of which time he has been living in a barrack, there kept for purposes explained by Lord Palmerston, and always in readiness to answer those purposes? As to not giving to beggars, I think there is a law against giving. However, give to them people will, as long as they ask. Remove the cause of the beggary, and we shall see no more beggars. But as long as there are boroughmongers, there will be beggars enough. Horsham, Sussex, Thursday, 31st July. I left Worth this afternoon about 5 o'clock, and am got here to sleep, intending to set off for Petworth in the morning, with a view of crossing the South Downs, and then going into Hampshire through Havant, and along at the southern foot of Portsdown Hill, where I shall see the earliest corn in England. From Worth you come to Crawley along some pretty good land. You then turn to the left and go 2 miles along the road from the Wen to Brighton. Then you turn to the right and go over 6 of the worst miles in England, which miles terminate but a few hundred yards before you enter Horsham. The first 2 of these miserable miles go through the estate of Lord Erskine. It was a bare heath with here and there, in the better parts of it, some scrubby birch. It has been in part planted with fir trees, which are as ugly as the heath was, and in short it is a most villanous tract. After quitting it you enter a forest, but a most miserable one, and this is followed by a large common, now enclosed, cut up, disfigured, spoiled, and the labourers all driven from its skirts. I have seldom travelled over 8 miles so well calculated to fill the mind with painful reflections. The ride has, however, this in it, that the ground is pretty much elevated and enables you to look about you. You see the Surrey hills away to the north, Hindhead and Blackdown to the north west and west, and the South Downs from the west to the east. The sun was shining upon all these, though it was cloudy where I was. The soil is a poor, miserable, clayey looking sand, with a sort of sandstone underneath. When you get down into this town you are again in the Weald of Sussex. I believe that Weald meant clay or low, wet, stiff land. This is a very nice, solid country town, very clean, as all the towns in Sussex are. The people very clean. The Sussex women are very nice in their dress and in their houses. The men and boys wear smock frocks more than they do in some counties. When country people do not, they always look dirty and comfortless. This has been a pretty good day, but there was a little rain in the afternoon, so that St. Swithin keeps on as yet, at any rate. The hay has been spoiled here in cases where it has been cut, but a great deal of it is not yet cut. I speak of the meadows, for the clover hay was all well got in. The grass which is not cut is receiving great injury. It is, in fact, in many cases, rotting upon the ground. As to corn, from Crawley to Horsham, there is none worth speaking of. What there is very good, in general, considering the quality of the soil. It is about as backward as at Worth, the barley and oats green, and the wheat beginning to change colour. Billingshurst, Sussex, Friday morning, 1st August. This village is 7 miles from Horsham, and I got here to breakfast about 7 o'clock. A very pretty village and a very nice breakfast, in a very neat little parlour of a very decent public house. The landlady sent her son to get me some cream, and he was just such a chap as I was at his age, and dressed just in the same sort of way, his main garment being a blue smock frock, faded from wear, and mended with pieces of new stuff, and, of course, not faded. The sight of this smock frock brought to my recollection many things very dear to me. This boy will, I dare say, perform his part at Billingshurst, or at some place not far from it. If accident had not taken me from a similar scene, how many villains and fools, who have been well teased and tormented, would have slept in peace at night, and have fearlessly swaggered about by day? When I look at this little chap, at his smock frock, his nailed shoes, and his clean, plain, and coarse shirt, I ask myself, will anything, I wonder, ever send this chap across the ocean to tackle the base, corrupt, perjured, Republican judges of Pennsylvania? Will this little, lively, but at the same time simple boy ever become the terror of villains and hypocrites across the Atlantic? What a chain of strange circumstances there must be to lead this boy to thwart a miscreant tyrant like M'Kean, the Chief Justice and afterwards Governor of Pennsylvania, and to expose the corruptions of the band of rascals called a Senate and a House of Representatives at Harrisburg in that state. I was afraid of rain, and got on as fast as I could, that is to say, as fast as my own diligence could help me on, for as to my horse, he used to go only so fast. However, I had no rain, and got to Petworth, 9 miles further, by about 10 o'clock. Petworth, Sussex, Friday evening, 1st August. No rain until just at sunset, and then very little. I must now look back. From Horsham to within a few miles of Petworth is in the Weald of Sussex. Stiff land, small fields, broad hedgerows, and invariably thickly planted with fine growing oak trees. The corn here consists chiefly of wheat and oats. There are some bean fields and some few fields of peas, but very little barley along here. The corn is very good all along the Weald, backward, the wheat almost green, the oats quite green, but late as it is, I see no blight, and the farmers tell me that there is no blight. There may be yet, however, and therefore our Government, our paternal Government, so anxious to prevent overproduction, need not despair, as yet, at any rate. The beans in the Weald are not very good. They got lousy before the wet came, and it came rather too late to make them recover what they had lost. What peas there are look well. Along here the wheat, in general, may be fit to cut in about 16 days' time, some sooner, but some later, for some is perfectly green. No Swedish turnips all along this country. The white turnips are just up, coming up, or just sown. The farmers are laying out lime upon the wheat fallows, and this is the universal practice of the country. I see very few sheep. There are a good many orchards along in the Weald, and they have some apples this year, but in general not many. The apple trees are planted very thickly, and of course they are small, but they appear healthy in general, and in some places there is a good deal of fruit even this year. As you approach Petworth, the ground rises and the soil grows lighter. There is a hill which I came over about 2 miles from Petworth, whence I had a clear view of the Surrey chalk hills, Light Hill, Hindhead, Black Down, and of the South Downs, towards one part of which I was advancing. The pigs along here are all black, thin-haired, and of precisely the same sort of those that I took from England to Long Island, and with which I pretty well stocked the American States. By the by, the trip which old Sidmouth and crew gave me to America was attended with some interesting consequences, amongst which were the introducing of the Sussex pigs into the American farmyards, the introduction of the Swedish turnip into the American fields, the introduction of American apple trees into England, and the introduction of the making, in England, of the straw plat to supplant the Italian. For had my son not been in America, this last would not have taken place, and in America he would not have been, had it not been for old Sidmouth and crew. One thing more, and that is of more importance than all the rest. Peel's Bill arose out of the puff-out registers. These arose out of the trip to Long Island, and out of Peel's Bill has arisen the best bothering that the Whigs of the boroughmongers ever received, which bothering will end in the destruction of the boroughmongering. It is curious and very useful thus to trace events to their causes. Soon after quitting Billingshurst, I crossed the river Arun, which has a canal running alongside of it. At this there are large timber and coal yards and kilns for lime. This appears to be a grand receiving and distributing place. The river goes down to Arundel, and, together with the valley that it runs through, gives the town its name. This valley, which is very pretty, and which winds about a good deal, is the Dale of the Arun, and the town is the town of the Arundel. To-day, near a place called Westborough Green, I saw a woman bleaching her home-spun and home-woven linen. I have not seen such a thing before since I left Long Island. There, and indeed all over the American States, north of Maryland, and especially in the New England States, almost the whole of both linen and woollen used in the country, and a large part of that used in towns, is made in the farmhouses. There are thousands and thousands of families who never use either, except of their own making. All but the weaving is done by the family. There is a loom in the house, and the weaver goes from house to house. I once saw about 3,000 farmers, or rather country people, at a horse race in Long Island, and my opinion was that there were not 500 who were not dressed in homespun coats. As to linen, no farmer's family thinks of buying linen. The lords of the loom have taken from the land in England this part of its due, and hence one cause of the poverty, misery, and pauperism that are becoming so frightful throughout the country. A national debt and all the taxation and gambling belonging to it have a natural tendency to draw wealth into great masses. These masses produce a power of congregating manufactures, and of making the many work at them for the gain of a few. The taxing government finds great convenience in these congregations. It can lay its hand easily upon a part of the produce, as ours does with so much effect. But the land suffers greatly from this, and the country must finally feel the fatal effects of it. The country people lose part of their natural employment. The women and children, who ought to provide a great part of the raiment, have nothing to do. The fields must have men and boys, but where there are men and boys, there will be women and girls. And as the lords of the loom have now a set of real slaves, by the means of whom they take away a great part of the employment of the country women and girls, these must be kept by poor rates in whatever degree they lose employment through the lords of the loom. One would think that nothing can be much plainer than this, and yet you hear the jolterheads congratulating one another upon the increase of Manchester and such places. My straw affair will certainly restore to the land some of the employment of its women and girls. It will be impossible for any of the rich ruffians, any of the horse-power or steam-power or air-power ruffians, any of these greedy, grinding ruffians, to draw together bands of men, women, and children, and to make them slaves in the working of straw. The raw material comes of itself, and the hand alone, can convert it to use. I thought well of this before I took one single step in the way of supplanting the Leghorn bonnets. If I had not been certain that no rich ruffian, no white slaveholder, could ever arise out of it, assuredly one line upon the subject never would have been written by me. Better a million times that the money should go to Italy, better that it should go to enrich even the rivals and enemies of the country, than that it should enable these hard, these unfeeling men, to draw English people into crowds, and make them slaves, and slaves too of the lowest and most degraded caste. As I was coming into this town, I saw a new fashioned sort of stone cracking. A man had a sledge-hammer, and was cracking the heads of the big stones that had been laid on the road a good while ago. This is a very good way; but this man told me that he was set at this because the farmers had no employment for many of the men. Well, said I, but they pay you to do this? Yes, said he. Well then, said I, is it not better for them to pay you for working on their land? I can't tell, indeed, sir, how that is. But only think, here is half the haymaking to do. I saw, while I was talking to this man, 50 people in one hayfield of Lord Egremont, making and carrying hay; and yet at a season like this the farmers are so poor as to be unable to pay the labourers to work on the land. From this cause there will certainly be some falling off in production. This will, of course, have a tendency to keep prices from falling so low as they would do if there were no falling off. But can this benefit the farmer and landlord? The poverty of the farmers is seen in their diminished stock. The animals are sold younger than formerly. Last year was a year of great slaughtering. There will be less of everything produced, and the quality of each thing will be worse. It will be a lower and more mean concern altogether. Petworth is a nice market town, but solid and clean. The great abundance of stone in the land hereabouts has caused a corresponding liberality in paving and wall building, so that everything of the building kind has an air of great strength, and produces the agreeable idea of durability. Lord Egremont's house is close to the town, and with its outbuildings, garden walls, and other erections, is perhaps nearly as big as a town, though the town is not a very small one. The park is very fine, and consists of a parcel of those hills and dells which nature formed here when she was in one of her most sportive modes. I have never seen the earth flung about in such a wild way as round about Hindhead and Blackdown, and this park forms a part of this ground. From an elevated part of it, and indeed from each of many parts of it, you see all around the country, to the distance of many miles. From the south east to the north west, the hills are so lofty and so near that they cut the view rather short; but for the rest of the circle you can see to a very great distance. It is, upon the whole, a most magnificent seat, and the Jews will not be able to get it from the present owner, though if he live many years, they will give even him a twist. If I had time I would make an actual survey of one whole county, and find out how many of the old gentry have lost their estates, and have been supplanted by the Jews, since Pitt began his reign. I am sure I should prove that in number they are one half extinguished. But it is now that they go. The little ones are indeed gone, and the rest will follow, in proportion as the present farmers are exhausted. These will keep on giving rents as long as they can beg or borrow the money to pay rents with; but a little more time will so completely exhaust them that they will be unable to pay, and as that takes place the landlords will lose their estates. Indeed, many of them, and even a large portion of them, have, in fact, no estates now. They are called theirs, but the mortgagees and annuitants receive the rents. As the rents fall off, sales must take place, unless in cases of entails; and if this thing go on, we shall see Acts passed to cut off entails, in order that the Jews may be put into full possession. Such, thus far, will be the result of our glorious victories over the French. Such will be, in part, the price of the deeds of Pitt, Addington, Perceval, and their successors. For having applauded such deeds, for having boasted of the Welsleys, for having bragged of battles won by money and by money only, the nation deserves that which it will receive. And as to the landlords, they, above all men living, deserve punishment. They put the power into the hands of Pitt and his crew to torment the people, to keep the people down, to raise soldiers, and to build barracks for this purpose. These base landlords laughed when affairs like that of Manchester took place. They laughed at the Blanketeers. They laughed when Canning jested about Ogden's rupture. Let them therefore now take the full benefit of the measures of Pitt and his crew. They would fain have us believe that the calamities they endure do not arise from the acts of the government. What do they arise from, then? The Jacobins did not contract the debt of 800 million pounds of sterling. The Jacobins did not create a dead weight of 150 million pounds. The Jacobins did not cause a pauper charge of 200 million pounds by means of new enclosure bills, vast improvements, paper money, potatoes, and other proofs of prosperity. The Jacobins did not do these things. And will the government pretend that Providence did it? That would be blasphemy indeed. Pah! These things are the price of efforts to crush freedom in France, lest the example of France should produce a reform in England. These things are the price of that undertaking, which, however, has not yet been crowned with success, for the question is not yet decided. They boast of their victory over the French. The pit crew boast of their achievements in the war. They boast of the Battle of Waterloo. Why, what fools could not get the same or the like, if they had as much money to get it with? Shooting with a silver gun is a saying amongst game eaters; that is to say, purchasing the game. A waddling fat fellow that does not know how to prime and load will in this way beat the best shot in the country. And this is the way that our crew beat the people of France. They laid out in the first place 600 millions which they borrowed, and for which they mortgaged the revenues of the nation. Then they contracted for a dead weight to the amount of 150 millions. Then they stripped the labouring classes of the commons, of their kettles, their bedding, their beer barrels, and in short made them all paupers, and thus fixed on the nation a permanent annual charge of about 8 or 9 millions, or a gross debt of 200 million pounds. By these means, by these anticipations, our crew did what they thought would keep down the French nation for ages, and what they were sure would for the present, enable them to keep up the tithes and other things of the same sort in England. But the crew did not reflect on the consequences of their anticipations, or at least the landlords, who gave the crew their power, did not thus reflect. These consequences are now come, and are coming, and that must be a base man, indeed, who does not see them with pleasure. Singleton, Sussex, Saturday, 2nd August. Ever since the middle of March, I have been trying remedies for the whooping cough, and have, I believe, tried everything except riding wet to the skin 2 or 3 hours amongst the clouds on the South Downs. This remedy is now under trial. As Lord Liverpool said the other day of the Irish Tithe Bill, it is under experiment. I am treating my disorder, with better success I hope, in somewhat the same way that the pretty fellows at Whitehall treat the disorders of poor Ireland. There is one thing in favour of this remedy of mine: I shall know the effect of it, and that too in a short time. It rained a little last night. I got off from Petworth without baiting my horse, thinking that the weather looked suspicious, and that St. Swithin mean to treat me to a doze. I had no great coat, nor any means of changing my clothes. The whooping cough made me anxious, but I had fixed on going along the South Downs from Donnington Hill down to Lavant, and then to go on the flat to the south foot of Portsdown Hill, and to reach Fareham to-night. 2 men, whom I met soon after I set off, assured me that it would not rain. I came on to Donnington, which lies at the foot of that part of the South Downs which I had to go up. Before I came to this point, I crossed the Arun and its canal again, and here was another place of deposit for timber, lime, coals, and other things. White, in his History of Selborne, mentions a hill, which is one of the Hindhead group, from which 2 springs, one on each side of the hill, send water into the 2 seas, the Atlantic and the German Ocean. This is big talk, but it is a fact. One of the streams becomes the Arun, which falls into the Channel, and the other, after winding along amongst the hills and hillocks between Hindhead and Godalming, goes into the River Wey, which falls into the Thames at Weybridge. The soil, upon leaving Petworth, and at Petworth, seems very good. A fine deep loam, a sort of mixture of sand and soft chalk. I then came to a sandy common, a piece of ground that seemed to have no business there. It looked as if it had been tossed from Hindhead or Blackdown. The common, however, during the rage for improvements, has been enclosed. That impudent fellow, Old Rose, stated the number of enclosure bills as an indubitable proof of national prosperity. There was some rye upon this common, the sight of which would have gladdened the heart of Lord Liverpool. It was in parts not more than 8 inches high. It was ripe, and, of course, the straw dead, or I should have found out the owner and have bought it to make bonnets of. I defy the Italians to grow worse rye than this. The reader will recollect that I always said that we could grow as poor corn as any Italians that ever lived. The village of Donton lies at the foot of one of these great chalk ridges, which are called the South Downs. The ridge in this place is, I think, about 3/4 of a mile high, by the high road, which is obliged to go twisting about, in order to get to the top of it. The hill sweeps round from about west-north-west to east-south-east, and, of course, it keeps off all the heavy winds, and especially the south-west winds, before which, in this part of England, and all the south and western part of it, even the oak trees seem as if they would gladly flee, for it shaves them up as completely as you see a quickset hedge shaved by hook or shears. Talking of hedges reminds me of having seen a box hedge, just as I came out of Petworth, more than 12 feet broad and about 15 feet high. I dare say it is several centuries old. I think it is about 40 yards long. It is a great curiosity. The apple trees at Donnington show their gratitude to the hill for its shelter, for I have seldom seen apple trees in England so large, so fine, and in general so flourishing. I should like to have, or to see, an orchard of American apples under this hill. The hill, you will observe, does not shade the ground at Donnington. It slopes too much for that; but it affords complete shelter from the mischievous winds. It is very pretty to look down upon this little village as you come winding up the hill. From this hill I ought to have had a most extensive view. I ought to have seen the Isle of Wight and the sea before me, and to have looked back to Chalk Hill at Reigate, at the foot of which I had left some bonnet grass bleaching. But, alas, St. Swithin had begun his works for the day before I got to the top of the hill. Soon after, the two turnip hoers had assured me that there would be no rain, I saw, beginning to poke up over the South Downs, then right before me, several parcels of those white curled clouds that we call judges' wigs. And they are just like judges' wigs. Not the parson-like things which the judges wear when they have to listen to the dull wrangling and duller jests of the lawyers, but those big wigs which hang down about their shoulders when they are about to tell you a little of their intentions, and when their very looks say, "Stand clear." These clouds, if rising from the south-west, hold precisely the same language to the great-coatless traveller. Rain is sure to follow them. The sun was shining very beautifully when I first saw these judges' wigs rising over the hills. At the sight of them he soon began to hide his face, and before I got to the top of the hill of Donton, the white clouds had become black, had spread themselves all around, and a pretty decent and sturdy rain began to fall. I had resolved to come to this place, Singleton, to breakfast. I quitted the turnpike road, from Petworth to Chichester, at a village called Upwaltham, about a mile from Donnington Hill, and came down a lane, which led me first to a village called East Dean, then to another called West Dean, I suppose, and then to this village of Singleton, and here I am on the turnpike road from Midhurst to Chichester. The lane goes along through some of the finest farms in the world. It is impossible for corn land and for agriculture to be finer than these. In cases like mine you are pestered to death to find out the way to set out to get from place to place. The people you have to deal with are innkeepers, ostlers, and postboys, and they think you mad if you express your wish to avoid turnpike roads, and a great deal more than half mad if you talk of going, even from necessity, by any other road. They think you a strange fellow if you will not ride 6 miles on a turnpike road rather than 2 on any other road. This plague I experienced on this occasion. I wanted to go from Petworth to Havant. My way was through Singleton and Funtington. I had no business at Chichester, which took me too far to the south, nor at Midhurst, which took me too far to the west. But though I stayed all day after my arrival at Petworth, and though I slept there, I could get no directions how to set out to come to Singleton, where I am now. I started, therefore, on the Chichester road, trusting to my inquiries of the country people as I came on. By these means I got hither down a long valley on the South Downs, which valley winds and twists about amongst hills, some higher and some lower, forming cross dells, inlets, and ground in such a variety of shapes that it is impossible to describe. And the whole of the ground, hill as well as dell, is fine, most beautiful cornland, or is covered with trees or underwood. As to St. Swithin, I set him at defiance. The road was flinty, and very flinty. I rode a foot pace, and got here wet to the skin. I am very glad I came this road. The corn is all fine, all good, fine crops, and no appearance of blight. The barley extremely fine. The corn not forwarder than in the Weald. No beans here, few oats comparatively, chiefly wheat and barley, but great quantity of Swedish turnips, and those very forward. More Swedish turnips here upon one single farm than upon all the farms that I saw between the Wen and Petworth. These turnips are in some places a foot high, and nearly cover the ground. The farmers are, however, plagued by this St. Swithin, who keeps up a continual drip, which prevents the thriving of the turnips and the killing of the weeds. The orchards are good here in general. Fine walnut trees, and an abundant crop of walnuts. This is a series of villages all belonging to the Duke of Richmond, the outskirts of whose park and woods come up to these farming lands, all of which belong to him. And I suppose that every inch of land that I came through this morning belongs either to the Duke of Richmond or to Lord Egremont. No harm in that, mind, if those who till the land have fair play. And I should act unjustly towards these noblemen if I insinuated that the husbandmen have not fair play as far as the landlords are concerned, for everybody speaks well of them. There is, besides, no misery to be seen here. I have seen no wretchedness in Sussex, nothing to be at all compared to that which I have seen in other parts. And as to these villages in the South Downs, they are beautiful to behold. Hume and other historians rail against the feudal system, and we, enlightened and free creatures as we are, look back with scorn, or at least with surprise and pity. to the vassalage of our forefathers. But if the matter were well inquired into, not slurred over, but well and truly examined, we should find that the people of these villages were as free in the days of William Rufus as are the people of the present day, and that vassalage, only under other names, exists now as completely as it existed then. Well, but out of this, if true, arises another question, namely, whether the millions would derive any benefit from being transferred from these great lords who possess them by hundreds, to Jews and jobbers who would possess them by half-dozens, or by couples. One thing we may say with a certainty of being right, and that is that the transfer would be bad for the lords themselves. There is an appearance of comfort about the dwellings of the labourers all along here that is very pleasant to behold. The gardens are neat and full of vegetables of the best kinds. I see very few of Ireland's lazy root, and never in this country will the people be base enough to lie down and expire from starvation under the operation of the extreme unction. Nothing but a potato eater will ever do that. As I came along between Upwaltham and East Dean, I called to me a young man who, along with other turnip hoers, was sitting under the shelter of a hedge at breakfast. He came running to me with his victuals in his hand, and I was glad to see that his food consisted of a good lump of household bread and not a very small piece of bacon. I did not envy him his appetite, for I had at that moment a very good one of my own, but I wanted to know the distance I had to go before I should get to a good public house. In parting with him, I said, "You do get some bacon, then?" "Oh, yes, sir," said he, and with an emphasis and a swag of the head which seemed to say, "We must and will have that." I saw, and with great delight, a pig at almost every labourer's house. The houses are good and warm, and the gardens some of the very best that I have seen in England. What a difference, good God! What a difference between this country and the neighbourhood of those corrupt places, Great Bedwin and Cricklade! What sort of breakfast would this man have had in a mess of cold potatoes? Could he have worked, and worked in the wet too, with such food? Monstrous! No society ought to exist where the labourers live in a hog-like sort of way. The Morning Chronicle is everlastingly asserting the mischievous consequences of the want of enlightening these people i' the sooth, and telling us how well they are off in the north. Now this I know, that in the north the enlightened people eat sowens, burgoo, porridge, and potatoes, that is to say, oatmeal and water, or the root of extreme unction. If this be the effect of their light, give me the darkness o' the sooth. This is according to what I have heard. If when I go to the north I find the labourers eating more meat than those of the sooth, I shall then say that enlightening is a very good thing. But give me none of that light or of that grace which makes a man content with oatmeal and water, or that makes him patiently lie down and die of starvation amidst abundance of food. The Morning Chronicle hears the labourers crying out in Sussex. They are right to cry out in time. When they are actually brought down to the extreme unction, it is useless to cry out. And next to the extreme unction is the porridge of the enlightened slaves who toil in the factories for the lords of the loom. Talk of vassals! Talk of villains! Talk of serfs! Are there any of these, or did feudal times ever see any of them so debased, so absolutely slaves, as the poor creatures who in the enlightened north are compelled to work 14 hours in a day in a heat of 84 degrees, and who are liable to punishment for looking out at a window of the factory? This is really a soaking day thus far. I got here at 9 o'clock. I stripped off my coat and put it by the kitchen fire. In a parlour just 8 feet square I have another fire, and have dried my shirt on my back. We shall see what this does for a whooping cough. The clouds fly so low as to be seen passing by the sides of even little hills on these downs. The devil is said to be busy in a high wind, but he really appears to be busy now in this south-west wind. The Quakers will next market day at Mark Lane be as busy as he. They and the ministers in St. Swithin and Devil all seem to be of a mind. I must not forget the churches. That of Donnington is very small for a church. It is about 20 feet wide and 30 long. It is, however, sufficient for the population, the amount of which is 222, not one half of whom are, of course, ever at church at one time. There is, however, plenty of room for the whole. The tower of this church is about double the size of a sentry-box. The parson, whose name is Davidson, did not, when the return was laid before Parliament, in 1818, reside in the parish. Though the living is a large living, the parsonage house was let to a lady and her 3 daughters. What impudence a man must have to put this into a return! The church at Upwaltham is about such another, and the tower still less than that at Donnington. Here the population is 79. The parish is a rectory, and in the return before mentioned, the parson, whose name was Tripp, says that the church will hold the population, but that the parsonage house will not hold him. And why? because it is a miserable cottage. I looked about for this miserable cottage, and could not find it. What an impudent fellow this must have been! And indeed, what a state of impudence have they not now arrived at? Did he, when he was ordained, talk anything about a fine house to live in? Did Jesus Christ and St. Paul talk about fine houses? Did not this priest most solemnly vow to God upon the altar that he would be constant, in season and out of season, in watching over the souls of his flock? However, it is useless to remonstrate with this set of men. Nothing will have any effect upon them. They will keep grasping at the tithes as long as they can reach them. A miserable cottage! What impudence! What, Mr. Tripp? Is it a fine house that you have been appointed and ordained to live in? Lord Egremont is the patron of Mr. Tripp, and he has a duty to perform too. For the living is not his. He is, in this case, only an hereditary trustee for the public. And he ought to see that this parson resides in the parish which, according to his own return, yields him £125 a year. Eastdean is a vicarage, with a population of 353, a church which the parson says will hold 200, and which I say will hold 600 or 700, and a living worth £85 a year, in the gift of the Bishop of Chichester. Westdean is united with Singleton. The living is in the gift of the church at Chichester and the Duke of Richmond alternately. It is a large living. It has a population of 613, and the two churches, says the parson, will hold 200 people. What careless or what impudent fellows these must have been! These two churches will hold 1,000 people, packed much less close than they are in meeting houses. At Upwaltham there is a toll gate, and when the woman opened the door of the house to come and let me through, I saw some straw plat lying in a chair. She showed it me, and I found that it was made by her husband in the evenings, after he came home from work, in order to make him a hat for the harvest. I told her how to get better straw for the purpose, and when I told her that she must cut the grass or the grain green, she said, "Ay, I dare say it is so, and I wonder we never thought of that before, for we sometimes make hats out of rushes cut green and dried, and the hats are very durable. This woman ought to have my cottage economy." She keeps the toll gate at Upwaltham, which is called Waltham, and which is on the turnpike road from Petworth to Chichester. Now, if any gentleman who lives at Chichester will call upon my son at the office of the Register in Fleet Street, and ask for a copy of Cottage Economy to be given to this woman, he will receive the copy and my thanks, if he will have the goodness to give it to her, and to point to her the essay on straw plat. Fareham, Hants, Saturday, 2nd August. Here I am, in spite of St. Swithin. The truth is, that the saint is like most other oppressors. Rough him, and he relaxes. After drying myself and sitting the better part of 4 hours at Singleton, I started in the rain, boldly setting the saint at defiance, and expecting to have not one dry thread by the time I got to Havant, which is 9 miles from Fareham, and 4 from Cosham. To my most agreeable surprise, the rain ceased before I got by Selsey, I suppose it is called, where Lord Selsey's house and beautiful and fine estate is. On I went, turning off to the right to go to Funtington and Westbourne, and getting to Havant to bait my horse about 4 o'clock. From Lavant, about 2 miles back from Funtington, the ground begins to be a seaside flat. The soil is somewhat varied in quality and kind, but with the exception of an enclosed common between Funtington and Westbourne, it is all good soil. The corn of all kinds good, and earlier than further back. They have begun cutting peas here, and near Lavant I saw a field of wheat nearly ripe. The Swedish turnips very fine, and still earlier than on the South Downs. Prodigious crops of walnuts, but the apples bad along here. The south west winds have cut them off, and indeed how should it be otherwise, if these winds happen to prevail in May or early in June? On the new enclosure near Funtington, the wheat and oats are both nearly ripe. In a new enclosure near Westbourne, I saw the only really blighted wheat that I have yet seen this year. "Oh," exclaimed I, "that my Lord Liverpool, that my much respected stern path of duty man, could but see that wheat, which God and the seedsman intended to be white, but which the devil, listening to the prayers of the Quakers, has made black! Oh, could but my Lord see it, lying flat upon the ground, with the mayweed and the couch grass pushing up through it, and with a whole flock of rooks pecking away at its ears, then would my much valued Lord say, indeed, that the difficulties of agriculture are about to receive the greatest abatement." But now I come to one of the great objects of my journey; that is to say, to see the state of the corn along at the south foot and on the south side of Portsdown Hill. It is impossible that there can be anywhere a better corn country than this. The hill is 8 miles long and about 3/4 of a mile high, beginning at the road that runs along at the foot of the hill. On the hill side the corn land goes rather better than half way up, and on the sea side the corn land is about the third, it may be half, a mile wide. Portsdown Hill is very much in the shape of an oblong tin cover to a dish. From Bedhampton, which lies at the eastern end of the hill, to Fareham, which is at the western end of it, you have brought under your eye not less than 8 square miles of corn fields, with scarcely a hedge or ditch of any consequence, and being on an average from 20 to 40 acres each in extent. The land is excellent, the situation good for manure, the spot the earliest in the whole kingdom. Here, if the corn were backward, then the harvest must be backward. We were talking at Reigate of the prospect of a backward harvest. I observed that it was a rule that if no wheat were cut under Portsdown Hill on the Hill Fair Day, 26th July, the harvest must be generally backward. When I made this observation, the fair day was past, but I determined in my mind to come and see how the matter stood. When, therefore, I got to the village of Bedhampton, I began to look out pretty sharply. I came on to Wimmering, which is just about the midway along the foot of the hill, and there I saw, at a good distance from me, 5 men reaping in a field of wheat of about 40 acres. I found upon inquiry that they began this morning, and that the wheat belongs to Mr. Boniface of Wimmering. Here the first sheaf is cut that is cut in England. That the reader may depend upon. It was never known that the average even of Hampshire was less than 10 days behind the average of Portsdown Hill. The corn under the hill is as good as I ever saw it, except in the year 1813. No beans here, no peas, scarcely any oats, wheat, barley, and turnips. The Swedish turnips not so good as on the South Downs and near Huntingdon, but the wheat full as good, rather better, and the barley as good as it is possible to be. In looking at these crops one wonders whence are to come the hands to clear them off. A very pleasant ride to day, and the pleasanter for my having set the wet saint at defiance. It is about 30 miles from Petworth to Fareham, and I got in very good time. I have now come, if I include my boltings, for the purpose of looking at farms and woods, a round 100 miles from the Wen to this town of Fareham, and in the whole of the 100 miles I have not seen one single wheat rick, though I have come through as fine corn countries as any in England, and by the homesteads of the richest of farmers. Not one single wheat rick have I seen, and not one rick of any sort of corn. I never saw nor heard of the like of this before, and if I had not witnessed the fact with my own eyes, I could not have believed it. There are some farmers who have corn in their barns, perhaps, but when there is no rick left, there is very little corn in the hands of farmers. Yet the markets, St. Swithin notwithstanding, do not rise. This harvest must be 3 weeks later than usual, and the last harvest was 3 weeks earlier than usual. The last crop was begun upon at once, on account of the badness of the wheat of the year before, so that the last crop will have had to give food for 13 months and a half, and yet the markets do not rise. And yet there are men, farmers, mad enough to think that they have got past the bad place, and that things will come about, and are coming about. And Lethbridge, of the Collective, withdraws his motion because he has got what he wanted, namely, a return of good and remunerating prices. The Morning Chronicle of this day, which has met me at this place, has the following paragraph: "The weather is much improved, though it does not yet assume the character of being fine. At the Corn Exchange since Monday the arrivals consist of 7,130 quarters of wheat, 450 quarters of barley, 8,300 quarters of oats, and 9,200 sacks of flour. The demand for wheat is next to zero, and for oats it is extremely dull. To effect sales, prices are not much attended to, for the demand cannot be increased at the present currency. The farmer should pay attention to oats, for the foreign new, under the King's lock, will be brought into consumption, unless a decline takes place immediately, and a weight will thereby be thrown over the markets, which, under existing circumstances, will be extremely detrimental to the agricultural interests. Its distress, however, does not deserve much sympathy, for as soon as there was a prospect of the payment of rents, the cause of the people was abandoned by the representatives of agriculture in the collected wisdom, and Mr. Brougham's most excellent measure for increasing the consumption of malt was neglected. Where there is no sympathy, none can be expected, and the land proprietors need not in future depend on the assistance of the mercantile and manufacturing interests, should their own distress again require a united effort to remedy the general grievances. As to the mercantile and manufacturing people, what is the land to expect from them? But I agree with the Chronicle that the landlords deserve ruin. They abandoned the public cause the moment they thought that they saw a prospect of getting rents. That prospect will soon disappear unless they pray hard to St. Swithin to insist upon 40 days wet after his birthday. I do not see what the farmers can do about the price of oats. They have no power to do anything unless they come with their cavalry horses and storm the King's Lock. In short, it is all confusion in men's minds as well as in their pockets. There must be something completely out of joint when the Government are afraid of the effects of a good crop. I intend to set off to-morrow for Botley and go thence to Easton, and then to Alton and Crondall and Farnham to see how the hops are there. By the time that I get back to the Wen, I shall know nearly the real state of the case as to crops, and that, at this time, is a great matter. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13, Part 1 of Rural Rides. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Rural Rides by William Cobbett. Chapter 13, Part 1. Through the south-east of Hampshire, back through the south-west of Surrey, along the Weald of Surrey, and then over the Surrey Hills down to the Wen. Batley, Hampshire, 5th August, 1823. I got to Fareham on Saturday night, after having got a soaking on the South Downs on the morning of that day. On the Sunday morning, intending to go and spend the day at Titchfield, about 3 miles and a half from Fareham, and perceiving, upon looking out of the window, about 5 o'clock in the morning, that it was likely to rain, I got up, struck a bustle, got up the ostler, set off, and got to my destined point before 7 o'clock in the morning. And here I experienced the benefits of early rising, for I had scarcely got well and safely under cover, when St. Swithin began to pour down again, and he continued to pour during the whole of the day. From Fareham to Titchfield village, a large part of the ground is a common and closed some years ago. It is therefore amongst the worst of the land in the country. Yet I did not see a bad field of corn along here, and the Swedish turnips were, I think, full as fine as any that I saw upon the South Downs. But it is to be observed that this land is in the hands of dead-weight people, and is conveniently situated for the receiving of manure from Portsmouth. Before I got to my friend's house, I passed by a farm where I expected to find a wheat rick standing. I did not, however, and this is the strongest possible proof that the stock of corn is gone out of the hands of the farmers. I set out from Titchfield at 7 o'clock in the evening, and had 7 miles to go to reach Botley. It rained, but I got myself well furnished forth as a defence against the rain. I had not gone 200 yards before the rain ceased, so that I was singularly fortunate as to rain this day, and I had now to congratulate myself on the success of the remedy for the whooping cough which I used the day before on the South Downs. For really, though I had a spell or two of coughing on Saturday morning when I set out from Petworth, I have not had, up to this hour, any spell at all since I got wet upon the South Downs. I got to Botley about 9 o'clock, having stopped 2 or 3 times to look about me as I went along, for I had in the first place to ride for about 3 miles of my road upon a turnpike road, of which I was the projector, and indeed the maker. In the next place I had to ride for something better than half a mile of my way, along between fields and coppices that were mine until they came into the hands of the mortgagee, and by the side of cottages of my own building. The only matter of much interest with me was the state of the inhabitants of those cottages. I stopped at 2 or 3 places and made some little inquiries. I rode up to 2 or 3 houses in the village of Botley, which I had to pass through. And just before it was dark I got to a farmhouse close by the church, and what was more, not a great many yards from the dwelling of that delectable creature, the Botley parson, whom, however, I have not seen during my stay at this place. Botley lies in a valley, the soil of which is a deep and stiff clay. Oak trees grow well, and this year the wheat grows well, as it does upon all the clays that I have seen. I have never seen the wheat better in general in this part of the country than it is now. I have, I think, seen it heavier, but never clearer from blight. It is backward compared to the wheat in many other parts. Some of it is quite green, but none of it has any appearance of blight. This is not much of a barley country. The oats are good. The beans that I have seen very indifferent. The best news that I have learnt here is, that the Botley parson is become quite a gentle creature, compared to what he used to be. The people in the village have told me some most ridiculous stories about his having been hoaxed in London. It seems that somebody danced him up from Botley to London by telling him that a legacy had been left him, or some such story. Up went the parson on horseback, being in too great a hurry to run the risk of coach. The hoaxers, it appears, got him to some hotel, and there set upon him a whole tribe of applicants, wet nurses, dry nurses, lawyers with deeds of conveyance for borrowed money, curates in want of churches, coffin-makers, travelling companions, ladies' maids, dealers in Yorkshire hams, Newcastle coals, and dealers in dried night soil at Islington. In short, if I am rightly informed, they kept the parson in town for several days, bothered him 3 parts out of his senses, compelled him to escape, as it were, from a fire, and then when he got home, he found the village posted all over with handbills, giving an account of his adventure, under the pretence of offering £500 reward for a discovery of the hoaxes. The good of it was the parson ascribed his disgrace to me, and they say that he perseveres to this hour in accusing me of it. Upon my word, I had nothing to do with the matter, and this affair only shows that I am not the only friend that the parson has in the world. Though this may have had a tendency to produce in the parson that amelioration of deportment which is said to become him so well, there is something else that has taken place which has, in all probability, had a more powerful influence in this way, namely, a great reduction in the value of the parson's living, which was at one time little short of £500 a year, and which I believe is now not the half of that sum. This, to be sure, is not only a natural but a necessary consequence of the change in the value of money. The parsons are neither more nor less than another sort of landlords. They must fall, of course, in their demands, or their demands will not be paid. They may take in kind, but that will answer them no purpose at all. They will be less people than they have been, and will continue to grow less and less, until the day when the whole of the tithes and other church property, as it is called, shall be applied to public purposes. Easton, Hampshire, Wednesday evening, 6th August. This village of Easton lies at a few miles towards the north-east from Winchester. It is distant from Botley by the way which I came, about 15 or 16 miles. I came through Durley, where I went to the house of Farmer Mears. I was very much pleased with what I saw at Durley, which is about 2 miles from Botley, and is certainly one of the most obscure villages in this whole kingdom. Mrs. Mears, the farmer's wife, had made, of the crested dog's tail grass, a bonnet which she wears herself. I there saw girls plaiting the straw. They had made plait of several degrees of fineness, and they sell it to some person or persons at Fareham, who, I suppose, makes it into bonnets. Mrs. Mears, who is a very intelligent and clever woman, has 2 girls at work, each of whom earns per week as much within a shilling as her father, who is a labouring man, earns per week. The father has at this time only 7 shillings per week. These 2 girls, and not very stout girls, earn 6 shillings a week each. Thus the income of this family is from 7 shillings a week raised to 19 shillings a week. I shall suppose that this may in some measure be owing to the generosity of ladies in the neighbourhood, and to their desire to promote this domestic manufacture. But if I suppose that these girls receive double compared to what they will receive for the same quantity of labour when the manufacture becomes more general, is it not a great thing to make the income of the family 19 shillings a week instead of 7? Very little indeed could these poor things have done in the field during the last 40 days. And besides, how clean, how healthful, how everything that one could wish is this sort of employment. The farmer, who is also a very intelligent person, told me that he should endeavour to introduce the manufacture as a thing to assist the obtaining of employment, in order to lessen the amount of the poor rates. I think it very likely that this will be done in the parish of Durley. A most important matter it is to put paupers in the way of ceasing to be paupers. I could not help admiring the zeal as well as the intelligence of the farmer's wife, who expressed her readiness to teach the girls and women of the parish, in order to enable them to assist themselves. I shall hear in all probability of their proceedings at Durley, and if I do, I shall make a point of communicating to the public an account of those interesting proceedings. From the first moment of my thinking about this straw affair, I regarded it as likely to assist in bettering the lot of the labouring people. If it has not this effect, I value it not. It is not worth the attention of any of us. But I am satisfied that this is the way in which it will work. I have the pleasure to know that there is one labouring family, at any rate, who are living well through my means. It is I who, without knowing them, without ever having seen them, without even now knowing their names, have given the means of good living to a family who were before half starved. This is indisputably my work, and when I reflect that there must necessarily be now some hundreds of families, and shortly many thousands of families in England, who are and will be, through my means, living well instead of being half starved, I cannot but feel myself consoled. I cannot but feel that I have some compensation for the sentence passed upon me by Ellenborough, Grose, Leblanc, and Bailey; and I verily believe, that in the case of this one single family in the parish of Durley, I have done more good than Bailey ever did in the whole course of his life, notwithstanding his pious commentary on the Book of Common Prayer. I will allow nothing to be good, with regard to the labouring classes, unless it make an addition to their victuals, drink, or clothing. As to their minds, that is much too sublime matter for me to think about. I know that they are in rags, and that they have not a bellyful; and I know that the way to make them good, to make them honest, to make them dutiful, to make them kind to one another, is to enable them to live well. And I also know that none of these things will ever be accomplished by Methodist sermons, and by those stupid, at once stupid and malignant things, and roguish things, called religious tracts. It seems that this farmer at Durley has always read the Register since the first appearance of little twopenny trash. Had it not been for this reading, Mrs. Mears would not have thought about the grass; and had she not thought about the grass, none of the benefits above mentioned would have arisen to her neighbours. The difference between this affair and the spinning jenny affairs is this: that the spinning jenny affairs fill the pockets of rich ruffians, such as those who would have murdered me at Coventry; and that this straw affair makes an addition to the food and raiment of the labouring classes, and gives not a penny to be pocketed by the rich ruffians. From Durley I came on in company with Farmer Mears through Upham. This Upham is the place where Young, who wrote that bombastical stuff called Night Thoughts, was once the parson, and where, I believe, he was born. Away to the right of Upham lies the little town of Bishop's Waltham, whither I wished to go very much; but it was too late in the day. From Upham we came on upon the high land, called Black Down. This has nothing to do with that Black Down hill spoken of in my last ride. We are here getting up upon the chalk hills, which stretch away towards Winchester. The soil here is a poor blackish stuff, with little white stones in it, upon a bed of chalk. It was a down not many years ago. The madness and greediness of the days of paper money led to the breaking of it up. The corn upon it is miserable, but as good as can be expected upon such land. At the end of this tract we come to a spot called Whiteflood, and here we cross the old turnpike road which leads from Winchester to Gosport through Bishop's Waltham. Whiteflood is at the foot of the first of a series of hills, over which you come to get to the top of that lofty ridge called Morning Hill. The farmer came to the top of the first hill along with me, and he was just about to turn back, when I, looking away to the left down a valley which stretched across the other side of the down, observed a rather singular appearance, and said to the farmer, "What is that coming up that valley? Is it smoke, or is it a cloud?" The day had been very fine hitherto. The sun was shining very bright where we were. The farmer answered, "Oh, it's smoke. It comes from Ouselberry, which is down in that bottom behind those trees." So saying, we bid each other good day. He went back, and I went on. Before I had got 150 yards from him, the cloud which he had taken for the Ouselberry smoke came upon the hill, and wet me to the skin. He was not far from the house at Whiteflood, but I am sure that he could not entirely escape it. It is curious to observe how the clouds sail about in the hilly countries, and particularly, I think, amongst the chalk hills. I have never observed the like amongst the sand hills, or amongst rocks. From Whiteflood you come over a series of hills, part of which form a rabbit warren called Longwood Warren, on the borders of which is the house and estate of Lord Northesk. These hills are amongst the most barren of the downs of England, yet a part of them was broken up during the rage for improvements, during the rage for what empty men think was an augmenting of the capital of the country. On about 20 acres of this land, sown with wheat, I should not suppose that there would be twice 20 bushels of grain. A man must be mad, or nearly mad, to sow wheat upon such a spot. However, a large part of what was enclosed has been thrown out again already, and the rest will be thrown out in a very few years. The down itself was poor. What, then, must it be as corn land? Think of the destruction which has here taken place. The herbage was not good, but it was something. It was something for every year, and without trouble. Instead of grass it will now, for 20 years to come, bear nothing but that species of weeds which is hardy enough to grow where the grass will not grow. And this was augmenting the capital of the nation. These new enclosure bills were boasted of by George Rose and by Pitt as proofs of national prosperity. When men in power are ignorant to this extent, who is to expect anything but consequences such as we now behold? From the top of this high land called Morning Hill, and the real name of which is Magdalen Hill, from a chapel which once stood there dedicated to Mary Magdalen, from the top of this land you have a view of a circle which is upon an average about 70 miles in diameter, and I believe in no one place so little as 50 miles in diameter. You see the Isle of Wight in one direction, and in the opposite direction you see the high lands in Berkshire. It is not a pleasant view, however. The fertile spots are all too far from you. Descending from this hill, you cross the turnpike road, about 2 miles from Winchester, leading from Winchester to London, through Alresford and Farnham. As soon as you cross the road, you enter the estate of the descendant of Rollo, Duke of Buckingham, which estate is in the parish of Avington. In this place the Duke has a farm, not very good land. It is in his own hands. The corn is indifferent, except the barley, which is everywhere good. You come a full mile from the road side down through this farm to the Duke's mansion house at Avington, and to the little village of that name, both of them beautifully situated, amidst fine and lofty trees, fine meadows, and streams of clear water. On this farm of the Duke I saw, in a little close by the farmhouse, several hens in coops, with broods of pheasants instead of chickens. It seems that a gamekeeper lives in the farmhouse, and I dare say the Duke thinks much more of the pheasants than of the corn. To be very solicitous to preserve what has been raised with so much care, and at so much expense, is by no means unnatural. But then there is a measure to be observed here, and that measure was certainly outstretched in the case of Mr. Deller. I here saw, at this gamekeeping farmhouse, what I had not seen since my departure from the Wen, namely, a wheat rick. Hard indeed would it have been if a Plantagenet turned farmer had not a wheat rick in his hands. This rick contains, I should think, what they call in Hampshire 10 loads of wheat, that is to say 50 quarters, or 400 bushels; and this is the only rick, not only of wheat, but of any corn whatever, that I have seen since I left London. The turnips upon this farm are by no means good; but I was in some measure compensated for the bad turnips by the sight of the Duke's turnip hoers, about a dozen females, amongst whom there were several very pretty girls, and they were as merry as larks. There had been a shower that had brought them into a sort of huddle on the road side. When I came up to them, they all fixed their eyes upon me, and upon my smiling they bursted out into laughter. I observed to them that the Duke of Buckingham was a very happy man to have such turnip hoers, and really they seemed happier and better off than any work people that I saw in the fields all the way from London to this spot. It is curious enough, but I have always observed that the women along this part of the country are usually tall. These girls were all tall, straight, fair, round-faced, excellent complexion, and uncommonly gay. They were well dressed too, and I observed the same of all the men that I saw down at Avington. This could not be the case if the Duke were a cruel or hard master, and this is an act of justice due from me to the descendant of Rollo. It is in the house of Mr. Deller that I make these notes, but as it is injustice that we dislike, I must do Rollo justice, and I must again say that the good looks and happy faces of his turnip hoers spoke much more in his praise than could have been spoken by 50 lawyers, like that Storks who has employed the other day to plead against the editor of the Bucks Chronicle, for publishing an account of the selling up of Farmer Smith of Ashendon in that county. I came through the Duke's Park to come to Easton, which is the next village below Avington. A very pretty park. The house is quite in the bottom. It can be seen in no direction from a distance greater than that of 400 or 500 yards. The river Itchen, which rises near Alresford, which runs down through Winchester to Southampton, goes down the middle of this valley, and waters all its immense quantity of meadows. The Duke's house stands not far from the river itself. A stream of water is brought from the river to feed a pond before the house. There are several avenues of trees which are very beautiful, and some of which give complete shelter to the kitchen garden, which has, besides, extraordinarily high walls. Never was a greater contrast than that presented by this place and the place of Lord Egremont. The latter is all loftiness. Everything is high about it. It has extensive views in all directions. It sees and can be seen by all the country around. If I had the ousting of one of these noblemen, I certainly, however, would oust the Duke, who, I dare say, will by no means be desirous of seeing arise the occasion of putting the sincerity of the compliment to the test. The village of Easton is like that of Avington, close by the water side. The meadows are the attraction, and indeed it is the meadows that have caused the villagers to exist. Selborne, Hants, Thursday, 7th August, noon. I took leave of Mr. Deller this morning about 7 o'clock. Came back through Avington Park, through the village of Avington, and crossing the Itchen river, came over to the village of Itchen Abbas. Abbas means below. It is a French word that came over with Duke Rollo's progenitors. There needs no better proof of the high descent of the Duke, and of the antiquity of his family. This is that Itchen Abbas where that famous parson justice, the Reverend Robert Wright, lives, who refused to hear Mr. Deller's complaint against the Duke's servant at his own house, and who afterwards, along with Mr. Poulter, bound Mr. Deller over to the Quarter Sessions for the alleged assault. I have great pleasure in informing the public that Mr. Deller has not had to bear the expenses in this case himself, but that they have been borne by his neighbours, very much to the credit of those neighbours. I hear of an affair between the Duke of Buckingham and a Mr. Bird, who resides in this neighbourhood. If I had had time, I should have gone to see Mr. Bird, of whose treatment I have heard a great deal, and an account of which treatment ought to be brought before the public. It is very natural for the Duke of Buckingham to wish to preserve that game which he calls his hobby horse. It is very natural for him to delight in his hobby. But hobbies, my Lord Duke, ought to be gentle, inoffensive, perfectly harmless little creatures. They ought not to be suffered to kick and fling about them. They ought not to be rough-shod. And above all things, they ought not to be great things like those which are ridden by the Life Guards, and like them be suffered to dance and caper and trample poor devils of farmers under foot. Have your hobbies, my lords of the soil, but let them be gentle. In short, let them be hobbies in character with the commons and forests, and not the high-fed hobbies from the barracks of Knightsbridge, such as put poor Mr. Sheriff Waithman's life in jeopardy. That the game should be preserved, every one that knows anything of the country will allow. But every man of any sense must see that it cannot be preserved by sheer force. It must be rather through love than through fear, rather through good will than through ill will. If the thing be properly managed, there will be plenty of game without any severity towards any good man. Mr. Deller's case was so plain. It was so monstrous to think that a man was to be punished for being on his own ground in pursuit of wild animals that he himself had raised. This was so monstrous that it was only necessary to name it to excite the indignation of the country. And Mr. Deller has, by his spirit and perseverance, by the coolness and the good sense which he has shown throughout the whole of this proceeding, merited the commendation of every man who is not in his heart an oppressor. It occurs to me to ask here who it is that finally pays for those council's opinions which Poulter and Wright said they took in the case of Mr. Deller, because, if these council's opinions are paid for by the county, and if a justice of the peace can take as many council's opinions as he chooses, I should like to know what fellow, who chooses to put on a bobtail wig and call himself a lawyer, may not have a good living given to him by any crony justice at the expense of the county. This never can be legal. It never can be binding on the county to pay for these council's opinions. However, leaving this to be enquired into another time, we have here in Mr. Deller's case an instance of the worth of council's opinions. Mr. Deller went to the two justices, showed them the register with the Act of Parliament in it, called upon them to act agreeably to that Act of Parliament, but they chose to take council's opinion first. The two counsel, the two lawyers, the two learned friends, told them that they were right in rejecting the application of Mr. Deller, and in binding him over for the assault. And after all, this grand jury threw out the bill, and in that throwing out showed that they thought the council's opinions not worth a straw. Being upon the subject of matter connected with the conduct of these parson justices, I will here mention what is now going on in Hampshire respecting the accounts of the treasurer of the county. At the last quarter sessions, or at a meeting of the magistrates previous to the opening of the sessions, there was a discussion relative to this matter, the substance of which appears to have been this: that the treasurer, Mr. George Hollis, whose accounts had been audited, approved of, and passed every year by the magistrates, is in arrear to the county to the amount of about £4,000. Sir Thomas Baring appears to have been the great stickler against Mr. Hollis, who was but feebly defended by his friends. The treasurer of a county is compelled to find securities. These securities have become exempted, in consequence of the annual passing of the accounts by the magistrates. Nothing can be more just than this exemption. I am security, suppose, for a treasurer. The magistrates do not pass his accounts on account of a deficiency. I make good the deficiency. But the magistrates are not to go on year after year passing his accounts, and then, at the end of several years, come and call upon me to make good the deficiencies. Thus say the securities of Mr. Hollis. The magistrates, in fact, are to blame. One of the magistrates, a Reverend Mr. Ord, said that the magistrates were more to blame than the treasurer. And really I think so too. For though Mr. Hollis has been a tool for many, many years of old George Rose and the rest of that crew, it seems impossible to believe that he could have intended anything dishonest, seeing that the detection arose out of an account published by himself in the newspaper, which account he need not have published until 3 months later than the time when he did publish it. This is, as he himself states, the best possible proof that he was unconscious of any error or any deficiency. The fact appears to be this: that Mr. Hollis, who has for many years been under-sheriff as well as treasurer of the county, who holds several other offices, and who has, besides, had large pecuniary transactions with his bankers, has for years had his accounts so blended that he has not known how this money belonging to the county stood. His own statement shows that it was all a mass of confusion. The errors, he says, have arisen entirely from the negligence of his clerks, and from causes which produced a confusion in his accounts. This is the fact, but he has been in good fat offices too long not to have made a great many persons think that his offices would be better in their hands, and that they appear resolved to oust him. I, for my part, am glad of it, for I remember his coming up to me in the Grand Jury Chamber, just after the people at St. Stephen's had passed Power of Imprisonment Bill in 1817. I remember his coming up to me as the Under-Sheriff of Willis, the man that we now call Fleming, who has begun to build a house at North Stoneham. I remember his coming up to me, and with all the base sauciness of a thorough-paced Pittite, telling me to disperse or he would take me into custody. I remember this of Mr. Hollis, and I am therefore glad that calamity has befallen him. But I must say that after reading his own account of the matter, after reading the debate of the magistrates, and after hearing the observations and opinions of well-informed and impartial persons in Hampshire who dislike Mr. Hollis as much as I do, I must say that I think him perfectly clear of all intention to commit anything like fraud, or to make anything worthy of the name a false account, and I am convinced that this affair, which will now prove extremely calamitous to him, might have been laughed at by him at the time when wheat was 15 shillings a bushel. This change in the affairs of the government, this penury now experienced by the Pittites at Whitehall, reaches in its influence to every part of the country. The Barings are now the great men in Hampshire. They were not such in the days of George Rose, while George was able to make the people believe that it was necessary to give their money freely to preserve the blessed comforts of religion. George Rose would have thrown his shield over Mr. Hollis, his broad and brazen shield. In Hampshire the bishop, too, is changed. The present is doubtless as pious as the last, every bit, and has the same bishop-like views, but it is not the same family. It is not the Garniers and Poulters and Norths and De Greys and Haygarths. It is not precisely the same set to have the power in their hands. Things, therefore, take another turn. The Pittite jolterheads are all broken-backed, and the Barings come forward with their well-known weight of metal. It was exceedingly unfortunate for Mr. Hollis that Sir Thomas Baring happened to be against him. However, the thing will do good altogether. The county is placed in a pretty situation. Its treasurer has had his accounts regularly passed by the magistrates, and these magistrates come at last and discover that they have for a long time been passing accounts that they ought not to pass. These magistrates have exempted the securities of Mr. Hollis, but not a word do they say about making good the deficiencies. What redress, then, have the people of the county? They have no redress, unless they can obtain it by petitioning the Parliament. And if they do not petition, if they do not state their case, and that boldly too, they deserve everything that can befall them from similar causes. I am astonished at the boldness of the magistrates. I am astonished that they should think of calling Mr. Hollis to account, without being prepared for rendering an account of their own conduct. However, we shall see what they will do in the end. And when we have seen that, we shall see whether the county will rest quietly under the loss which it is likely to sustain. I must now go back to Itchen Abbas, where, in the farmyard of a farmer, Courtney, I saw another wheat rick. From Itchen Abbas I came up the valley to Itchen Stoke. Soon after that I crossed the Itchen River, came out into the Alresford Turnpike Road, and came on towards Alresford, having the valley now upon my left. If the hay be down all the way to Southampton in the same manner that it is along here, there are thousands of acres of hay rotting on the sides of this Itchen River. Most of the meadows are watered artificially. The crops of grass are heavy, and they appear to have been cut precisely in the right time to be spoiled. Coming on towards Alresford, I saw a gentleman, about a quarter of a mile beyond Alresford, coming out of his gate with his hat off, looking towards the south-west, as if to see what sort of weather it was likely to be. This was no other than Mr. Rolleston, or Rawlinson, who, it appears, has a box and some land here. This gentleman was, when I lived in Hampshire, one of those worthy men who, in the several counties of England, executed, without any sort of remuneration, such a large portion of that justice which is the envy of surrounding nations and admiration of the world. We are often told, especially in Parliament, of the disinterestedness of these persons, of their worthiness, their piety, their loyalty, their excellent qualities of all sorts, but particularly of their disinterestedness, in taking upon them the office of Justice of the Peace, spending so much time, taking so much trouble, and all for nothing at all, but for the pure love of their king and country. And the worst of it is, that our ministers impose upon this disinterestedness and generosity; and, as in the case of Mr. Rawlinson, at the end of perhaps a dozen years of services voluntarily rendered to king and country, they force him, sorely against his will no doubt, to become a police magistrate in London. To be sure, there are £500 or £600 a year of public money attached to this; but what are these paltry pounds to a country gentleman who so disinterestedly rendered us services for so many years? Hampshire is fertile in persons of this disinterested stamp. There is a Squire Greme, who lives across the country, not many miles from the spot where I saw Mr. Justice Rawlinson. This squire also has served the country for nothing during a great many years; and of late years the Squire Junior, eager apparently to emulate his sire, has become a distributor of stamps for this famous county of Hants. What son Squire Rawlinson may have is more than I know at present, though I will endeavour to know it, and to find out whether they also be serving us. A great deal has been said about the debt of gratitude due from the people to the justices of the peace. An account containing the names and places of abode of the justices, and of the public money or titles received by them and by their relations. Such an account would be a very useful thing. We should then know the real amount of this debt of gratitude. We shall see such an account by and by, and we should have seen it long ago, if there had been in a certain place only one single man disposed to do his duty. I came through Alresford about 8 o'clock, having loitered a good deal in coming up the valley. After quitting Alresford, you come on the road towards Alton, to the village of Bishop Sutton, and then to a place called Ropley Dean, where there is a house or two. Just before you come to Ropley Dean, you see the beginning of the valley of Itchen. The Itchen river falls into the salt water at Southampton. It rises, or rather has its first rise, just by the roadside at Ropley Dean, which is at the foot of that very high land which lies between Alresford and Alton. All along by the Itchen river, up to its very source, there are meadows; and this vale of meadows, which is about 25 miles in length, and is in some places a mile wide, is, at the point of which I am now speaking, only about twice as wide as my horse is long. This vale of Itchen is worthy of particular attention. There are few spots in England more fertile or more pleasant, and none, I believe, more healthy. Following the bed of the river, or rather the middle of the vale, it is about 25 miles in length from Ropley Dean to the village of South Stoneham, which is just above Southampton. The average width of the meadows is, I should think, 100 rods at the least; and if I am right in this conjecture, the vale contains about 5,000 acres of meadows, large part of which is regularly watered. The sides of the vale are, until you come down to within about 6 or 8 miles of Southampton, hills or rising grounds of chalk, covered more or less thickly with loam. Where the hills rise up very steeply from the valley, the fertility of the cornlands is not so great; but for a considerable part of the way the cornlands are excellent, and the farmhouses to which those lands belong are, for the far greater part, under covert of the hills on the edge of the valley. Soon after the rising of the stream, it forms itself into some capital ponds at Alresford. These, doubtless, were augmented by art, in order to supply Winchester with fish. The fertility of this vale, and of the surrounding country, is best proved by the fact that, besides the town of Alresford and that of Southampton, there are 17 villages, each having its parish church, upon its borders. When we consider these things, we are not surprised that a spot situated about half-way down this vale should have been chosen for the building of a city, or that the city should have been, for a great number of years, a place of residence for the kings of England. Winchester, which is at present a mere nothing to what it once was, stands across the vale at a place where the vale is made very narrow by the jutting forward of 2 immense hills. From the point where the river passes through the city, you go, whether eastward or westward, a full mile up a very steep hill all the way. The city is, of course, in one of the deepest holes that can be imagined. It never could have been thought of as a place to be defended since the discovery of gunpowder; and, indeed, one would think that very considerable annoyance might be given to the inhabitants, even by the flinging of the flintstones from the hills down into the city. At Ropley Dean, before I mounted the hill to come on towards Rotherham Park, I baited my horse. Here the ground is precisely like that at Ashmansworth, on the borders of Berkshire, which, indeed, I could see from the ground of which I am now speaking. In coming up the hill, I had the house and farm of Mr. Duthie to my right. Seeing some very fine Swedish turnips, I naturally expected that they belonged to this gentleman, who is secretary to the Agricultural Society of Hampshire; but I found that they belonged to a farmer Mayhew. The soil is, along upon this high land, a deep loam, bordering on a clay red in colour, and pretty full of large, rough, yellow-looking stones, very much like some of the land in Huntingdonshire. But here is a bed of chalk under this. Everything is backward here. The wheat is perfectly green in most places, but it is everywhere pretty good. I have observed all the way along that the wheat is good upon the stiff, strong land. It is so here, but it is very backward. The greater part of it is full 3 weeks behind the wheat under Portsdown Hill. But few farmhouses come within my sight along here. But in one of them there was a wheat rick, which is the third I have seen since I quitted the Wen. In descending from this high ground, in order to reach the village of East Tisted, which lies on the turnpike road from the Wen to Gosport through Alton, I had to cross Rotherham Park. On the right of the park, on a bank of land facing the north east, I saw a very pretty farmhouse, having everything in excellent order, with fine cornfields about it, and with a wheat rick standing in the yard. This farm, as I afterwards found, belongs to the owner of Rotherham Park, who is also the owner of East Tisted, who has recently built a new house in the park, who has quite metamorphosed the village of Tisted within these 8 years, who has indeed really and truly improved the whole country just round about here, whose name is Scott, well known as a brickmaker at North End, Fulham, and who has in Hampshire supplanted a Norman of the name of Powlett. The process by which this transfer has taken place is visible enough to all eyes but the eyes of the jolterheads. Had there been no debt created to crush liberty in France, Mr. Scott would not have had bricks to burn to build houses for the Jews and jobbers and other eaters of taxes, and the Norman Powlett would not have had to pay in taxes, through his own hands and those of his tenants and labourers, the amount of the estate at Tisted, first to be given to the Jews, jobbers, and tax eaters, and then by them to be given to Squire Scott for his bricks. However, it is not Squire Scott who has assisted to pass laws to make people pay double toll on a Sunday. Squire Scott had nothing to do with passing the new game laws and old Ellenborough's Act. Squire Scott never invented the new trespass law, in virtue of which John Cockbain of Whitehaven, in the county of Cumberland, was, by 2 clergymen and 3 other magistrates of that county, sentenced to pay 1 halfpenny for damages and 7 shillings costs for going upon a field, the property of William, Earl of Lonsdale. In the passing of this Act, which was one of the first passed in the present reign, Squire Scott, the brickmaker, had nothing to do. Go on, good Squire, thrust out some more of the Normans. With the fruits of the augmentations which you make to the Wen, go, and take from them their mansions, parks, and villages. At Tisted I crossed the turnpike road before mentioned, and entered a lane which, at the end of about 4 miles, brought me to this village of Selborne. My readers will recollect that I mentioned this Selborne when I was giving an account of Hawkley Hanger, last fall. I was desirous of seeing this village, about which I have read in the book of Mr. White, and which a reader has been so good as to send me. From Tisted I came generally uphill, till I got within 1/2 mile of this village, when all of a sudden I came to the edge of a hill, looked down over all the larger vale of which the little vale of this village makes a part. Here Hindhead and Blackdown Hill came full in my view. When I was crossing the forest in Sussex, going from Worth to Horsham, these 2 great hills lay to my west and north-west. To-day I am got just on the opposite side of them, and see them, of course, towards the east and the south-east, while Leith Hill lies away towards the north-east. This hill, from which you descend down into Selborne, is very lofty. But, indeed, we are here amongst some of the highest hills in the island, and amongst the sources of rivers. The hill over which I have come this morning sends the Itchen river forth from one side of it, and the river Wey, which rises near Alton, from the opposite side of it. Hindhead, which lies before me, sends, as I observed upon a former occasion, the Arun forth towards the south, and a stream forth towards the north, which meets the river Wey somewhere above Godalming. I am told that the springs of these 2 streams rise in the hill of Hindhead, or rather on one side of the hill, at not many yards from each other. The village of Selborne is precisely what is described by Mr. White. A straggling, irregular street, bearing all the marks of great antiquity, and showing from its lanes and its vicinage generally that it was once a very considerable place. I went to look at the spot where Mr. White supposes the convent formerly stood. It is very beautiful. Nothing can surpass in beauty these dells and hillocks and hangers, which last are so steep that it is impossible to ascend them, except by means of a serpentine path. I found here deep hollow ways, with beds and sides of solid white stone, but not quite so white and so solid, I think, as the stone which I found in the roads at Hawkley. The churchyard of Selborne is most beautifully situated. The land is good all about it. The trees are luxuriant and prone to be lofty and large. I measured the yew tree in the churchyard, and found the trunk to be, according to my measurement, 23 feet 8 inches in circumference. The trunk is very short, as is generally the case with yew trees, but the head spreads to a very great extent, and the whole tree, though probably several centuries old, appears to be in perfect health. Here are several hop plantations in and about this village, but for this once the prayers of the over-production men will be granted, and the devil of any hops there will be. The bines are scarcely got up the poles. The bines and the leaves are black, nearly, as soot, full as black as a sooty bag or dingy coal sack, and covered with lice. It is a pity that these hop planters could not have a parcel of Spaniards and Portuguese to louse their hops for them. Pretty devils to have liberty, when a favourite recreation of the Donna is to crack the lice in the head of the Don. I really shrug up my shoulders thinking of the beasts. Very different from such is my landlady here at Selborne, who, while I am writing my notes, is getting me a rasher of bacon, and has already covered the table with a nice clean cloth. I have never seen such quantities of grapes upon any vines as I see upon the vines in this village, badly pruned, as all the vines have been. To be sure, this is a year for grapes, such, I believe, as has been seldom known in England, and the cause is the perfect ripening of the wood by the last beautiful summer. I am afraid, however, that the grapes come in vain, for this summer has been so cold, and is now so wet, that we can hardly expect grapes, which are not under glass, to ripen. As I was coming into this village, I observed to a farmer who was standing at his gateway, that people ought to be happy here, for that God had done everything for them. His answer was, that he did not believe there was a more unhappy place in England, for that there were always quarrels of some sort or other going on. This made me call to mind the King's proclamation, relative to a reward for discovering the person who had recently shot at the parson of this village. This parson's name is Cobbett, and it really appears that there was a shot fired through his window. He has had lawsuits with the people, and I imagine that it was these to which the farmer alluded. The hops are of considerable importance to the village, and their failure must necessarily be attended with consequences very inconvenient to the whole of a population so small as this. Upon inquiry, I find that the hops are equally bad at Alton, Froyle, Crondall, and even at Farnham. I saw them bad in Sussex. I hear that they are bad in Kent, so that hop planters, at any rate, will be, for once, free from the dreadful evils of abundance. A correspondent asked me what is meant by the statements which he sees in the Register relative to the hop duty. He sees it, he says, continually falling in amount, and he wonders what this means. The thing has not indeed been properly explained. It is a gamble, and it is hardly right for me to state, in a publication like the Register, anything relative to a gamble. However, the case is this. A taxing system is necessarily a system of gambling, a system of betting. Stock jobbing is no more than a system of betting. And the wretched dogs that carry on the traffic are little more, except that they are more criminal, than the waiters at an E.O. table, or the markers at billiards. The hop duty is so much per pound. The duty was imposed at 2 separate times. One part of it, therefore, is called the old duty, and the other part the new duty. The old duty was a penny to the pound of hops. The amount of this duty, which can always be ascertained at the Treasury, as soon as the hopping season is over, is the surest possible guide in ascertaining the total amount of the growth of hops for the year. If, for instance, the duty were to amount to no more than 8 shillings and 4pence, you would be certain that only 100 pounds of hops had been grown during the year. Hence a system of gambling precisely like the gambling in the funds. I bet you that the duty will not exceed so much. The duty has sometimes exceeded £200,000. This year it is supposed that it will not exceed 20, 30, or 40,000. The gambling fellows are betting all this time, and it is in fact an account of the betting which is inserted in the Register. This vile paper money and funding system, this system of Dutch descent, begotten by Bishop Burnet and born in hell, this system has turned everything into a gamble. There are hundreds of men who live by being the agents to carry on gambling. They reside here in the Wen. Many of the gamblers live in the country. They write up to their gambling agent, whom they call their stockbroker. He gambles according to their order, and they receive the profit or stand to the loss. Is it possible to conceive a viler calling than that of an agent for the carrying on of gambling? And yet the vagabonds call themselves gentlemen, or at least look upon themselves as the superiors of those who sweep the kennels. In like manner is the hop gamble carried on. The gambling agents in the Wen make the bets for the gamblers in the country, and perhaps millions are betted during the year upon the amount of a duty which, at the most, scarcely exceeds 250,000. In such a state of things, how are you to expect young men to enter on a course of patient industry? How are you to expect that they will seek to acquire fortune and fame by study, or by application of any kind? Looking back over the road that I have come to day, and perceiving the direction of the road going from this village in another direction, I perceive that this is a very direct road from Winchester to Farnham. The road, too, appears to have been, from ancient times, sufficiently wide; and when the Bishop of Winchester selected this beautiful spot whereon to erect a monastery, I dare say the roads along here were some of the best in the country. End of chapter 13, part 1.